What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, December 23rd, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, it's a Victory Monday. The Texas Longhorns took care of business in the opening round of the college football playoff. We will recap the Longhorns' 38-24 win over Clemson, plus a look at the three other CFP first-round games. Domination for the home teams all weekend long. We'll recap all the college football from the weekend and start to look ahead to the quarterfinal round of the first ever 12-team CFP. Got some NFL to get into. The Cowboys keep winning. They're going to F around and save Mike McCarthy's job. We'll talk Houston Texans football. We'll recap all of the NFL action from the weekend. We've got some Major League Baseball news as well. The Texas Rangers very involved with the hot stove right now. All of that and so much more. Plus plenty of Christmas talk as we sit 2 days away from the best Christmas ever, the first night of Hanukkah and Christmas the same day here in 2024. A lot to get into on a happy holiday week. Happy holidays. How are you, my friend?
I am doing fantastic, man. It was a beautiful weekend. It's a beautiful day. It's going to be a beautiful Christmas coming up for everybody. And Texas Longhorns continue to just move on. And it was a good week of college football, good week of pro football for me. Yes, Merry Christmas to me. Happy Hanukkah to me. Happy Kwanzaa to me. Happy money to me. And to you out there as I just cheer up your Christmas spirits on a Monday.
Yeah, I knew we weren't going to make it very far into today's
No, that's exactly right.
Without you bragging about how well you did and how well your cousin did over the weekend. We'll give you your flowers because you've been incredible this weekend. Now, you still have 25,000 units on the Green Bay Packers tonight.
Yes.
But as it stands, you are a perfect 5-0 on your Gold Star locks of this football weekend. You are up 175,000 units.
Come on, kids.
Which means you are back in the money. You're now up 65,000 on the season. You entered Saturday down 105K, but because you got a couple of 50,000 unit plays right and 325,000 unit plays right, you are currently in the money for the entire season.
Yes, and I will not be making any of these sad 10 a.m. plays this morning. It's not going to. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not messing with UTSA and Coastal, the Cox of Carolina. No more of that stuff. No, can't do it. Won't do it.
Man.
No, my next unit play will be Fresno State. I think that's tomorrow.
That's today.
No, not Fresno. San Jose State. That's tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's double check.
These games are not for anybody. I don't even know if you people need to go shopping. I've got you a little bit of coin, although you didn't get your money yet. Oh, you're still trying to figure out how you get from your losses. Sorry about that.
Well, the people want more money. That's why they want you to have some plays on the two games today. Yeah, there's two college games, one of them at 10 a.m. where UTSA plays Coastal Carolina literally as we're getting off the air. And then you've got a 1:30 game between the only team that's beaten Notre Dame this year, Northern Illinois, and Fresno, not a state.
Yeah, I'm going to stay away from that until Tuesday. I need to watch the Green Bay game tonight so that I can feel good about myself, because that'll help me and my cousin go into the new year very excited.
Yeah, hey, I can't fault you, man. You're on a roll right now, and you do have a play tonight. So if you want to tail the Buck, because he's been perfect.
Oh, you don't want to fade me. Generally, you say, hey, it's a perfect time to fade the Buck. Don't do it.
All season long, it's been great to fade the Buck. But if you faded him this weekend, then I'm sorry. You are down real bad right now. You're rolling 5-0 on the Gold Star locks with the chance to make it 6-0 tonight.
And what a beautiful Saturday for a game of football. Let's say hello to the soldiers. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. do enjoy this holiday season if you do have a chance to be with your family. But we do thank your family for sharing you with all of us, and do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. Before we deep dive into Texas's win over Clemson, and of course that will dominate today's show, we got a text over the weekend on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Remember at the old place, we used to do a Christmas Carol contest?
Oh my God, yes.
I totally forgot about that. And as a Jewish person,
Please don't suck.
yeah, as a Jewish person, I feel like I owe the Christian contingent an apology for not remembering that, because I almost feel like I'm being anti-Christian with that one. But somebody actually texted in lyrics to a Christmas Carol to the tune of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. So we might have to record something or put something together
There you
for
go.
the people. I don't know if y'all want me singing that this morning, but if I have to, I will. But yeah, we've got Christmas Carol lyrics coming in. So if you've got one, you want to send those in to play today or tomorrow, then I guess we'll add that element to this show this week.
That'd be awesome. By the way, yeah, Coastal Carolina playing in Myrtle Beach. Why not have a home game? Nice seating for Coastal Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, look, UTSA, I don't know anything about Coastal Carolina football. I do know a decent amount about UTSA.
And they've been on a roll in the latter part of the season. They've been back to scoring some big numbers.
Yeah, I went to one of their games. My sister goes to school there. Obviously, they played Texas. Saw that game. I went to their senior day game where they beat the crap out of somebody who I forgot. Clearly, I was paying a lot of attention. They're 14-point favorites. So even though this is a Coastal Carolina home game, Vegas thinks UTSA is a lot better. So if you're a fan of the Roadrunners, or you're just someone who likes to root for the UT system, then UTSA expected to win today against Coastal Carolina. So
yes, the old "pretty please don't suck" anymore does not count up in here right now.
No, we don't suck anymore. We do not suck anymore, and we did not suck on Saturday. Texas gets the win, and they get the cover against Clemson in the 5-12 game at the first round of the college football playoff. 38-24, the final score. Weird game. Texas went down 7-0 early, and then the Longhorns just exploded. They went on a 31-3 run to take control. Felt like the game was over, but credit Cade Klubnik and credit Clemson. They didn't quit. They came back. They made it a one-possession game early in the fourth quarter, but Texas was able to pretty much put the game on ice with a 77-yard Jaden Blue touchdown run and then a goal line stop on the next Clemson possession. The Longhorns hold on to win by 14. So fun game, entertaining game, but most importantly, Buck, a victory for the Texas Longhorns.
Yeah, it was a really good display of, kind of complimentary football, I thought. It was, you can't have a perfect game, but, only 2 penalties. Quinn Ewers took care of the ball, I thought, in the football game. He wasn't dangerous. He did the things he had to. He got out of the pocket when he needed to. And Jaden Blue was just, I thought he's back. He was back to himself again. They had a lot of trust in him. As I said, trust him early because you won't trust him late. But they got into a situation where they just had to just trust in him. And he's a speed factor. And Clemson, I said, is not as fast as Texas. They don't have a guy as fast as that guy. There's not many teams that have a guy except for Texas. They're the wide receiver that is as fast as that guy. That guy's one of the fastest guys in America. And when he goes through the line of scrimmage, if you don't slow him down with a solid tackle and you stick an arm out there, he goes right through arm tackles. And his speed, you just don't catch him. That guy, for the last 30 yards of that 77-yard run, was on a jog. And that guy wasn't making it. That guy could have ran for another mile. He would have never caught him. I mean, it was a beautiful, beautiful design play. It was well blocked. And the guy got in a hole with an arm tackle, and he never squared up to him. And it didn't slow him down. I mean, he went right through that guy's arms and never lost a step. And I just thought he looked really, really good. He looked like we expected him to look carrying the football. That was his opportunity. That was his opportunity to get back into the good graces, I think, of the football team itself. And he did. I mean, he made the best of it.
Absolutely. 14 carries for 146 yards and 2 touchdowns for Jaden Blue. The Longhorns had 2 running backs go for over 100 in this game. It's the first time since 2022 when Bijan and Rojo did it against Kansas, where the Longhorns had 2 100-plus yard rushers in the same game. And that was the story, right? The run game, dominant. 48 carries, 292 yards for Texas as a team. They rushed for 4 scores. They averaged 6.1 yards per carry. And if you take out all the sack yardage and if you take out the quarterback runs, because those weren't always great, the running backs themselves averaged 7.66 yards per carry. Buck, as the old running back coach, I know you love to see that.
Well, maybe if I just continue to ask for 150 yards by them total, they were, and then they got to 250. I said the pregame show, and this one was way past that. Maybe just ask for 150. They'll give you 300, as a total. I thought the offensive line played well. They pushed Clemson, which had some big guys, man. They had some big, stout dudes on that defensive line. But, boy, some of the double teams, when guys got off, and the linebackers were no factor. That was the position I think Clemson had talked about. They had talked about they were getting better, but they had some inexperience, and you could just tell they were in wrong gaps, BK. Their run, that second level at the linebacker position really hurt them in that football game. They'll have to get better. They'll be a better team next year, but they have to get better at those couple positions at the linebacker. They just have guys who are athletic, but there's not much power behind their, and they pick some wrong gaps. I'm like, dude, that's not the gap.
I don't want to sit here and say I saw 292 yards coming, but I mean, we talked about this all last week. The biggest on-paper mismatch was the Texas rushing offense against the Clemson rushing defense. Like, Clemson won the ACC. They were the best team in the ACC this year. You give them credit for that, but they were 14th in rushing defense.
Yeah, and that's hard to believe. You won that conference and you were 14th in stopping the run in your conference.
Yeah, and it was a bad ACC year too. Like, they were 14th against the run. They were 15th in terms of yards per carry allowed. So it's like, okay, if the Texas run game can do what it did in November, yeah, the Georgia game sucked, but they had found something down the stretch in the regular season. If they could replicate that against this kind of porous rush defense, then you felt like Texas had a chance to kind of control the game on the ground. And that's what happened. Simple as that.
Yeah, and I will nitpick on one thing. The other one isn't a nitpick. It's just something I actually saw on defensively. With the exception of them picking on Manny Muhammad, for the first time all year, I saw secondary guys pointing at each other going, wait a minute, is that your guy? They were actually, you could see it TV-wise, guys are pointing at each other, pointing in spots like, I think that's yours. And the guys are going, no, that's yours. You didn't see that. You hadn't seen that for a while for this Texas secondary, and you saw that in this particular game. They played against the best quarterback they've played all year, and he made them spin around. They spun Manny Muhammad out of his cleats a couple times. They went after him. They did not go after the Thorpe Award winner. They got smart. They said, we're not going after that dude. But the other guy on the other corner, we're going after him. And they did, and they made him really have to work. He's been playing well all year, but when they start picking on you a little bit, it's tough. You got to hold your own. He didn't hold his own. The other guy, Gilbo, played better, and they left Muhammad in there because they trusted in him enough. But they spun him around a few times. And those receivers from Clemson, they're going to be good, those young guys. Those are some good, talented, tall guys. But as I said, that's the first time. And then I thought Sark got kind of cute. All these slow developing screens where you get your running back and your guard wiped out. These reverse turnaround, flip screens and all that. I thought that was the time to still continue to run the ball. And they tried a couple of those, out of nowhere, like on first down. And I'm thinking, no, dude, you're putting a hammer to these. Keep putting a hammer to them. I know sometimes it's only getting you 3 yards here, but one of them is going to break. But then when they went off and started doing those little flashy screens, I was like, ugh.
Hang on. He screens Sarkisian. That's what he does.
I know, but, man, he's getting collisions with his guard and secondary guys. And, hey, by the way, I didn't know I guess it's only in the pros that you can't come and cut a lineman's legs, because those dudes are coming out and they were knocking guys' legs off. They hit the running back and the guard at the same time, and they both knocked each other out. So, and I don't know what happened to Wisner. He was on his way to having a day too. He really was. He was on his way to having a monster day.
Yeah, well, we'll go there. This will be the first bit of sound we play from Steve Sarkisian. We've got plenty of Sark audio from his post-game presser after the win.
The guys pointed at each other in the secondary for the first time this year?
Yeah, well, Cade Klubnik was awesome. I think he deserves a lot of credit for that. And I think the big storyline, we'll play this cut in like 10 seconds. The defense has been bailing out the offense all season long. On Saturday, the offense bailed out the defense. Like, that was by far the worst performance of the season for the Texas defense, which is pretty impressive. They gave up 24 points. Like,
Right.
That's how good they've been this year. They've been the best defense in college football. But Saturday, they looked a little more vulnerable than they've looked this year. And the Texas offense needed to be great. And the Texas offense was great. So that was cool to see. Once again, the defense has carried the weight for this team all season long. And on Saturday, when the defense didn't quite have it the way it normally does, the offense picked up the slack. Here's the injury update, though, from Steve Sarkisian, because we've had a couple of folks asking about Trey Wisner, Jake Majors, and Cam Williams. Here's the coach from after the game.
Thanks. From an injury standpoint, Trey Wisner kind of banged his knee. He was available to come back in. We made a decision to go with Blue and Gibson. Jake Majors on that interception kind of took that blindside shot. He also was available to come back in. We decided to make that decision to hold him. And then Cam Williams, injured his knee there, tried to go. We'll get an MRI here this evening and see where he's at. So those were the three ones there.
Yeah, the Jake Majors one was a close call. The guy had his head in front. It wasn't a dirty play. It wasn't really a crackback. He had his head in front. It's just that Jake Majors' body went down. That's a lot of weight when you get knocked off your pins right there. And the way he went down and the way he hit, I was like, damn, I was thinking he was going to have a concussion. I was thinking he's going to be 2 weeks out with a head injury the way he fell. But it wasn't a dirty blow. The guy really got his head in front. That was a tough call by the official. Now, he didn't have to do it. It wasn't really necessary because the ball had already kind of gone by. It was a dumb penalty. It really was a dumb penalty. But it wasn't like it was one of those, those blindsided ones where you see guys just come out of nowhere. This one wasn't it. This was a short distance. But it's also a short distance when you're 300 pounds when you hit the ground like that.
Yeah, that was a huge call because that would have been a pick six for Clemson. It was 21-7 at the time. The Texas defense ended up holding Clemson to a field goal. So instead of 21-14 after a pick six, it's 21-10, and the Longhorns were able to add another score at the end of the half to push the lead up to 28-10. But that play sucked. I mean, it was really good for the Texas offense. They did so many things right, but obviously the play where all three guys got hurt, or the two plays where all three guys got hurt. You talked about that slow developing screen where Wisner and Williams went down. That stunk. And then Jake Majors got hurt because DeAndre Moore dropped the pass that was right to him, which turned into a pick.
Right through his hands, yes.
So it's like, DeAndre, catch the ball, dude. He's been great all year. We haven't seen that all year. It's kind of weird. Still a few more drops for this Texas wide receiving core. Not as many as they had against Georgia, which it was hard to top that number. It was so bad. But, that was like, dude. It
was a really good game for the offense. I thought Clemson was going to take somebody away, and they took the one wide receiver away from Texas, which I was surprised Sark let them do. Let them –
he had a drop too on fourth down. I mean, it wasn't a great throw by Quinn Ewers. That was one of his worst throws of the day, but that was a ball.
They didn't get a chance to throw to Matthew Golden a lot in that game. They said, we're not letting that guy. That guy can truly beat us. And okay, so then don't cover the tight end because he's going to hurt you, which he did. He got back and played well. He played well both ways, blocking and pass catching. So you take away one, you're going to give up a lot to the other. And the guy, Gunnar Helm, is the guy you don't want to give a lot of catches to, and they did. They let him get loose. And those weren't schemed up. Those were him making some really good plays. He did a fantastic job in that football game. It was good to see him back. But win a championship, they can't take Golden away from you. You got to find ways that they're going to have to – he's got to be involved. Yeah, and he's got to catch the ball too. And they've got these weird drops now, and they're not like hard catches,
No, I know. And they were so sure-handed all year long. And then, once again, in Atlanta, the drops cost them, and then the drops didn't cost them against Clemson. But, I mean, you had the DeAndre Moore drop that turned into a pick and that turned into your center getting hurt. You had the Matthew Golden drop on a ball that was behind him, but a ball that he'd probably tell you that he should have caught. That was on a fourth down. That could have kept the drive alive, and Texas could have scored points to really put that game on ice in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I just thought the screens were – I mean, I know Sark has screened Sark, but I was thinking, no, not now, Coach. You don't have to. Just leave that one for the next game if you don't mind. You're running the ball really well. Let's not do anything where Quinn Ewers has to turn his back to the defense and turn around and then throw out let's just not even do it. Don't even wait. All you have to do is turn around and hand it off. They can't stop it. They're having trouble stopping it off tackle. These guys, the guard center combo was doing a fantastic job blocking back, and Kelvin Banks was destroying whoever he had. Whatever All-American he had over him was getting his ass just beat up. And then when the other kid came in the game, he played well again. Number 74, Gooseby, he comes into the game and he doesn't miss a beat. He's going to be a fantastic player. Now, I hope I haven't jinxed him, but I think he's got really good feet for a big guy. He plays well. It's hard to come off the bench and do the things that he does, but he doesn't have any problems doing it.
No, well,
that offensive line has some nice depth to it.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's one of the stories of the game. You don't run it for 292 yards unless you're dominating up front. And Texas had 8 offensive linemen play on Saturday, right? I mean, Cam Williams got hurt. Jake Majors, who started 55 games in his Texas career, he gets hurt. And all right, you're worried like, our O-line's been pretty healthy all season long. Now guys are getting banged up. How are these backups going to do?
Right.
And it was no problem at all. Trevor Gooseby was great. Cole Hudson was great. Hayden Connor was great. They kind of shuffled the deck a little bit once Jake Majors got hurt. Like all 8 offensive linemen who played in that game dominated. They dominated. And that's the biggest reason why the Texas offense dominated the way it did.
Yeah. And the defense was the same way. I mean, they didn't have a runner. The runner was the quarterback. So they were trying to, once again, I'll prove it to you that we can run against this Texas defense. We'll run the ball. And I'm thinking, guys, you need to throw it every down right now because you're not going to break a long run off against this defense. You're going to hit that wall. The linebackers are going to fill really well. But they kept doing it. And I'm like, okay, are you going to stop? I was happy to see it. I was excited when they were running the ball, 3rd and 4th down. I'm like, good, fantastic, keep it up. Just don't let that quarterback who is really fantastic in that game, just don't let him get going. They gave him a little momentum, then they would take it away from him. And the run game, they took the momentum away by trying to run the ball.
Yeah, well, they only had
Cade Klubnik. They really did.
I mean, they only had 11 running back runs in the whole game. And Cade Klubnik threw it 43 times and ran it himself 13. So
That's what I'm saying. They
didn't run it. They didn't run it a lot. It didn't work. They had that one
times too much. Well,
they had that 41-yard run. They did have one long run, but outside of that, they didn't run for shit. And it was like, I mean, Phil Maffa, the starting running back for Clemson, who came into the game with a torn labrum, we thought he was going to play a lot more than he did. And he had 2 carries for 9 yards, but he was barely on the field after.
Yeah, that thing hurt him. You could tell that hurt him after a couple hits. When he went off to the sideline, he went right to the pulley and started pulling on that to try to loosen. That thing ain't loosening up till you get under the knife.
Yeah, that was advantage Texas, and especially on that goal line stand, right? Having Phil Maffa. Look, Texas could have stopped Phil Maffa on 3rd and 4th down. This defense just is that good. But having their 230-pound starting running back on the sideline for those plays,
right?
That definitely helped. Here's another one from Steve Sarkisian, just kind of his opening statement on the win against Clemson.
I'm proud of our guys. We talked a lot about responding to adversity around here, and whether it's individual adversity or team adversity. And I'm really proud of this group because nobody hung their head coming out of Atlanta. It was, okay, let's go on to the next mission. Let's go win 4 more games. And you can't win 4 until you win the first one, and we were able to do that. So now we got to win 3 more. But you can't win 3 more if you don't win the next one. So we'll handle it accordingly with some time for the players over Christmas break, game planning with the coaches and making sure that we're ready to go come January 1st.
What was it like, BK, in the 3rd quarter? I didn't pay attention coming out of half again. Did they take their uniform off, take a shower, and head towards the bus a little bit? It wasn't great, was it?
It wasn't like that. I mean, they didn't get dominated in the 3rd quarter, but they did get outscored 7-3. And the 3rd quarter ended with Clemson with the ball in Texas territory, and they ended up scoring on that drive early in the 4th quarter. So
yeah, I count that as a 3rd quarter deal to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's look, they did score points in the 3rd quarter for the first time in like 4 games, so that's great. But it was just a field goal, and yeah, once again, they were outscored in that 3rd quarter, and that was part of the allowing Clemson to get back into the game stretch.
Yeah, it was the dominating part about the lines of scrimmage, which as I looked at the Clemson guys, they had some 300-pounders that looked, when they started having guys with those weird 11 numbers and single-digit numbers, I started going, man, they must be big and athletic. But boy, did they get pushed around. That was, I guess it shouldn't have surprised me. They were number 14 in their own conference, stopping the run. But they looked really athletic. But as I said, the linebackers were the ones that were they were nowhere to be seen.
You know what I learned from this game on Saturday that I think I already knew? Georgia's run defense is really good.
Oh, shit. Oh.
I mean, look at the last 4 games for Texas, Buck. They ran for 251 against a Kentucky defense that has a lot of pros on it.
Yes.
They ran for 243 against an A&M defense that has a lot of pros on it and a great defensive coach in Mike Elko. They ran for 292 against a Hall of Fame coach and a defense that has some pros on it in Clemson. They ran for 31 against Georgia.
Yeah.
Not 231, not 131, 31 against Georgia, doing a lot of the same
so the
things.
Guy who makes $10 million a year plus bonuses needs to figure that one. That's his job now.
Yeah. Well, it's on all of them. Like, the guys have to block better too. I don't know what Sark's going to do to block the Georgia defensive line, but you're right. If there is a part 3 against Georgia, then they got to do something to figure out how to run for more than a 1.1 yards per carry.
Well, on Texas' part, I think they can do it. On Georgia's part, I think the end of the road has come for them.
You did pick Notre Dame to beat Georgia in your bracket that was dropped last week, so you're sticking with it. No, you did. You did.
Yeah, I did. I feel pretty good. That Notre Dame team, speaking of run game, and Notre Dame year in, year out has the Joe Moore guys, and you're talking about playing together now. Yeah, I'm not all that impressed with the quarterback play, but he's good enough. But man, they bring in like 4 or 5 different runners, and I'm like, well, which one is the best one of these guys? Man,
what do the Notre Damers do? The Golden Domers? What's their weird thing they do in the crowd after they score?
Oh, that's like when they play with themselves or something. Is
that how you play with yourself?
Sometimes.
Huh. That'd be a weird tradition if after a touchdown, one college fan base just started touching themselves in the stands.
Don't say that loud. The Aggies will start picking that up.
I was about to say, that if anybody's going to do that, that's Texas A&M, right?
They'll pick that stuff up. Don't give them any leverage. They'll take it now. When I watched yesterday, I was like, really, we can run against these teams. We really can't run. Those Georgia guys, they are different.
They're different. Yep. I'm still, I guess I'll be rooting for Notre Dame. Look, Texas has 2 games it has to win before the chance to even rematch against Georgia in a national championship. The good news, though, and we'll talk more about Arizona State tomorrow, and we'll obviously talk about them next week leading up to the game, which is next Wednesday, January 1st. Arizona State's defense is not Georgia's defense, Buck. Here to tell you that.
No. Yep. They're athletic. They can play, but their linebackers are better than the Clemson linebackers. I'll tell you that. I don't know if their down guys are, but their linebackers are better than the Clemson linebackers. I mean, Vandergriff's linebackers won the state championship. Congratulations to them. Their linebackers are better than what I saw at Clemson. That hurts. Now I see why they're 14. When your linebackers can't be in the right gaps, when your biggies do okay up front, and they were just doing okay. I'm not saying they were holding their ground. There were times when they got rolled over like cookie dough, but the times that your linebackers are supposed to be there and they're going in the gap behind where the ball went, that's on. I mean, and then that Dabo's specialty defense.
No, I mean, he's not a defensive coach, but his defenses are usually a lot better than this year's
guy
defense.
Who's there for the Oklahoma coach, the guy who stuck around, that defense that's not good.
No, yeah, it's look, I think we saw what this Texas offense can do, and it doesn't shoot itself in the foot, right? Like,
how about 2 penalties for the day?
2 penalties, 1 turnover, which you don't love that, and that turned into 3 Clemson points. But it's like that's as clean of a game the Texas football team has played in a while.
Did we see an illegal procedure?
Yeah, we did. It was on Gooseby, got called for a false start. So he did just about everything right coming off the bench for Cam Williams, but he did have a false start. In Texas, 2 penalties, like you said, Buck. The first penalty didn't come until there was 2:24 left in the 3rd quarter. So they almost played 45 minutes.
Wow.
And look, the refs, I was there. I went back and watched the game yesterday. The refs let a lot go. A lot go.
A lot of stuff in the secondary they let happen.
No, they didn't call. They didn't call a hold. They didn't call a holding penalty in the game. Either team. There was no offensive holding penalties called, and there were like Texas got away with 3 or 4. Clemson got away with 3 or 4. Like they just. I mean, there was one play where it wasn't a Jaden Blue touchdown run, but it was like a nice first down run for Jaden Blue, and DJ Campbell had a lot of jersey. He was bear hugging a guy to the point where literally after the play he turned over his right shoulder, then turned over his left shoulder, like looking for the, oh shit, they got me.
Well, that's what happens with those AB consultation TVs. That's what happens when they're in the locker room waiting for you.
Way to go. Tom McKay came through.
That's absolutely right. They're sitting there waiting for them. Kept those flags in their pockets, which was good. They kind of let them play, except for one dude in the secondary for them. He was just mugging guys all day long. That poor dude.
Yeah, Avion Terrell had 3 penalties. Texas as a team had 2 penalties. So that
it was tough because Manny Mohammed wasn't anywhere to get those kind of penalties. He was flipped around so many times. He couldn't get close enough to a guy to interrupt anything. That was his worst game I've seen him play.
By far. And we'll talk about the defense here in a second because, look, I think we all still believe in this Texas defense, but they, rough day for them on Saturday. There's some things that happened against Clemson that just hadn't happened.
It's going to happen when you get against a good quarter. I mean, they don't see those quarterbacks. They hadn't seen quarterbacks like that all year.
No, and Cade Klubnik's one of the best in the country. He really is. Now, Texas could see Dylan Gabriel 2 rounds from now, who's better than Cade Klubnik, and there's maybe 1 or 2 other quarterbacks in this playoff that are very good. But, Cade Klubnik, we said he had to play a superhero for Clemson to have a chance. Yes. He was a superhero on Saturday, but still not enough for them. No. All right. We'll get back into this game. Plenty more to unpack from Texas's 38-24 victory over Clemson. The Longhorns are moving on to the Peach Bowl in the ATL. We'll once again start to turn the page to the Arizona State game here before today's show is done. But before we get back into Longhorn football, Buck, how about some sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Believe me, I was sitting in this chair an awful lot during the weekend. I think my rear end is a part of the seating process here, too. If I get up, pieces of my butt stay in the chair. That's how many hours I spent in this Relax the Back chair. I did not get in the big taco. I sat in my chair this weekend, and boy, does my back feel great today. Generally, my back's a little sore on a Monday from sitting on the couch, but I've been in the Relax the Back chair for hours over the weekend, and my back couldn't feel better. I had thoracic reconstruction of my thoracic area of my back 20-some years ago, and this chair is what saves me. And if you've got problems with your shoulders, your thoracic, your lumbar area, your hips, you need to go over to Relax the Back. And if you've got a friend or somebody that you care about that's having back problems or neck problems, it may be their chair. And you can find zero gravity recliners there. You can find Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattresses there. Go by there and check out what they have, all the different items they have just for you at Relax the Back. 2 locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Folks, do live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Hey, speaking of relaxation, about a little relaxation this morning, Buck.
There you go.
A little Olipop cream soda to start off the week.
That's a good start.
Nothing wrong with a little cream in the morning, huh?
Nothing wrong with it. That's right.
Yeah, that's the good stuff right there. The good stuff. Shout out to Olipop.
Some poison in your body over the weekend.
Yeah, there was definitely poison consumed over the weekend, but this stuff will clear me out. Olipop, great tasting soda. It's actually good for you. Look, you guys know me. I don't eat a lot of healthy food. I don't drink a lot of healthy drinks. You know why? Because I actually care about the taste of what I taste. And usually healthy stuff tastes like ass. I think I'd rather eat ass than eat some of it.
There you go. Good job by you.
Healthy food that's out there. Olipop tastes great. They've got 19 different flavors. The cream soda is one of my favorite. Every can of Olipop has 9 grams of fiber. Every can of Olipop has prebiotics, botanicals, and plant fibers. I don't know what those things are. I do know they support my digestive health, and I do know when you drink Olipop, you are going to support your digestive health. There's only 40 calories in this can, 0 fat, 2 grams of sugar. I mean, this is not just not bad for you. This is actually good for you. And it tastes great, and it's easy to find, too. Pick it up wherever you buy your groceries. You're going to be doing some holiday shopping this week. Everybody is. So when you're at H-E-B or Whole Foods, Costco, Target, Walmart, wherever make sure you get the greatness that is Ollie Pop.
Very nice. Very, very, very nice. I had over the weekend, my wife is doing some great stuff. She makes great lasagna, but I've been begging because I thought it was a little cool this weekend that I could use some chili in the morning. She did chili, and I'll just say this. It was really, really good. Maybe too many thick tomatoes. I need the diced tomatoes a little smaller. I told her a little less onion. She used a whole onion instead, maybe a half onion. But she went with black beans. Is there something else, somebody out there that knows? I like beans in my chili. Can somebody tell me what is the proper beans for chili? Somebody out there knows. I guess you can make it with black beans, but there's got to be pinto beans. What other beans is there that you put in a chili? A good chili. How do you like? You like black beans in your chili, BK? Have you ever? Or you just eat it and don't even worry about what's in it?
Well, a lot of people would tell you the right kind of beans in chili is no beans.
No beans.
Chili.
Yeah, I'm good with the. I like the beans.
We got a couple of votes for kidney beans, including our guy Perry Coughlin.
Kidney's the one.
Yeah,
okay.
A lot of votes for
Red
kidney
kidney.
beans. Okay. So I guess that's the move. But yeah, a lot of Texans will tell you that real chili does not contain beans.
Yeah, I don't care to go through that discussion because as long as it's got meat in it, I'm good. So you can throw beans, you can throw a shoe in there after that. But I was just trying to figure out what other beans. Black beans just didn't seem right in there, but it was good. Good stuff, man. I'm gonna have that all week.
Oh, Christmas, it was sunny and 75. That's perfect chili weather.
Dude, it was this morning, it's cold again. And towards the evening last night, I jammed in another 2 bowls of chili with cornbread. Yeah, baby.
Oh, man.
Remember I told you on the way I was going to head to the chili parlor. So I didn't do it. So I said that to my wife. She goes, let me make it for you because I'll have all the ingredients and the right fibers and the right oils that is not going to be bad for you. So tasted good. I was good with it.
Yeah, no, there are a couple of key ingredients in chili for me. I mean, to me, it's just meat and spices.
And that'll do it for you.
Well, the third one is half.
What is it? BK went into the freeze right there. He said something. But yeah, I think I needed a bay leaf into this chili. Somewhere down the line, I must have had chili where maybe from Wendy's where I got a bay leaf stuck in my teeth or something. So I think that's one of the other things that I may need in it. Black beans and kidney beans? Getting the call on black beans and kidney beans here. BK is frozen in time there, folks, so he'll be back to joining us. But it was good. No beans in Texas chili. I hear a lot of that. You're frozen. You need to come back to me, buddy. Enjoyed it though. I did enjoy it. I also enjoyed the cornbread that she cooked. Back to the football game and quite a game for this Texas offense. It was a time for the offense to kind of make a return. I know they didn't do it in the third quarter, but I thought the run game was fantastic. I think Sark called a really good game, and all the running backs got an opportunity in this game, and hopefully Trey Wisner will be back to good health here by next week, because I thought he was in the process of having a huge game. But to have Jaden Blue come back to the kid that we thought he was going to be in the beginning of the season, they showed an awful lot of trust and an awful lot of faith in him early in the football game, which means in the fourth quarter, they didn't mind going to him when they needed to go to him. I think everybody around felt confident in handing him the ball. He held the ball high and tight. He held the ball all the way down to the ground. Guys were yanking at the ball on defense, trying to get the ball away from him. They knew he was the guy who was having problems with the football, but I thought Jaden Blue did a fantastic job in that football game of taking care of the football. I thought the Texas football team altogether offensively did a good job, and that was the offensive line. Thought they protected well. Thought the running backs picked up the blitz pretty well. Everybody was involved in this win offensively. Now, it wasn't a great game by Quinn Ewers, but it was a sound game. It was the kind of game that you needed in the playoffs when your run game is going for you, because that way they don't put a lot of pressure on the quarterback to have to make a lot of plays. And the plays that he did make with his feet and with his arm were fabulous. And they were not going to let Matthew Golden be the guy who won the game for Texas. They knew they could. if they could pin him down and get less targets to him, that they would have a chance in the football game. And they did have a chance in the football game because he didn't get that many targets. But what happened was they let everybody else loose. And Gunnar Helm came back to being the Gunnar Helm that we were used to seeing too throughout the course of the season, except for last week against Georgia. Gunnar Helm really played well, guys. And if you watch him and watch film of him, watch him run blocking too. He was fabulous in the run game, which he had been all season except for Georgia. But he's also fast in the passing game. And Quinn Ewers was looking for him in that football game. And they got that done in all aspects of the game. The other kids played well. They had a couple drops, which is unusual for this Texas wide receiving core, but it's been kind of back-to-back games where they're putting – and they've been easy catches. These haven't been difficult grabs. They haven't been offline targets. There have been targets that have been a little bit low where the guys are going down, and instead of making cradling catches like this, guys are – you talk about guys with their hands having to make catches using your hands, but there were a couple of catches that went right through the hands into the defender. One for the interception, but there's a couple catches where you can go ahead and get that ball right here that are low enough and get to the ground. Every catch doesn't have to be a catch and run. Your job basically is to catch the ball. And also in the running game, we got a chance to see Gibson play a little bit more. And this is the experience. I didn't think we'd see much of him for the remainder of the season, but there's another opportunity. And this is a young guy who's taking advantage of his opportunities to run the ball. They showed a lot of faith in him in short yardage. Once he got that short yardage carry, then he got other carries during the course of the game, and he is a workhorse. He really is. He is a thumper, and he ran the ball. He ran the ball well. As I said, his opportunities came, and he took advantage, Gibson, of those running plays.
Man, the Wendy CEO must have gotten to me. I was trying to make a joke about finding fingers in my chili, and I guess whoever that redheaded broad shut my computer. Wendy herself got to my laptop or something, man. I don't know what just happened. Sorry about that.
Yeah, BK, I was just saying there was enough of these balls thrown to these guys where they're kind of indecisive. Do I catch it this way, hands up, or do I catch it and cradle it into my body? And of course, the wide receivers coach is probably telling them, use your hands, get your hands out there. But there's some low balls that are in that chest area where they can cradle it. Like I said, every catch doesn't have to be a catch and run. I know most coaches would love for you to catch and run. Sometimes I like for you to just catch and fall, You don't always have to catch and run. Just make the catch first and don't let it ricochet off your body. That helps.
Yeah, it's weird because once again, that was not a problem at all for Texas.
No, they've been really sure-handed guys.
12 games of the year, but it
what is it? What do we have? Happy Valley? What are we? SMU's guys? But Gibson, as I was saying too,
they had an excuse at least.
Oh boy, did they ever have an excuse? It was cold and colder. I had talked to some people who they didn't go into the game until later in the game because it was so cold up there. But Gibson got his opportunity, BK. How about him getting a late opportunity this time of the season and them showing an awful lot of trust in that kid? I didn't think we'd see much of him from this, unless there was an injury.
Yeah, and there was. And look, the good news is we played the sound from Steve Sarkisian earlier. I mean, Trey Wisner's injury is not serious. Hell, he actually came back in the game and played after the play. He got hurt, but then they sort of took him out at one point in the third quarter and just let Jaden Blue and Jarrett Gibson carry the load the rest of the way.
He must have been banged up enough because that game wasn't like it was they had pulled away and they were going. I mean, you still needed to have your best ball carrier in the game. So it must be a little bit more than you think. Well, we'll find out today on a Monday.
They didn't need him. What do you mean? They didn't need him at that point. They won the game by 2 scores, and the backup had the 77-yard dagger touchdown.
Yeah, but the other guy was that's still a pretty inexperienced guy coming in, And like I said, they trusted in Jaden Blue early in the game, and they figured, you know what? He hadn't put it on the ground. And I said, if they don't trust in you early, they're not going to give it to you late. And he touched the ball late in the game, which was nice to see too, that they had that kind of faith in him.
It was good to see, right on that 77-yard touchdown run. Somebody texted in on the Coda text line bringing this up. I mean, Jaden Blue got hit by one defender, and you said it earlier. He ran through that arm tackle like it was nothing, but that guy got his hand very close to the football. And you think of Jaden Blue's fumbling issues that he's had all season long. Like there are games where I think Jaden Blue maybe coughs it up right there. But as he was running through the hole, he put that second hand over the football to cover it, broke through that tackle, and then was obviously off to the races after that. So I don't know if that's him. I don't know if that's coaching. Maybe it's a combination of both. But for him to, have the wherewithal to cover that football when running through that hole to make sure that that play could happen, that was cool to see for Jaden Blue. He showed up at the perfect time for Texas.
Yeah, and I was good to see Jake Majors get a little rest there too. As I said, when he hit that ground, that big old body hitting from that, that height was, and that wasn't one of those, oh, let's break your fall kind of deals. You know what I'm saying? When he hit, it was like a bag of coal hitting the ground, throwing it from up on the second floor of where I lived, throwing it down to the pavement there. He hit hard when he hit the ground, dude.
That's a metaphor that nobody besides you understands.
Oh, that's right. They don't know about bags of coal. Nobody ever had a coal stove.
You're throwing bags of coal from where you live now, or is this from your childhood?
No. When I grew up, I lived when I was down there with the Puerto Rican pool down in Hellertown, Pennsylvania. We had a coal stove that a coal truck used to pull up. BK, there's a to your basement. There was a coal bin where they filled up the bin with coal, actual coal. That truck would pull up, open up that big window, and that coal would go down into a big bin, and you'd shovel it into the coal stove down below. That's weird because that was in the 70s. That wasn't like it was the 50s or the 40s. I had a coal stove. You didn't. You've been using gas and electric all your life because you're a child of that time. You never had the hard times and the 6 feet of snow and all that other kind of shit.
Oh, I had the hard times, dude.
Oh yeah. Crossing the mean streets.
The mean streets of far north Dallas.
Yeah.
Right? Don't call it Plano. Don't call it Richardson. It was far north Dallas.
Far north, yeah.
I was on the other side of the tracks, man.
Wow.
A lot of snow.
Jones. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. I don't think I had the Jerry Jones lifestyle, but I had it all right.
Yeah, here's some listeners that probably had coal stoves at one time.
You think so?
Well, there's people that listen to us that are 65, 70 years old. Yeah, some of them have had coal bins in their house where the truck delivered that shit in there, and they had to have a little shovel to keep it warm at night. You had to go up in the middle of the night and throw in a couple buckets of that stuff in there.
Hey, I guess 0 is a number, so we have had a number of folks have to do that at some point in their lives.
Absolutely.
That's good. All right, here's more from Steve Sarkisian. We got 3 different cuts from Sark talking about the run game. Of course, that was the story from Texas's 2-touchdown victory over Clemson. We'll start with the bounce back. Once again, Texas could not run the ball against Georgia. It cost them in the SEC championship game. So what did Texas do differently, and how were the guys able to respond after not being able to run it well against Georgia?
Just put up what it takes to win each game. I cover it from a special team standpoint, an offensive standpoint, a defensive standpoint, and then a team standpoint. And one of the first bullet points I put up in this room was run to win. That we needed to run the football to win this game, and we're going to need to run the football to advance in these playoffs, and that's what playoff football is about. So we really challenged them on the run game, and from the opening meeting, getting ready for the ball game, to the intent in which we practiced, I thought we had a good plan. I thought Quinn did a great job. On both Jaden Blue's touchdown runs, those were audibles by Quinn to that run. And so, one, him handling the run game, and then 2, that mechanism at the line of scrimmage of getting that check and then blocking it really well to spring him on those 2 runs. So there's a lot that goes into the run game. We always say the run game takes all 11, and all 11 did it tonight.
Yeah, and the pass protection the same way. It takes everybody in pass protection. It's not just the offensive line; it's the backs, the quarterback, it's the wide receivers reading the defense, and it takes a lot to make these plays go. But that long run was blocked so well. And once again, if I get a running back one-on-one with anybody, I expect the running back for me to win that battle about 80% of the time. I expect my runner one-on-one is going to make something happen. Not 77 yards, but that's going to get a good chunk from, especially where he got touched.
Yeah, that was the longest play from scrimmage for Texas this season. And it came at the perfect time because Clemson had stolen a lot of the momentum back. Right, they had cut a 31-10 deficit to 31-24. folks at DKR were starting to get a little nervous, right? There was still
Sure.
more than enough time for Clemson to get the ball back and find a way to tie it. And then how about a nice 2-play, 83-yard drive capped off by a 77-yard touchdown run? And Kelvin Banks got to the second level, took the linebacker out of the play. No surprise at all, but I saw PFF tweet this out yesterday. Kelvin Banks, 32 pass block snaps on Saturday. 0 pressures allowed. Forget sacks. Usually look at how many sacks does an offensive lineman allow. Forget a sack. Kelvin Banks didn't allow a single pressure, and obviously he was a huge part of Texas's ability to block for the run too. Like that guy, running behind that guy in a big moment in the game, never a bad idea.
No, it's not a bad idea. And, they did, like I said, last year, they didn't do a lot of that because I don't think he was as good at the run game as he is this year. He's taken a huge step when it comes to running the ball. They run the ball behind him now. As good as that run by Jaden Blue was, that first run around the right corner down the sideline was, to me, even better. You're talking about a guy getting the corner on you with guys with angles. He took away their angles so quick. He was around that corner, down that sideline, dude, and he was lifting up his legs. He had another 80 in him right there. That was the one that wasn't even close. The other one, he was gliding in with 30 yards to go. This one they would have never seen him in 2 days if he would have been running. They could have kept running after him. They would have lost sight of him. He could have just kept on going. When he cut the corner, he was on a dead sprint. That wasn't a jog. That was a dead sprint around that corner. That was awesome.
Normally, I'm not a fan of explosive runs, but in this case, a fan of explosive runs.
Wow.
Needed some of those. Here's more from Steve Sarkisian, just talking about the importance of the run game and giving a little bit more love to the Texas offensive line.
The run game is really important for us on a lot of levels. One, our offense is better when we can run it because then the balance can really kick in for us, and to be able to run it, to throw it, to screen it, to RPO, and not all those things were there tonight. I thought we were aggressive, and Quinn was aggressive down the field. We got a couple pass interference calls. He hits Matt Golden for a big one. I didn't see the play with Wingo on another deep ball. And so it kind of opens up a lot that we do. And I think naturally when we can run it effectively, and teams have to prepare for a lot when they're getting ready to play us. As far as the offensive line, I mean, what a credit to Trevor Gooseby. A few weeks ago, Kelvin goes down 7 plays in. He goes in at left tackle against A&M and then starts against Georgia at left tackle. Today, Cam Williams goes down. He goes in and plays right tackle. Jake Majors gets knocked out. Hayden Connor slides into center, and Cole Hudson goes and plays left guard, who had been playing right guard, rotating with DJ Campbell. And so, I give a lot of credit to Kyle Flood on that because he's the master of cross-training these guys and getting them to understand the why we cross-train. And we needed it tonight. We've needed it here the last month or so of this season, but today more so than ever of guys being able to play multiple positions.
Yeah, I mean, once again, the game of football, you need explosive plays. And to have that in the run game, that takes an awful lot off your quarterback. Your quarterback then can sit back and read what he has to do. When you get those explosive runs, you turn around and hand the ball off, and they're getting 6 and 7 and 5 and 8 yard eclipse, 77 yards, getting the corner on teams. I know Sark likes to be balanced, and I know that screen game is going to come in and I don't like, the plays – when Quinn Ewers turns his back to the defense on fakes, BK, I get nervous because I always see, for some odd reason, in my mind, I see somebody coming off the corner, some unblocked dude coming off the corner because teams are starting to bring cornerbacks in not only college football, but NFL football. NFL football, they used to leave those corners back, a lot of 2 deep coverage and stuff, 2 high safeties. Now they start sneaking guys up. They put them on the line, and those son of a bees come off the corner and unblock at your quarterback. And then everybody says, well, that's on your quarterback to make those guys to make the play off of where they vacate that area. But when you turn your back to the defense, I mean, some of those play action passes that Quinn has, I go, oh no, please don't have a corner coming on the backside now, or he doesn't see this guy hit him because he's going to cough it up. And then when they did that screen where they did that reverse deal, when he turns his back, I'm like, this is taking a long time. I'm going 1,001, 1,002, throw it in the stands, do something with it. Don't make it a lateral, but boy, when that collision happened, that just looked like a bad car wreck. Like somebody could have avoided something, but 3 guys couldn't avoid each other. It was just all at one spot. and two of them laid there. And I'm like, and one of them is, two of them are UT guys. The other guy on defense that causes the wreck is up already. And I'm looking at two guys laid down, and one then sits up. The running back sits up. I'm going, okay, he'll be back. But the offensive lineman stays down for a while. We go to commercial. I'm like, shit, what just happened?
I'm not going to lie, because they showed the replay a couple of times at the stadium, and I thought Cam Williams was done. Like, not just done for that game, but like done for the season. And, he's going to need major reconstructive surgery in that leg. And, like, we'll see if he's back at the start of next season.
He got up after the commercial. When the commercial came back, he got up. That was nice.
Yeah, it didn't look good. And then, like, he was back in the game. Now, he only played one play before he checked himself out of the game. He looked over to the sideline and shook his head like, I can't do it. But, you heard Sark after the game say he was going to get an MRI. We'll see what the results are. But the fact that he came back into the game
absolutely
tells you that it wasn't some major torn.
It shows a bit of toughness it shows you a lot of toughness about the kid.
Yeah, it does. But if it was a torn CL or something.
No, he's not coming back.
I don't give a damn how tough the kid is. They're not letting him back in the game.
No.
So the fact that they let him back in the game means that he got cleared by the doctors in some form or fashion. And hopefully Texas has dodged the bullet. But yeah, that maybe, he's screen Sarkisian. The screen game is a huge part of this offense. But maybe we retire that one for the rest of the year.
The reverse screen where you turn your back and then flip it out there.
Whatever that play was, like you can't have Wisner and Williams getting hurt on the same play.
No, whatever play it is, you can't have two of your guys get blown up.
No.
Two for the price of one. One tackler takes out two guys.
Yeah, I thought Sark called a great game. And look, when you're able to run the ball, that's the beauty of running the ball, right? Like it just makes life so much easier for everybody. Makes life easier on the quarterback, makes life easier on the play caller, makes life easier on the offense as a whole. It's not as hard to call plays when you're able to run it, but credit Sark for sticking with the run, for coming up with different runs. They were able to run it to the right. They were able to run it to the left. Just everything that he was seemingly calling in the run game was working on Saturday. So whatever he schemed up, whatever he found on film to attack this Clemson defense, it worked pretty much to perfection, as Texas almost had 500 yards of total offense in a playoff game. That's not easy to do.
And that defensive line, Ethan Burks and those guys on the outside, you're talking about guys who held the fort and pressured. Mr. Sherrell's son was everywhere in that game. Boy, did he have a good game.
He did. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, those guys are physical on the outside. They didn't give up that. They didn't have much to get. They still had to keep the quarterback in the pocket, where a guy with his athletic ability could bounce outside, get you going inside and bounce outside. They did a good job of containing him in that game. And they were strong against the run. They didn't have much. They didn't have a run game. I know that's not the best of the runners they were ever going to see, but they did a good job. They did what they had to do on the outside in that football game. And those linebackers can run. They flowed. I saw David Benda have a pretty good game physically inside, and he should, because, as I said, they didn't have the stout runners, that you thought, with the big guy not playing well and being hurt, he wasn't much of a factor inside. But when he did try to run inside, Benda was there. He did a good job.
And Benda had the stop on the 3rd and goal from the 1 in that fourth quarter. He was able to get Klubnik. I think Taft kind of combined on that tackle. But, yeah, David Benda doesn't play a ton of snaps for this defense, but he made his presence known.
He did.
On Saturday. All right, we'll get in. We're behind on sponsors, Buck. We'll get more of the Texas defense. We haven't talked about Quinn Ewers, which to me shows how good he was on Saturday. The fact that we've made it an hour into the show and we have not really mentioned Quinn's name once. We'll talk about his performance as well. But before any of that, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive non-surgical and surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, knees, ankles, elbows, the whole work. Dr. Danny and Dr. Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Remember this, Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And some love to our friends at centextickets.com. Hey, if you want to be like me and some of the rest of our TSU gang and be in Atlanta on January 1st when the Longhorns play their next game, only one place you need to go to get your tickets. That is centextickets.com. Doesn't matter that it's not a home game. They still got tickets for you. Right now, over at centextickets.com. If you want to watch Texas play Arizona State in the Peach Bowl, which is the Longhorns' first ever trip to the Peach Bowl. If you want to be there, one place to go, centextickets.com. And don't forget the promo code CENTEX10. Ticket prices aren't very high for this game. If you type in CENTEX10, you're going to get an additional 10% off your ticket purchase. And of course, it's not just Texas football. They've got Cowboys tickets, Texans tickets, hockey, basketball, baseball, you name it, concerts, festivals, shows. They've got it all in one place at centextickets.com.
Love them. And also 34 Wine and Spirits. Don't forget the big party's coming up, Christmas in a couple days. If you haven't got your alcohol that you need for your Christmas parties, or you're taking it over to the relatives, or if they're coming to your home, go by 34 Wine and Spirits. They have all your spirits needs at 34 Wine and Spirits, where you'll pick up your All-Stat beer. Believe me, I saw cases upon cases of All-Stat beer there, and they won't be there for long. So head on by there today and tomorrow.
You're going to need them. You're going to need them. Whether you've got holiday parties or just family coming to town, you're going to have your All-Stat beer to get you through the holiday season and to get you through the rest of football season as well. There's no other beer you need to be drinking. The new slogan for Alt-Stat beer: stop drinking piss, drink Alt-Stat.
Why are you drinking piss?
I still haven't verified that with William and the crew.
Verify that.
Yeah, I better ask them, make sure they actually enjoy that new slogan that I've come up with for them. But hey, there's a lot of beer out there. I get that. It can be overwhelming when you're at the grocery store or at 34 Wine and Spirits looking at all the options. Stop looking. Just get Alt-Stat and thank me later. It's that good. You won't regret it. And of course, whatever you're doing this holiday season and for the remainder of football season, please remember to drink Alt-Stat responsibly. It is Alt-Stat beer. No impurities, no regrets. Okay, Buck, you want to go Texas defense here? You want to go Quinn Ewers here?
Let's go Quinn Ewers, because we haven't talked a lot about Quinn Ewers.
Quinn Ewers was fantastic. He was fantastic. And it's not the sexiest stat line in the world. 17 of 24, 202 yards, 1 touchdown. Did have 1 interception, but we talked about it earlier. That was a perfect ball that for some reason DeAndre Moore decided instead of catching, he wanted to hit it to the other team.
He thought he was playing volleyball. He thought he would just bat it up so that they can spike it.
Yeah, and Texas had 3 or 4 drops. Quinn Ewers had 7 incompletions in the game, and I think there were 4 drops on the Texas receivers. So I thought he was sharp. I thought he was confident. I thought he was decisive. I thought he was efficient. I thought he was accurate. I mean, the deep ball to Matthew Golden was great. He threw a perfect ball to Ryan Wingo down the field that Wingo couldn't hole in. Maybe the DB was able to get a hand on it last second. Quinn Ewers with good deep balls was able to draw 3 pass interference penalties down the field. So obviously he doesn't get credit for those yards, but that's 45 more yards that Texas picked up in the passing game because Quinn Ewers made the right decision. Like, I thought he didn't have to be a superhero, but he did a really, really good job on Saturday, Buck.
Yeah, I mean, when you're running the ball the way they ran, it's going to really help him out. It helps his game out. And when he's throwing that intermediate ball, the one across the middle with the nice firm ball where guys can catch it, which they're supposed to, then he is really, really good. And when he starts looking for Gunnar Helm, when he finds that guy, that's when he has his best games. When he finds him early, gets the ball to him, picks up those first downs, keeps the chains moving, builds up his confidence. And I thought he looked good in the pocket. I didn't see any limping around. I thought he looked pretty good when he was taking off and running out of the pocket. I think he did some smart things with the football in that game. And I mean, that's just a credit to him. It's a credit to Sark getting him prepared there. He's out of that whole, when they come on the broadcast, they're always talking about, he's got this special boot on. I'm like, I don't even want to hear about that shit. Just don't even tell me about if he's got it on or if he's got it off. I can't tell the difference between the way he plays now. I think he looks pretty sharp. I think he looks physically ready to go. I think he'll take off when he has to. I think he's made some good decisions. I'm always expecting 1 interception, even though it's not his fault. It's still an interception. It's going to go against him. Sorry.
You're not blaming him for that, are you?
No, that was a pick right through a guy's hand, through his hands, not off his helmet or off his back, through his hands and then off his body. Yeah, that one was that was a double whammy. That went through the guy. That went here. It wasn't like it hit up here or he one-handed tipped it. I mean, it hit him in here, bounced off his chest. My God. But he's just got that. He's going to have one of those a game.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess even when it's not his fault, apparently
even when it's not his fault, it's going to be his fault.
Yeah, but hey, look, Clemson, I mean, only turned the ball over one time against a Clemson defense that led college football in takeaways the last 2
And boy,
seasons.
they were going after the ball too. Anytime a runner had it or a receiver had it, those guys, I see why they get the turnovers. Maybe they ought to try making the tackles.
Right. Yeah, I know coaches would tell you they want 0 turnovers. Fans want 0 turnovers. Players want 0 turnovers. But against a team that has taken it away more than 2 times per game this season, and once again, against a team that has more takeaways than any other team in college football the last 2 seasons, to only turn it over one time, I'd say that's a win. I would have absolutely signed up for that before the game. And
yeah, I thought when as the game went on, I was thinking maybe this group that gets all these turnovers may spend a little bit more time tackling guys, like bringing them down instead of trying to swipe at the ball. How about some form tackles? That would help too.
We didn't need to see any of that. I thought
Clemson
did a great job.
By the way, we didn't see any of that.
Yeah, I thought Clemson did a great job tackling on Saturday. They did a great job tackling.
Fabulous.
And also, man, Sark said it in one of the pieces of audio we played. The 2 Jaden Blue touchdown runs, Quinn Ewers checked to those plays. And I'd like to give myself some credit here.
Okay.
I noticed that in the stands at DKR.
You notice him checking out to that runoff tackle, left tackle?
Well, I was at the game with my girl's family, so I wasn't as drunk as I normally am.
Oh, so you were calling plays in the stands for the family.
You're on to something, but I wasn't going Tony Romo and calling shit before it happened and saying, "Ooh,
were you looking down the aisles, telling the people what's coming next? Were you saying these?
I had wristbands on. I was looking at my wristband.
Did you go, here we go?
I had AirPods in. I was acting like I was in the coach's helmet, right? I was connected to the headset.
For the family.
No, I said, it was just after the fact. I was like, man, Quinn checked to that play. Like, it was obvious. I mean, if you're looking for it, I'm no football genius. I'm far from it. But you could tell on both of those runs, Quinn Ewers, did something. Just gave a little signal to the offensive line. He turned around and told the running back something on both of those plays. And that's experience right there. So that's the stuff. Like, once again, the stat line, 17 of 24, 202 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. That's not a super sexy stat line, but everything that Quinn did in the passing game, and then with him checking to the 2 best runs that Texas had during the game, that's the experience. That's the skill. Quinn Ewers deserves a ton of credit for Texas's win.
I mean, I'll tell you what, that's some of the funniest stuff too. I remember when Doug Flutie and guys like Jeff George would check out of runs. Now, James Brown didn't do much out of it because Makovic never let him do that. But he would. Jeff George used to. I said, "What are you telling my guy when you're telling Griff to move over there?" He goes, "Hey, dummy, do you know where you're going? I just checked out of that play." He said, "I said, did you ever say him by name?" He goes, "No, I can just say, hey, dummy, do you know what we're doing here?"
Dummy.
Oh God.
Dummy. Yeah.
The quarterbacks always look at the run backs and, hey, you dope. Do you know I just checked out of that play? Why are you still on this side? You know, when they shift them over, BK, they tell them, they're like, hey, didn't you just hear me change the play? Hey, dummy, get over on that side. You're getting the ball.
The other 10 guys are dummy, huh?
Oh, no. He's telling the running back. He thinks everybody else has heard it, but the guy who's standing next to him, he has to call him the dummy.
Yeah.
You know, hey, dope, why are you still over here? I just changed the play. You belong over there. So when you see those guys run over there late, that's the quarterback telling him, get your ass over there. I just changed the play, dummy.
He's the guy right next to him, and he's the guy who's got to hear it twice, huh?
Yeah, he's got to hear it 16 times.
That's funny. Yeah, that's funny. And look, I mean, Arch Manning played a little bit. It's good to see him get some snaps. They did call a pass for Arch Manning. Now, I will credit Arch because in the 2 starts he had early in the season, he was just throwing a bunch of YOLO balls down the field. And they had a couple of guys running deep on that play. There was nothing there. So Arch Manning instead on a 3rd and short just takes off and runs. He gets the first down, and he did his job there. So you did get your wish with more Arch Manning snaps. I think both of us wanted that. But they did try a pass play for Arch Manning, even though he didn't throw it.
And what happened to the snap? Was that a new center in at the time with that ball?
Well, I mean, it wasn't Jake Majors, but it was the same center who was in for, 2.5 quarters.
Okay.
So, yeah, it was weird. I mean,
Texas picked snap. It was quick. He just barely got under there, and that ball came flying.
That play shouldn't have happened because Texas picked up, Jared Gibson got the first down on the 3rd down. They called him short. They went to review. It looked pretty clear and obvious to me.
I thought he fell over for the first down.
Yeah, Like at the stadium, I mean, we were biased, but people at the stadium thought he got it. And then I went back and watched the TV broadcast, and Dave Pash and Dusty Dvorak both said, "Oh, that's a first down. That's it.
Sure.
Game over." And the ref said, "Nope, not enough to overturn it." So instead, Texas has to run that fourth down play. Bad. Arch Manning at least fell on the football, right? Instead of trying to pick it up.
He got there quickly. I'm glad he didn't try to scoop that up and do anything with it.
Yeah, because Clemson, they pick it up and return it for a touchdown. Then look, they still need an onside kick and a minor miracle to win. But obviously, you give them a better chance to win than just by falling on it. So
I'm glad it wasn't the old fumble-rooski again.
No, that wasn't intentional or anything like that.
Yeah,
that was just a little bit of a whiff there. So Arch played a little bit more, which was good to see. It was also good to see Texas have more success in the red zone. They were 4 for 5. They had 5 trips into the red zone, 4 scores, 3 touchdowns, 1 field goal. They did have 1 turnover on downs, which came after the interception, which kind of sucked because that, the Texas defense made a huge play. Clemson doesn't turn it over a lot. They got the ball deep into Clemson territory and then went 4 and out.
How was your kicker in the game?
I mean, he made 1 chip shot field goal from 25, 22, whatever it was yards.
Automatic.
Yeah, he hasn't missed from under 40 this year. So, 22-yard field goal, and he made his 5 extra points. So, no complaints with Bert Auburn.
How do we do punting? Do we average over 40? No. Do we average over 36, 38?
Yeah, only 1 punt and went for 42 yards.
There you go. That's all we're looking for. We'll give you a scholarship.
Nah, I don't know about that. I mean, they brought in a transfer portal punter. That guy's getting a scholarship. They're not giving it to Michael Kern. Sorry about that, Mike. Maybe he already is on scholarship. I actually don't know. I know he's a freshman that Texas recruited this past year. Sam says, not sure why Sark doesn't take the points. Because the kicker sucks, Sam. There's not points. We talked about this last week. There's no points to be taken when your kicker can't make them outside.
The original field goal they went for. I was thinking at that time, I was like, there's so much time in this game. Go ahead and go for it. It's not going to hurt. It's not going to hurt anything.
Yeah. I mean, look,
it wasn't going to be a 3-point game anyway.
No, it was 21-7 at the time where Texas turned it over on downs. And I will say this, the 4th and 1 happened from the Clemson 17-yard line. So that's a 34 to 35-yard field goal, which Bert Auburn hasn't missed one of those this season. So he could have taken the points in that spot, but I didn't have any issue with him.
I'll just say this. This is the direction of football in general now. You get down there and it's fourth and 2 or less, BK. There are a lot of people really smart coaches are saying, screw that. We need touchdowns.
Well, that's what the numbers say. Like Sark wasn't asked about this after the game because it was kind of a moot point. Texas did a lot of other things right, but like I would guess the analytics in that spot would have told Texas to go for it there. So a lot of coaches, no coach will say they only rely on analytics. They'll say we look at the numbers and then I make the decision.
I get a feel for the game. I get a feel. That was his feel for the game. I got it. I understood it.
I would think the analytics would have said go for it there too. So I don't think that was like Sark going against the book or the nerds or the math, whatever you want to call it. I think, look, Texas ran the ball. Their running backs averaged 7.66 yards a carry. It was 4th down and 1. They thought their running back could get 1 yard there. And he couldn't on 3rd down. They handed it off to Gibson on 3rd down. It didn't work. And then they tried the little pitch to Blue on the outside on 4th down, and it didn't work. So, hey, the other guys are on scholarship too. Clemson made a couple of good plays there.
You're right. They have to make good plays too. Texas does the same to everybody else.
Yeah. I mean, the play didn't work. So if you just want to say, oh, it was a bad decision, what am I supposed to say? But in real time, without the benefit of hindsight, I had
that was the time. That was the time.
Yeah, you're up 21-7. Like it's not like, oh, you're down and you need to get points on the board because your offense is struggling. It's like, no. And then what did Clemson do after that? They fumbled the football. So it's not like they benefited from, or excuse me, they punted. They went 3 and out and punted.
Yeah, but you look back in retrospect, that could have been that game. Texas could have really boat raced that group right there, especially since they couldn't run the ball. But for me, I just thought it was just a solid enough. For me right now, I'm into winning the games and moving along here because they get tougher and tougher. Arizona State, as good as they they think they are, their defense is going to have to pick up the pace because they've not seen anything like this before either in the Big 12.
Yeah.
So they've got their hands full too. I think, we tend to look and say, well, Texas got its hands full with this running back from Arizona. Well, that kid's not going against a defense like this. And for Arizona State's defense, they haven't seen anything like this. They haven't seen the type of players that Texas has.
No, the reason, look, Texas won and covered. So I'm a big subscriber to the good teams win, great teams cover theory. And Texas did cover over the weekend, so we'll take it. But the reason it wasn't, if you would have told me Texas was going to score 38, I would have said, oh, that's a 4-score victory right there. Like, I didn't think Clemson was going to get to 20. The reason the game was as close as it was the defense had its worst game of the year. Like, they did. I mean, they did a lot of great things, and that goal line stand is just that's what they do. It's what they've done all year long. But 24 points wasn't the highest number. It's the second highest number they've given up this season. The highest was the first game against Georgia where they gave up 30, but that was because the offense turned it over 4 times and kept giving Georgia short fields.
Well, that's what's supposed to happen when you're playing against the best quarterback you've seen the entire season.
Yeah, I mean, look, Texas gave up 412 yards of offense. Buck, the most they had given up before Saturday was 329. That was against Florida. Texas was up 42-0, and they put all their backups in, and they gave up a bunch of guard. That's the only time an offense has gone for anything close to that. Clemson goes for 412, and you had the opening drive of the game where Clemson went 12 plays for 75 yards, took up half of the first quarter, and then in the second half when Clemson got back into it, 55-yard scoring drive, 64-yard scoring drive, 73-yard scoring drive, back to back to back. Like that stuff we had not seen all season long, and that's where you tip your cap to Cade Klubnik, because without a running game, I mean, him and the Clemson receivers were finding ways to move the ball, and they were making Texas pretty miserable on defense.
Yeah, they had a nice little tight end too, number 9. He was pretty good too.
Yeah,
he's a big 6'6" guy. They had used him all year, but we really didn't talk about him much. He came into that game and did a pretty good job.
Yeah, he did. He's one of the seniors, right? It's a pretty young team, and Clemson's going to be back. I mean, I think they'll be back in the playoff next year. But Brenningstool's a guy who's been there forever, and he was really, really good. And look, I mean, here's another number to just show you how weird Saturday was. Texas had played 13 games before this weekend. They'd given up 4 passing touchdowns all season. Cade Klubnik had 3 on Saturday.
Yep.
So, he was awesome. He was awesome. And the defense was uncharacteristically average. I don't want to say they were bad. They weren't bad.
No, they were just
average.
And they just, as I said, they found an individual they could get after a little bit too. So, not everybody's going to have a great game every week. So when you find a guy that's a little bit not playing as well as he's played, you go after that dude, and they stayed after him.
And dude, there were some of those plays. Look, Muhammad got beat on a few of them. This is not to absolve him of any of the blame. He's got to play better because Sam Levin and Arizona State are going to go after him in a couple of weeks or
yes, they are.
Half. But there were a couple of those. I thought I was watching Michael Penix out there. Last year, we've dunked on the Texas secondary from last season a lot, and in that Sugar Bowl, there was a lot of reason to dunk on them. But some of those plays, it was just you tip your cap. The defender was pretty close. The quarterback
there were a lot of aggressive plays by guys. I mean, Manny Muhammad, a lot of guys had hands in there. Those are just really great throws.
Sometimes you just give credit where credit's due. And
I just had a hard time giving those freshman wide receivers all their dues, but they're going to be good for years to come there. They're tall. They've got pretty good hands. They run really nice routes. And they had it schemed up pretty well where they could get some one-on-ones against Muhammad. I mean, and if you're not having your best game and they go after you, they're going to keep – by the way, they didn't go after the Thorpe Award guy. They weren't trying to run their best plays against that dude.
No, and nor should they because that guy's awesome. But, yeah, Manny Muhammad, a day he would likely want to forget. 8 targets. He allowed 6 catches for 120 yards.
Yeah, they get after him a little bit. Yeah.
And don't get it twisted. I love Zay. Of course I love Zay. Everyone knows that. Zay's been ragging on Manny Muhammad, and there have been some Texas fans who have been ragging on Manny Muhammad, saying he's having a bad year. He entered Saturday with 257 passing yards allowed through 13 games.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's 19.8 yards per game allowed. The most he had given up in a game before Saturday was 43 yards. He's been very good. He hasn't been as good as Jahdae Barron because Nobody's been as good as Jahdae Barrett.
Right.
So, of course, other teams are going to throw it his way a little bit more, and he's going to give up a little bit more. Don't turn this into it. Manny Muhammad has sucked all year, and he's got to play a lot better.
Oh, no, he's not sucked all year. He just like the tight end last week had their worst games. You know, the tight end Gunnar Hell makes a return, a week from the championship game, and he looks like his normal self again. And Manny Muhammad will do the same, but that doesn't mean they won't try to pick on him. But they won't have it. But there may be some quarterbacks even from this point on that may not be as good as what we just saw.
Yeah, and I got faith Muhammad's going to figure it out. And I'm glad you brought that up, Buck, because I'm thinking, like, look, I don't think this is recency bias here. I feel like we were praising Cade Klubnik a lot last week. I mean, this guy was one of 2 Power 4 quarterbacks to account for more than 40 touchdowns this season. The other guy was Cam Ward, who won the Davey O'Brien Award, who was a Heisman finalist this year. So, like, Cade Klubnik is awesome. I'm looking at all of the other 7 teams that are still left in the playoff. Like, how many quarterbacks are better than Klubnik? Dylan Gabriel is, for sure.
There you go. There's the one guy.
If Texas gets Oregon in the semifinal, then, yeah,
Look
Dylan
out.
Gabriel, we know. We saw him. He was a Heisman finalist, too.
Right.
He's awesome. Is Will Howard at Ohio State better than Cade Klubnik?
No, he just has he just has a team around him with the run game that's going to make it easier for him. That's it.
Right. Like Riley Leonard at Notre Dame. Is he better than Cade Klubnik?
No.
Drew Aller at Penn State?
No.
Maddox Madsen at Boise State?
Not even close.
Like Gunnar Stockton back up at Georgia?
No. Once again, they've got run games that can support what they do. That's the difference.
Yeah. So just from a quarterback standpoint, like I don't know if there's anybody outside of Dylan Gabriel who can do that against this defense. So that's the good news. Like Sam Leavitt at Arizona State, he can run and he can throw. So you're going to have to deal with another dual threat quarterback in the next round, but he ain't Cade Klubnik.
No.
I don't know. Once again, I think Dylan Gabriel's the only obvious he's better than Cade Klubnik left in these playoffs.
Yeah, and I'm hoping the kid from Arizona State will try to play so far outside the box where he will just want to be a runner because he's got some talented wide receivers to throw to. But if he makes those throws in there, that's fine with me. I'd rather see him throw it. I don't like him when he takes off and goes with the ball because he really is a pretty good runner, and he's done a great job of that this season.
Yeah, so he doesn't get enough love.
If he wants to throw it down the field, okay, I trust that Manny Muhammad has already had his game, and I trust the rest of them will pick some of those balls that he throws out there. What I don't like for him to do is if their run game's going and him starting to run with that hurts. That's where it hurts.
Yeah, and look, most people don't really know who Sam Leavitt is, right? When you're talking about Arizona State, it's Cam Scatterbo, the running back.
Yeah, and most of his runs are designed off of play action pass stuff where he drops back and then he doesn't see his first throw and then he just takes off. He doesn't go through all these progression 1, 2, 3 to 4. That guy, after 1 or 2, he's gone.
Yeah, that's a good play.
That's when he's effective to me.
Don't sleep on him. Like you're going to hear Cam Scatterbo's name 5,000 times between now and next Wednesday. Don't ignore Sam Leavitt. It's his first year as a starter, which I think that's another benefit because Cade Klubnik has started for 3 years. He's played in a lot of big games.
Yes, he has.
Sam Leavitt, the Michigan State transfer, his first year at Arizona State, his first year as a starter. He's not been in a game anywhere close to this.
No.
So it's going to be tough, but he's a good player. He can run a little bit, but he's not Cade Klubnik.
He just seems to make those weird timely runs. You know what I mean? The ones where you think, okay, we got him. Then 3rd and 12, 3rd and 8. That's when he makes his runs and he ends up getting your first downs. Those are the killers. Not the ones where he runs for 4 yards and you say, oh, that's as good as a run. No, screw that. You can have a bunch of that crap all day long. It's the bag breakers that give them first downs that he seems to find. And that's when he does run. BK, if he has a decision whether to throw it or run it, he would rather run it. He's sort of like Cade too. He'll decide. He'll make that decision early if he thinks he can beat you to the spot. And he's a pretty good athlete.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. And yeah.
But you're going to hear about Scatterbo. That's all you're going to hear about.
Well, Texas just played the best quarterback it's played all season. Yeah. And now they're about to play the best running back they've played all season. So,
absolutely.
Scatterbo's going to get his. The Texas run defense is elite. It's one of the best in the country. I feel good about Texas's chances. I think everybody does. Texas opened up as a 13.5-point favorite against Arizona State. but they're going to get a new set of challenges and something that they haven't seen before with Cam Scatterbo, because he's, a top 3 running back in America.
Yes.
So they have not seen a top 3 running back in America yet.
Yeah, and then he becomes and then he becomes a receiver because they like to screen it out to him too.
Sure. No, he's a weapon.
Yeah, he's got good hands.
He's a weapon. All right. We got to get to the other games, Buck. We got to get some thoughts on.
I just won those other games. You don't have to talk about them. I won those.
You won.
Easy winners.
Should have put money on Ohio State too. You didn't have the Buckeyes.
Oh, that was too easy too. Come on.
Yeah, we'll get to the other 3 games. Obviously, more Texas and Clemson before we wrap up our show at the top of the hour. But before we dive back into the football, Buck, we got to give a few more sponsor shout-outs.
Yeah, hello, our good friends over at Sue Patrick's. I think we'll be there tomorrow over at Sue Patrick. And, of course, they've got that incredible selection of Longhorn apparel, folks. They've got all the wonderful hats. Check it out right there. They've got the hats. They've got the polos. They got the Tommy Bahamas. They got everything you need. They have the winter jackets that are out. Also the hoodies. If you feel like it's winter creeping upon you, go over to Sue Patrick. The snow globe is there. The books are there. You name it, they have got it. And it's mostly Texas theme items. You won't see any Aggie material in there, I don't believe. They've tried, but it hadn't worked. So go on over to Sue Patrick, get all the gear for your trip to Atlanta again and your trips to come, as a matter of fact. You can get it all there. Plus online shopping, orders over $49, free curbside pickup. How about this? And plenty of space for parking at 5222 Burnham Road. And do join us. I think we will be there tomorrow. Come join us tomorrow for sure. Yep. We'll have some things for you there. And Sue Patrick will have plenty of things for you at Sue Patrick. Go to SuePatrick.com for all the shipping. And I think can they get it there before Christmas? Today is Monday. No, not going to get there now, is it?
No.
Jay's probably going to say something about 2 seconds from now and say, oh, no, we can get it there.
No. You can go to the store. The store's open today and tomorrow.
That's right. Definitely come by the store. Make that trip. Come on down to 5222. You don't have to fight. You don't have to fight for a spot. Right there in front, they'll have plenty of parking just for you. Yes, I can't get any more things there. I've been told I'm cut off.
I've got to go today, so I have not been cut off.
I've been cut off for a long time.
And you keep buying stuff. I was about to say, your wife cut you off like 2 months ago, and here you are still buying stuff.
I've been cut off for years. I've been married for 5 years now. So I've been.
I guarantee
it's not like you're going to first time.
I guarantee you're going to buy something tomorrow too, even though you're cut off.
Yeah, I there's some things I could look for.
There you go. All right. Shout out to Sue Patrick. Also, some love to our friends at McCall Custom Homes.
Yes.
Hey, if you're traveling this week and you're tired of traveling during the holiday season because, well, traveling during the holiday season is the worst, maybe it's time to call McCall Custom Homes. So your home is the place that other people travel to, right? Like you don't have the kitchen that's good enough to cook for all your friends and family. You don't have the outdoor space that's fun enough to host. You don't have bathrooms that are good enough to host a bunch of guests. Stop doing that. Stop going to other people's houses. Upgrade your house with McCall Custom Homes. They're custom home builders, but more importantly, custom home renovators that can turn your home into something truly, truly special. And they've been doing that here in Austin for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team, family business that's been around Central Texas for 40 years. So they got you covered. Don't just take my word for it. Go to their Facebook page, go to their Instagram, search McCall Custom Homes, and you'll see some of the great jobs that they've done over the last 4 decades. When you're ready, give our buddy Mike a call or a text, 512-633-9580. It's 512-633-9580, or you can email him, Mike at McCallCustomHomes.com. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
And thank the folks over at Leaf Landscaping Supply Services, of course. Monterey Oaks down by where you are out south, and Pond Springs Road up north. My garden looks fabulous, BK. My broccoli's growing. I got my lettuce. I had one of the best turkey sandwiches that I've ever had. Went out and sliced got some of the lettuce out of the garden, threw some tomatoes, some mayo on that turkey the other day. It was the best sandwich I've had so far 2024. As the year goes out, it was great. And thanks to the folks at Leaf, they got me going and getting my garden all right, all the fertilizers that I need. And if you're looking to do the same thing with landscape around your home, please call on the experts at Leaf Landscape and Supply Services. Mention Texas Sports Unfiltered and get 10% off of your purchase. It's not too late. Believe me.
Wow. You've been raising some thunder chicken in your backyard?
No. The lettuce rancher is in full bloom right now. My lettuce, my heads look good out there, poking out of the ground. I'm waiting for my broccoli to come through. And I'm sorry I didn't do potatoes, but I'm trying to do some strawberries for the first time. I've been it's like going and taking strawberries, putting them in the ground, and then just watching them die. I am now nurturing my strawberries with some pine straw underneath them and everything. I've learned that from the guys at Leaf Landscape and Supply Services, that you've got to put, once you get the plant in the ground, underneath it so that the leaves don't touch the ground and the strawberries don't get on the ground and get all moldy. You need to put some pine needles. So I went and bought this big bale of pine needles, which I put it in the back of my car. And I've been the last 2 days going by, the vacuum cleaner at the car wash, using that to get these pine needles out of there. It's sort of like the people that get real Christmas trees and they're stepping on those pine needles for months afterwards. Even though they sweep the house, they tend to get one in their foot. That's why I don't get a real tree anymore. That's why I'm a phony. I don't do real trees. I don't want the pine needles. But thank you to Leaf Landscape and Supply Services. They do a great job. And if you're thinking about landscaping your home, call on them first.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Leaf Landscape and Supply. Shout out to all of our great sponsors here on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
And we'll be looking for new ones for 2025. It's just around the corner. Come join us.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. If you'd like to be a part of the team, let us know. Shoot us a DM on social media. Leave us a comment on YouTube or Facebook, or hit us up on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Shout out to all of our great sponsors for all that they do to support TSU. One quick shout out to passes.com, passes.com/Texas One Fund. Hey, here's some easy last minute holiday shopping. You don't have to leave your house. Just go to passes.com/Texas One Fund and gift the gift of fandom to the big Longhorn fan in your life. Maybe that's you. Maybe you need to give yourself a gift. To passes.com/Texas One Fund. You can support the Texas One Fund, but support yourself, because when you donate over there, you are going to get VIP access. You are going to get exclusive content that you can't find anywhere else, meet and greet events, access to tailgates. I mean, there's a lot going on at passes.com/Texas One Fund. Go over there and check it all out. Once again, it's the best way to elevate your fandom, and it's the best gift you can give to a Texas Longhorn fan in your life. All right, Buck, let's go to the other three games, the other three first round matchups in the first ever 12-team college football playoff. Not a lot of drama on Friday and Saturday.
No, I love that. I don't like a lot of drama.
Oh, because you're betting on these games?
Oh yeah, that Penn State game, dude. It was. If somebody tells you it's different being in a uniform, the temperature doesn't mean much to a guy playing. If you come from Texas and you play at Happy Valley, it means something. The players look cold. You could tell the balls are going through their hands. I mean, they weren't stopping regular catches. Guys are warming up on the sideline, BK, and balls are hitting them and going down to the ground. It was 27 degrees, and the wind chill was close to being in the teens in that game. And the kids from Penn State, they live in it. They practice in it. They walk. They go to the store in it. And the kids from Dallas, I don't know when they arrived. They look like they arrived like 15 minutes before the game started. You have to get acclimated to that weather. That is a difference. And don't let the big time people who say it doesn't mean anything to play in that weather. Yes, it does.
That was my cousin's biggest bet of the weekend. So I agree with you. I mean, we talked about it all last week, right?
Yeah,
like SMU, great season. But number one, they don't have the talent that Penn State has.
No, they don't.
So even if that game was on a neutral field in a dome somewhere, I think Penn State would have won and probably would have won.
More probably.
They probably would have won handily. But yeah, I mean, you take a bunch of kids from Dallas and you put them in State College, Pennsylvania at the end of December, and that's what you're going to get. So great year for SMU, but I mean, Penn State led by 28 points in the first half. The game was over.
Now you'll have to listen to Nick Saban say they shouldn't have been there, should have been out. You have to listen to all of that stuff. But hey, that's the way it goes. I thought they deserved to be there. They deserve. Yeah. I mean, everybody's not going to play a great game, and then you put them in that atmosphere. No, I mean, and why not give them the experience of doing it? They earned it during the year.
So what happened on the weekend? Over the weekend, home teams went 4-0.
Yes.
The home teams were favored to win by a combined 38 points. They ended up winning by a combined 77 points.
There you go.
And that's with garbage. I mean, Indiana scored 2 garbage time touchdowns. You had Tennessee score a garbage time touchdown. Like the games weren't even as close as that.
No.
So here's where we're at right now. This is all we have. We're all prisoners of the moment. We all overreact to the most recent data points that we get in this life. But this is the first ever 12-team playoff, meaning these are the only data points that we have. So you've seen a lot of, that's why we don't need 12 teams in the playoff. Should have kept it at 4. Yep. And you also see a lot of, well, Bama would have done this, or Ole Miss would have done that, or South.
I saw what those teams did. I've seen what they've done.
So that's it. Like this is all we have to talk about with a 12-team playoff, and all the underdogs got shat on.
Yes, they did.
The last couple of days. So you're seeing also, I mean, Lane Kiffin's tweeting about it. All of these people on TV are talking about it. You got players tweeting about it, fans talking about it. I mean, it's just, it was not a great weekend for the committee to look good, and not a great weekend for folks who are advocating for the 12-team playoff, because teams 9 through 12 got boat raced.
Well, I did enjoy the and yes, even the Notre Dame beatdown that I had. I'm thinking, hey, coach, I've looked that up on Wikipedia. Look that up on your Googles. I just win. You're talking about a group getting dominated, and and you know what happened? And they only scored because Notre Dame got so disinterested in the game. They just figured, you're talking about a team that was ready to go to the showers in the third quarter. Notre Dame kids got so disinterested in that game, after just physically dominating Indiana. I mean, and all Indiana did was run a slant route. That was their whole thing. Slant, slant, slant. And back shoulder throws. I'm like, Is there anything else that you guys throw that you do there?
It was bad. I mean, Notre Dame dominated that game, especially in the trenches. And that's what they've done all year. They've got a great offensive line. They've got a great defensive line.
Yes.
And I'll give some love to Al Golden, longtime head coach, who's now the defensive coordinator at Notre Dame. I mean, Indiana had 102 yards of offense through the first 3 quarters. Like they scored 2 garbage time touchdowns, right? Touchdown, onside kick, touchdown, to make it a little bit more respectable on the scoreboard. And that was a 27-3 game at the 2-minute warning in the fourth quarter.
All they did was make the head coach of Notre Dame pissed about his special teams at the end.
Well, their special teams has been bad all year. They have worse kicking than Texas does. Yeah, Notre Dame was the only team in America to be below 50% on field goals this year. Like, their special teams.
As exciting as he was about moving on, and after losing to Northern Illinois, he was, his voice was like almost shaking at the end because he was so pissed about those onside kick and the way they played those things. Guys just standing there watching the ball. Hey, once it goes 10 yards, it's everybody's ball. So the guy was standing there waiting for it to come, and the guy just cut in between him. I'm like, dude, you can go get that ball. It's your ball.
Go get the ball.
Yeah, don't stand there and wait for that one hop. They were talking about a great kick. It's like you are allowed. That's why you're a receiver or a running back. That's why they put you out there, because they know you can go and get the ball. Get it, and if you get hit, so what? It's your ball. Don't stand there and let a guy get it before you touch it. Those are the ones I hate when I see a guy. It looks good when the ball takes one big hop, but their guy gets it before your guy goes to get it. You don't let it just come to you.
Our guy Ben on the Coda text line says, it's pretty rich that you're saying Notre Dame kids were trying to sit with their moms in the fourth quarter.
They were. They were. It was like, you're talking about being disinterested because they were physically beating that team up so bad.
Yeah.
Hey, I was rooting for Notre Dame, and now I think they're the toughest out. I think they beat Georgia, so I'll tell you that early. I think that's going to be a win for Notre Dame.
Yeah, they did open up as a favorite in that game. Now, they're currently an underdog. So Notre Dame opened up as a 1.5-point favorite, and I think a lot of people were like, you're gonna make Georgia the underdog? We just saw them beat Texas the last time out, and even though their quarterback's out, the backup played half that game, and they still won. So the money quickly went in on Georgia. Now Georgia's a 1.5-point favorite. But Notre Dame's got a shot. There's no doubt. I mean, they play tough, physical, hard-nosed, smash-mouth football. And if you can match Georgia in the trenches, which Texas couldn't do, if you can do that, then you've got a shot to win, because Georgia doesn't have the skill position talent that they've had in the recent past.
Yeah, I don't think you'll see I think you're going to see the backup quarterback throughout. That other kid, that elbow is not getting that. That's not changing. That was a significant injury to a throwing arm, not your off arm, but to your throwing arm. That's not going to happen. So I don't think they can wish, and people can say, well, he's got all this time. That's not enough time to heal that.
I think you're probably right. Yeah, Georgia's already ruled Carson Beck out for the Sugar Bowl against Notre Dame. They haven't said anything beyond that, but I've got a hard time believing that he would play beyond that if Georgia gets.
And that's a good game for Georgia, because that's generally been the SEC's place to play games, is in the Dome in Louisiana. But you don't think Notre Dame's going to travel? Wow.
Yeah, they will travel. Absolutely. Penn State 38-10 over SMU. We talked about this a little bit. Yeah. Look, the first quarter was interesting. Like, Penn State didn't look dominant in the first quarter. Both teams averaged 4.1 yards per play in that quarter. And look, I mean, SMU had chances early. First drive of the game, they get into the red zone. They get a 4th and 1 from the 18. They decide to go for it. I was a little surprised they threw it instead of ran it. And the receiver dropped, like, not a great throw for Kevin Jennings. Receiver could have made a play at the ball, on the ball at the goal line. They don't. Penn State takes over. And then after that, like, the next pass Kevin Jennings threw was a pick 6. And then he threw another pick 6 and then another interception. And then it just all unraveled from there.
Yeah, his arm was frozen in time.
Yeah, it did. It looked like it was.
Oh, yeah. He was not. After that first pick 6, then he was like throwing like little darts, hoping that he could get it in there, and it wasn't working for him.
I think Texas fans know the importance of red zone offense.
Yes.
SMU had 4 red zone trips. They scored 3 total points. Penn State had 2 red zone trips. They scored 14 points. So, like, all of it, the pick 6 is obviously a huge part of the game. But SMU, it's not like they couldn't do anything right offensively. Just whenever they got into the red area, they just fell apart, and Penn State's defense really upped the ante.
Yeah, and in the game with the Ohio State game was just a game that it looked like the team that I thought was the best team in the nation going into the season. I said would be the number 1 team in the nation. They looked apart on Saturday, and as I said, that poor quarterback from Tennessee, BK, that he looked like a young quarterback in that game. And they made him look like that because their defense was outstanding. But Ohio State's running game was just unbelievable.
Where the hell was that against Michigan? Where was any of that against Michigan?
Oh, they needed to have their coach almost get fired.
I mean, it was the best game of the year for them by far.
Yes. Oh, no doubt.
Will Howard, that was the best game of Will Howard's career. Jeremiah Smith was unguardable, the freshman receiver.
I was going to say, was anybody trying to guard that guy?
I don't know. The run game was awesome. Both running backs ate.
Yes.
The defense was phenomenal. Like, and they outgained Tennessee 473 to 256.
They looked like the best team money could buy.
They averaged 7.4 yards per play. Tennessee averaged 3.7. Like, it was – Tennessee's good. They are. I know, like, it's hard to say that on a Monday, 2 days after they played the way that they played, but, like, Tennessee's a good team. And
Ohio State shut down their running game.
It was 21-0, like 10 minutes into the game. That was it. And Tennessee brought a lot of fans, too. Like, that sucks. I would feel bad for Tennessee fans, but that's, like, one of the most obnoxious fan bases in the country. So I'm kind of glad that they spent all of that time and money getting to Columbus.
No flag planting in Columbus.
No, well, that's a felony now. So
you can't just do that.
What about Ohio State? Is Ohio State allowed to plant the flag in their own logo?
They do that in the locker room. They have a bucket with some sand in it, so they're allowed to do it inside, but not on the field. They'll go to jail if they do it on the field.
I think so. So yeah,
they look like the team that was the best team in the nation, and them versus that they get to play. They'll probably get to play Oregon. I like that. Either one of those teams, I still would rather play Ohio State somewhere down the line.
Yeah,
I think for some odd reason because of Will Howard. I think I'd rather play them than to play Oregon. That offensive line for Oregon is beastly.
And they've got Dylan Gabriel. Like Texas has gone up against.
Oh, plus that guy too. I'll have a nightmare about him.
Texas has gone up against Will Howard 3 times because he was at K-State, and Texas went 3-0. Now, Ohio State has a lot more talent around Will Howard than Kansas State ever did. So that makes a difference. But, Texas has had success against Will Howard. They played Dylan Gabriel once and did not have success against him in that once.
Well, that looks to be some of those games look to be fantastic games.
Yeah. The crazy part is all 4 lower seeds opened as favorites in the quarterfinal round. So Texas opened up as a 13.5-point favorite against Arizona State. That's not that weird. I think we all saw that coming. Penn State opened up as a 10.5-point favorite against Boise State. That's not that weird. I think we all saw that coming. But Ohio State, even though they lost to Oregon in the regular year, they're favored against Oregon in the rematch. And then we already mentioned that Notre Dame opened up as a favorite against Georgia. So the 4 lower seeded teams opened as favorites, and 3 of them are currently favored right now.
And where's that Penn State game? What bowl is that? Where are they playing that at?
That's the Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah, Penn State is. I've seen them in the Fiesta Bowl before when I was at Texas, so they're pretty good out there. I expect for them to romp Boise.
Yeah, you're putting a lot of units on the Lions again.
That's the one. I mean, Boise will be able to. They'll get theirs with the running back, but they're not going to be able to throw on that Penn State on that secondary, and they're not going to hold Penn State back from them with 2 running backs doing whatever they want, and then James Franklin trying to be Sark and be over creative and do double passes, double quick screens, and plus their quarterback is starting to run the ball and take off and go. He's pretty effective in the run game himself. Aller, he's a pretty good athlete.
Yeah. And here's the stat. I mean, look, of course Penn State's going to win. Why? In the last 3 years, they're 32-1 as a favorite. They're 0-6 as an underdog. They're favored. They're going to win. So it's been a great ride for Boise State.
Yes,
I'd love to see an upset. Hey, Boise State, speaking of Fiesta Bowl. Sorry, Oklahoma fans.
Oh, my goodness. Was that the Will You Marry Me game?
That was the Will You Marry Me game by Ian Johnson after he scored the game-winning conversion on the Statue of Liberty play.
Yeah, that's right.
That was in Arizona. That was at the Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah, I just don't know if they have enough. They just don't. Penn State will load up against the running back, and they'll make the quarterback have to win the game, and he won't. He's not good enough to win against them.
So, I mean, if there's any team that would shit the bed in this situation, it is Penn State.
That's true.
Once again, James Franklin as a favorite has done very well. He doesn't lose a lot of the games that he's not supposed to lose. He just can't win the big games against great teams. So I think Penn State will be an underdog against Georgia or Notre Dame, whoever wins that quarterfinal. And I think that's where Penn State's season comes to an end. But I think they find a way to get it done too.
Well, I have Penn State playing Texas in the finals, so
you do. And right now, here's some Vegas odds for you on a Monday morning, Buck, since you're all about the cousin, and you've been red hot. So I wonder if you've got any thoughts on this. Here are your current odds to win the national championship. Notice who's at the top.
Yes, sir.
Texas plus 310 right now, followed by Ohio State at plus 360.
Yeah.
And Oregon, Penn State, and Georgia rounding out your top 5. But as it stands on December 23rd, 2 days before the greatest Christmas of all time, Texas Longhorns, your Vegas favorites to win the whole effing thing.
That's awesome.
We'll scroll down a little bit. Notre Dame's at plus 600. And then how about a gap between Notre Dame and Arizona State? Feels like there's...
For some reason, I'm not gonna underestimate Arizona State. I don't like that many points.
Look, could Arizona State beat Texas? Yeah, but
I just don't like the points. I mean, I think Texas can win the game right now. I don't like the spread. I don't like that 2 touchdown spread. I didn't mind it this week against the team that they were playing. This game, I do mind it because they can control some of that clock with the run game. I believe. Maybe. Texas is not going to get it. Texas has to take advantage of any time they get the ball scoring wise, and they have to continue in the scoring zone, scoring points. Can't be field goals. I think Arizona State can use some clock with their run game. They're going to get some of these 3rd and 2s that Texas has been bowing up to some of these. That running back's going to get 2 yards and 3 yards some of these carries. So I just think they can have the ball a little bit longer than the other teams so far in this deal. And if Texas wins by 10. I mean, I'm not going to be disappointed. I know there'll be some, but I don't like the 13.5, 14-point line.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by it. I think that's kind of what it should be, honestly. I mean, Texas, the line against Clemson closed at 13.5. but Texas opened up as a 10.5 to 11-point favorite against
Yeah,
Clemson.
yeah.
So Vegas actually has more faith that Texas is going to beat up on Arizona State than they initially did Texas beating up on Clemson. You're right. I mean, look, the Texas run defense, it's been very good more often than not this season. It's going to have to show up because that's how you let Arizona State stick around. They establish the ground game. They're able to move the chains. They keep the Texas offense on the sideline. Then all of a sudden this game's close in the fourth quarter. But the
Now,
talent
do you
talent
feel like
gap.
Ohio State with that win just starts to smell themselves a little bit, thinking that they smell like roses and end up playing like crap, or they can get Oregon now? I mean, this is a group, and if they run the ball the way they did, but Oregon's not going to let their number 4 do whatever he wants to. If they have to put 2 guys on him, they will.
Yeah, the talent gap between Texas and Arizona State is bigger than the talent gap between Texas and Clemson.
Okay.
To your question, dude, Oregon allowed 500 yards pass or 500 yards to Penn State, and Drew Aller threw all over them. And Penn State doesn't have a Jeremiah Smith or an Emeka Ibuka. So, yeah, Oregon's not going to lose 48-17 like Tennessee did. But the last time we saw Oregon's defense, it was not very good.
No.
And Ohio State's offense is better than Penn State's offense. So,
yes,
it's going to be a great game. The first game was great. It was 32-31. But, I'm leaning Ohio State to win that game.
Yes.
9 days out, whenever it is.
Okay, yeah, I would agree.
So, yeah, I mean, I think Oregon's going to put up a better fight. But, man, I don't know. If Ohio State plays like that, I don't know if anyone's going to beat them.
Now, honestly. I'll back to Georgia. I mean, their chances without their quarterback, and to me, it's not really about their quarterback. I think they'll get the guy, the backup together, because we didn't see enough from the starting quarterback that everybody wasn't like everybody was impressed with the way he was playing.
No.
But can they run the ball against that Notre Dame defense? That's the deal.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't
or
ever want to.
Should we say, can Notre Dame run against what we see every time we see Georgia's defense?
You're crazy to ever count Georgia out, right? And we've seen backup quarterbacks win national championships before.
Sure.
Speaking of Ohio State, they won it with a third string quarterback in the first year of the college football playoff. So I would not count Georgia out because that defense is awesome and their run game's good enough and their O-line is good enough to where they could make some noise here. But I don't know. I have a hard time I could see them beating Notre Dame. I have a hard time seeing them beating Notre Dame, Penn State, and either Texas, Ohio State, or Oregon back to back. Carson Beck's had an up and down year. He was playing pretty well going into the SEC championship game. Gunnar Stockton had one good drive against Texas. I know he's a former 5-star and he's the future of Georgia football, but
and they just can't let him go. They can't just let him go. They can't let him throw it all over the place as if he's played for 5 years,
Right. Yeah, that one, outside of that one drive to start the third quarter in the SEC championship game, I think he had 15 yards passing the rest of the way. So, and he threw that god-awful interception that should have been a freaking pick 6 that would have won Texas the SEC this year. I'm over it, I promise. I don't know. I haven't seen enough from that guy. He hasn't played enough this year to where I'm Georgia was my pick before the year. Not that I was going out on a limb here, but I don't feel like they should be the favorites right now to win it all because.
Oh yeah.
As average as Carson Beck was at times this season, he's better than first-time player Gunnar Stockton.
So. Now, do you also see as this thing grows, do you see having more home games, more than one on a campus? I mean, what will it have to get to do that? 16 teams? Probably.
That's a good question. Yeah. Sark was asked about that. I didn't cut it, but he was asked about that after the game on Saturday.
Well, no, hypothetical, people doing hypotheticals to him again?
Yeah, I guess so. But he talked about loving the crowd and loving the atmosphere and being in favor of playing another home playoff game at DKR. And look, college football is more like the NFL now than ever before. And in the NFL, there is one neutral site game. That is the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Every other round of the playoffs, home field. Same thing with the FCS, right? College football, every round of the playoffs, home field until you get to the championship game where they played in Frisco every year. And of course, North Dakota State is back in that game.
But there's so much money, not just from TV, but from, Frito-Lay and stuff like that for when you play these games in these domes at places, Mercedes-Benz dome. I mean, there's a lot of money to be made playing at those neutral sites than what you can get. I know you get a lot of money yourself for the home tilts, but when you play in the Superdome and place like that, I mean, the money just opens itself up, So that's what I'm saying. Well, they just say, oh, no, we just only need to have one game on campus. We don't need to have the home team make a bunch of money. I just think the more teams, I think 2 home games would be kind of cool. I think that'd just be great.
Once again, it's year 1 of this, so we'll learn a lot from this year, and people will overreact to this year. I am very curious what the crowd looks like in Atlanta on January 1st.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm curious what the crowd looks like in Glendale on January 1st, or I think that game's actually on New Year's Eve. There's one game on New Year's Eve, and I think it's Penn State, Boise State.
Well, you know what the crowd will look like when you get back to the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah, like Rose Bowl, Oregon, Ohio State, they'll fill that place.
Yeah,
Georgia, Notre Dame will fill that place. Will Texas, Arizona State fill up Atlanta?
I don't think so.
I mean, you can get in there for $60 right now.
Yeah, I don't think that'll be filled. I mean, Texas folks will be holding on to their hats and holding on to their purses for the championship game going back to Atlanta.
Yeah, and is Boise State and Penn State, are they going to fill up? I haven't looked at the ticket prices for that game, but you're right, there's a lot of money. There's bowl game sponsors and a lot of money that goes into these games being at neutral sites, but is it if the crowds aren't sold out for playoff games, is the CFP or NCAA going to be like, maybe we should play 2 rounds at home so this doesn't happen again?
Yeah, that's the one, like I said, when you get to the second round, that's where the money is like, should we be playing these at home? Should we make it? Now let's get more teams involved in it and have more games at the home. I want it to be more games at home for sure.
I'll tell you what, it was a fun atmosphere. It was a fun atmosphere at DKR, man. I mean, the fans really showed up and showed out.
We did that show at the Posse East, and it was a lot of people, and Clemson had a lot of people come, obviously.
Yeah, they weren't really noticeable.
No.
It was a great
nasty orange that they were walking around with.
Right. Now, Clemson fans were super nice, right? We had a few at Posse East during our pregame show come by and talk to us. After the game, when I was walking back to Posse East to go get my car, chopped it up with a few Clemson fans, great people, very respectful, happy to be in Austin. They raved about their time at Texas. But it was a great crowd. There were not a lot of Clemson fans in terms of percentage. You look at what Tennessee did to Ohio State, where it was 20 to 30% of the stadium was wearing that ugly ass orange.
That baby aspirin orange.
It was less than 10% Clemson fans at DKR. So Texas fans, there were people wondering, oh, what are Texas fans even going to show? It's winter break. What's going to happen? It was a top 5 atmosphere I've ever been at DKR. Probably a top 2 or 3 atmosphere I've ever been at DKR. And yeah, Clemson fans I talked to after the game said that was one of the loudest places they had ever been. So it was great. And CDC and his staff pulled out all the stops. They had all sorts of entertainment and music going on during timeouts. And it was an electric atmosphere, man. The fans brought it, and a playoff game, of course, they should bring it.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what we do after this year.
Yeah.
Well, they'll just look back and they'll look at the money.
Always.
And once again, if it's corporate dollars at these other venues, they'll be back in the Superdome, the other places. They'll keep those bowls alive, because the corporate money will be out of this world TV-wise. So
that's big. That is big. All right. Before we bring on the fellas, quick sponsor shout-outs. Buck, how about a word for your friends at Woods Comfort Systems?
Love them. Yeah, somebody said this morning on the text line, said, I'm wondering if I can call for some conditions where the air condition doesn't pop back on. Well, it's going to be today. It's supposed to be in the mid 70s today. So your air conditioning is probably going to come back on. But if it does come back on, I know you want it to work. And you got to call in the folks at Wood Comfort Systems to make sure that thing is working. There's no such thing at any special time of the year when you're in the state of Texas. It could happen at any time where you can get a 75-degree day or an 80-degree day. And I love it. I'm not complaining about it. I don't need the heater to cut on at any time, but except for if it does get cold, you want your systems to work. And with Woods Comfort Systems, folks, it'll work 100% of the time. Make sure you get that contract with Woods Comfort System and have their technicians come out and visit you, and everything will work smoothly. They've been doing this for almost 70 years in Central Texas. Give them a call today.
Yeah, woodscomfortsystems.com is their website to find out more. Shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. We gave away a bunch of TSU koozies.
Yes, we did.
Posse East on Saturday. We'll have some of these in the ATL. If you're making the trip, come see us. We'll have a koozie for you. More details on where we'll be to come. But Waterloo Printing and Graphics, if you need koozies, hats, shirts, signs, whatever, they can hook you up. Great people. Adam, big TSU supporter, big Longhorn fan. They'll hook you up with what you need. Just reach out on Instagram at Waterloo Printing. Give them a call or a text, 512-300-9641. Of course, some love to Covert Bee Cave as well. I'm going to go see our friends at Covert Bee Cave right after the show today. If you need a car, truck, or SUV, that's where you need to go. How about a last-minute holiday gift? They're open today. They'll sell you a car.
For sure. And by the way, to that Porta Potty sponsor that showed up on Saturday, that was awesome, too. I felt right at home having the Porta Potties right beside me.
Yeah, we had a lot of people watching our show on Saturday. And, yeah, of course, we were set up in front of 2 porta pots.
But they were clean. The Blue Wave was in there. Believe me, I was in there. I had to go for old time's sakes just to say hello.
Well, it was weird. When you left the porta pot, you had, like, liquid dripping from your face.
I did not. Hey, there's nothing like peeing on plastic, and you can hear it, and I know people can hear it outside. Hey, take a listen. Here's some Christmas jingles for you. I love a good smelling Blue Wave porta potty with brand new water at the bottom. It does. It looks like the ocean. It looks like where Wags used to go to the beach down there in Maryland. Waves are going and just moving around nice. Good job by the porta potty folks there.
It was weird. I heard like sounds in there from you. I was what's going on? And then you just wiped your mouth after you walked out of there. It was like, what?
I did not fall because you know why? Because when I opened up the porta potty door, there was 8 feet of sidewalk, not 1 foot of sidewalk. So when I step out, I'm going to fall down. So plus I wasn't staggering.
Oh, man. All right. Let's bring on Wags and Rodney to get their thoughts on porta pots. Gentlemen.
It tastes like blue raspberry slushy.
See, Wags knows. He's been in those before. Slushy.
Yeah.
I'm more of a urinal cake guy. You know, those things at the bottom.
Yeah,
you get a free slice of cake after taking a leak. Does it get better than that?
It's that urine saturated cake. It's I don't know. It's long lasting, isn't it?
Yeah, it just stays with you.
Blue raspberry juice. You can't really beat that. I mean, give me a huge straw. I'll go in there. Hell, man, I'll clean it all up.
You know, one thing that I've never understood when it comes to the porta potties is good porta potty etiquette. Like somebody goes in there and drops a big bomb, which you want to talk about hearing somebody in there. You go in there and take a crap, you're really going to hear it. But like people need to keep the lid closed, you know, because when you walk in and the thing's open, you know, you've got the smell stewing upward.
Sure.
You close the lid, right? It does a little bit of hazardous maintenance, I guess.
Rodney.
Let me just say, Rodney, that's the last stop on the bus stop is for me to actually drop one in the porta potty. My stomach has to be churning for me to do that.
Ask me what I've seen Marines do in a porta shitter.
Yeah.
Oh no, Wax. Don't tell me they play war games inside there, do they?
Sword fights.
Oh God,
Lord, come on.
With it coming out with the stool rising and seeping up over the lid.
Wags.
Gentlemen, if I wish I was fucking lying about this.
It's all true, huh? The porta potty's the last stop on the bus stop for me. I will lean against a tree, the side of my car, anywhere but to go into the porta potty. That's my last stop. It truly is. If I see that, I don't think of that like second.
What's the fear or what's the reservation for the porta? Why won't you use the porta shitter?
No, because I never put my rear end on it. I hover above it. Your hamstrings have to be in good shape because I never go cheek to cheek on a porta. Never, ever. I've never. Even when I was
you're doing wall sits.
I never put my ass on a porta potty. I have always hovered a porta potty.
You're doing wall sits without the wall.
Yeah. Now sometimes when I go the other thing, you know, it's a little deep, you know. But hey, what can I do? It's not my fault.
You know what I used to do? You know how they have the handle on the inside of the door?
Yes.
I usually hold on to that handle and just lean back and squat.
What?
Yeah.
I don't want to take that chance. I'm too old because if I
look at yourself in that little mirror, that little square mirror.
If it holds me, buddy, it's gonna hold you.
Hey, Bucky, so will you use the ones like they had at Coke Fest where they've got the AC in there? It's kind of like it's a porta trailer.
Now I've done that before at the Cotton Bowl one year at the area where we do the show. They had the ones with the air conditioning and water, like a sink with water and music in there. Yeah. I've actually sat on one of those. I felt good. They had the air conditioning going. You don't see many of those. I mean, they don't at ACL. When you guys go to ACL, BK, are they just regular porta potties, or they have the air conditioners where you go up the stairs and all that stuff?
Depends on how much you pay. Like they've got VIP areas with the nicer ones, but most of them on the outside to the general public are just normal porta pots.
Yeah, I think you can make a lot of money if you have a company that does those and you don't go out of your mind expenses. People would love to go in an air conditioning toilet where they can actually sit on. If you have to hover above, women don't like to hover.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Right. Yes, I
do.
Like to
hover. And I've never taken a sheet of that toilet paper like at the airport and stuck it on a toilet and punched the hole in it. And I've never done that. I can go ass to ass with anybody in an airport.
Yeah, because you don't want to get AIDS, so you have to protect the toilet seat, Buck.
Well, I don't know if I sit on the toilet seat. I don't find if you can afford to fly, your ass should be okay to me. I can go ass to ass with you.
You're just in any room in there.
You've seen the people. We show like plane videos all the time on this show.
I know.
You trust those people?
I trust those people at an airport not to go into the toilet and have open sores on their asses. I will, and I'm not worried about a sheet and punching a hole in it, putting it down and sitting over it. I like the handicap. I need to be comfortable before I get on the plane, so I have to sit on the potty there.
The handicap porta john that has room. Now those are big. I mean, you can go in there. There's plenty of room in there. I mean, stretch your legs out.
It's a porta potty, guys. Your legs aren't supposed to be horizontal when you go in. It's not supposed to be like a Jeff Daniels bathroom in Dumb and Dumber.
This is not a relaxed back chair. It's not a relaxed back chair. It's supposed to be some discomfort. All right, I got to go, you guys. Have a great day.
Yeah.
Hold on. You can't start this conversation and just bail after the shit talk.
Guys, I've got some friends in Pensacola, the Boyette family, and they own a franchise of the shitters. I mean, it's Boyette's. I forget what they're called. Those guys make so much money. They've got all these race cars that they finance from their shitters. I'm like, man.
Hang on. We're looking for ways to evolve TSU into the new year. Should we get into the shitter game? We talk about shit every day, so should we just start selling porta pots?
Great billboard, man.
This show was going to be talking shit. We know that, right?
Yeah.
Texas Shit Unfiltered. We call it Texas Shit Unfiltered. That can be our
TSU. Oh my gosh.
What are you doing this holiday, dude? You going down to Houston at all or Galveston at all?
Yeah. I think after tomorrow, we'll be at Sioux Patrick tomorrow morning, and then going down to Houston for a couple of days, and then going up to Dallas for a couple of days, and then I'll be back for the weekend. And then, of course, you guys are invited. You guys are out east. You guys are invited. Well, going east to Atlanta, another road trip for TSU. So y'all know you're invited if you want to partake in the second TSU caravan to ATL of the year.
I believe that the Longhorns will be going to another city after Atlanta, so I'm going to save my money up for that city.
Yeah, well, all right. We got rooms for y'all if y'all want to.
Hey, all right. Well,
just know.
My mom is in town, so how the hell do I get out of this one?
You got to work.
You got to work.
Oh, she's there now. Oh, sorry, Miss Wags.
That's my excuse all the time when it's like, I come walking up here with a 6-pack of beer, and Tracy's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I got to go to work. I got to go up there and watch a game."
Yeah, those are the rules.
Yeah.
So make sure you bring a Slurpee to the straw to the porta potty Slurpee.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking
about. Get it, guys. Get it.
All right. Yeah. I'll answer this question, and then I'll let y'all do your thing. But programming schedule the rest of the week. Full day today, full day tomorrow. That is the end of the week. We'll be posting stuff on YouTube, and we'll put up some best of stuff on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. So we'll keep it fresh so you guys can pop in and see what's going on. But full day of live programming today, full day of live programming tomorrow, and then we'll be back at it next week talking about the Peach Bowl, boys.
That's
Yes,
right.
sir.
Should be good. All right, boys. I'll be listening.
Happy holidays, bud. Talk to
Take
you
care,
soon.
buddy.
Guys. See y'all.
My dude, what's up? How are you?
Man, football's on already, man. UTSA and Coastal somebody. So yeah, here we go, man. Let the fun
Don't have to
begin.
stand in line for porter shitters, huh?
Hell no. Are you kidding?
How do we get on this kind of
I don't
ass
know
to
how.
ass comments? I mean, hey, it doesn't get any better than Texas Sports Unfiltered on a Monday, man.
I-
We're gonna Monday morning quarterback this bad boy. Got some NFL news to talk about, some college football bowl games to talk about. Huge win that just happened at DKR. Yeah, we'll get your all's thoughts. Make sure you guys hit us up on our socials. I'm at Not the Fake Wags. My partner in crime is at the Rodney R, and then on Instagram, or InstaFace rather, at the _ Rodney R. Make sure you guys are hitting us up on that Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Again, that Coda text line is 512-222-9328. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already and get in this conversation. Amigo, where do you want to go?
Hey, first, before we dive into everything, we got to give a huge congratulations. Our man, Coach Drew Sanders, on this program last week. Vandergriff Vipers, state champions with a big win.
I
South
didn't think
Lake
they were going to
Carroll.
pull it off. I thought South Lake Carroll was too big up front, and I knew how disciplined Vandy was, but I just didn't think they had the Joes to do it. And Rodney, remarkable, absolutely remarkable.
Yeah, Vandy started strong, and they kept their foot on the gas. I mean, South Lake kind of came back at them there a little bit, and that's where you were thinking that maybe the in-game prowess right there of Coach Riley Dodge would take over. But look, Drew Sanders, man, that team was buttoned up. They're ready to go, and we've got a state championship team right down the road, for crying out loud. They say Austin Vandergriff, but yeah.
4 points. 4 points, Vandergriff.
4 points. 4 points. That's
4
what I'm
points.
talking about. Congratulations.
Again, too, just kind of in fashion, the characteristic fashion of Vandergriff this season. Mistake free. As much mistake free as you can get. There was a few mishaps, but still, not allowing yourself to beat yourself, allowing the other team to make mistakes instead of yourself. It's kind of the forte that Coach Sanders spoke to and alluded to when he had the interview with us, and it came to fruition.
It's a chaos curse right there, man. Come on this program and good things will happen to you. Good things.
I wouldn't call it the chaos curse then.
Well, it could be a good curse.
It's not a curse. It's
maybe call it the chaos. I don't know what we call it. We call it state championship.
Well, we'll call it something.
Yeah. It's only happened once. so
right. It's only happened one time. Hey, where you want to go first, man? You want to go around the college landscape first, and then I feel like the college landscape will spark a lot more conversations than the NFL landscape.
Mm-hmm.
So you got greens. Where you want to go? You drive. Where you want to take
Let's
it?
talk about college. I mean, obviously, let's talk about Texas. But and I was actually going to call you. I think it was Saturday evening, just to kind of get all this conversation about Indiana, SMU, and the way that this all played out. I mean, this is the first time that we've tried this, and I really think kind of my thought with this is I think this would have worked better. I saw something yesterday to where had they ranked these teams by ranking or seeded them by ranking. Because we'd have had Notre Dame and Clemson, Ohio State and Arizona State, Tennessee and SMU, Indiana and Boise State, Oregon, Georgia, Texas, and Penn State would have been off. So I think those matchups would have been maybe a little more entertaining.
And look, I get it. Like I'm not trying to take anything away from conference championship winners, right? But you're telling me Arizona State gets a bye and Texas doesn't, or Penn State doesn't?
Ohio State, like, really? Come on, like, I get it. I understand what we're trying to accomplish, but we didn't accomplish it. Yeah,
we just did. It's still Indiana. I don't know what else to say. Is that you played two decent opponents this year and got walloped, like absolutely floored. So. I don't, and I had the wool pulled over my eyes. I was a believer. I thought Indiana, just because of the amount of, offensive production that they were putting up, I thought that they were legit. I thought they were efficient football. I thought they were playing efficient football, and it was for real. I said the same thing about SMU too. man, we got them wrong. Both of them, both teams.
Sure.
After, of course, hindsight's 2020, but from what I saw this past week, it did not look like SMU nor Indiana belonged in a tournament. It seems like an Alabama school, a South Carolina school, or an Ole Miss school that, a few plays are away from, maybe a one-loss team or hell, even whispers of undefeated seasons, but still, like, I don't know. You can't throw out the Jackson Dart meltdown game. That was just an absolute atrocious game against Florida, and I mean, ultimately, like they did themselves in. But Ole Miss, I think most weeks are better than a few of the schools that are in the 12-team tournament.
Yeah, I've got several different text groups that I'm in with folks. We go back and forth, with college football, and I got a lot of that on Saturday morning to where it's like, well, how about your SMU? You've been all over this SMU. I'm like, look, all that I said for SMU was I wanted them to get in the playoffs.
They ran the hell out of the conference, didn't they?
They did. I was like, I never jumped. I never told anyone. I don't think I ever implied that SMU was going to make a national championship run. I just wanted them to get into the playoff. In large part, to kind of show a little bit of the weaknesses in the system, because there's never going to be a perfect system. And, the Ohio State-Oregon matchup and
do you think we can get there? Do you think we can get to a perfect system?
This is where we keep going back to when we talk about the 14 BCS. They always seem to get that right. So it's like, let's see how this shakes itself out after this next round of games, because this is kind of where, the push is going to come to shove it. And I still see with Texas getting the ideal draw in this thing with Clemson and now Arizona State. I mean, you're setting yourself up on a path right there. And that's
I do. I like the route for Texas.
Yeah, 100%. And that's going to be the narrative, Wags. that if Texas runs,
it's been the narrative all season. Oh, yeah. Texas has had a great path to the SEC championship. It's what got them there, and then of course their path in the playoff got them to the semifinals so easily. I mean, hell, they had to go up against Clemson that just barely limped into the playoff, and then they had to play an Arizona State team that only had Scatabo. So right. Yeah, I'm already seeing the narrative already. So.
Yeah, and this is going to be. I mean, look at the NFL playoff system. That plays itself out. Anytime you get into anything like this, to where it's like we don't see it quite as bad with March Madness, but there's a lot of intricacies to that compared to this. When you have a panel of people that are picking, okay, this, and this, it's like an election. I mean, when you have that, there's always going to be. You're going to get something quote unquote wrong. You're going to miss something. You're not going to factor something in. And that's, winning games. Yeah. There are 3 lost teams that are better than some of the teams that just played, but that's not the way the system is set up. So, and now I'm really not sure that adding more to this, even though I know that we're heading to a 16-team playoff, I don't think that's
ultimately the goal, right?
Yeah.
More money.
Yeah. That just gives us more games.
Michael C, I was on the parade boat with Michael C here for the longest time, even up until this year. Like, if you won your conference, you should get a bye, regardless of how many teams are in the playoff or where we're going with 12-team or a 16-team expansion. If you won the conference, you should get a bye. After this season, I don't know if I can agree with the sentiment. I think I'm more along the lines with LB's comment here about not all conferences are being created equal. I mean, we just saw that case in point with the ACC, right? But again, I think we really do have to factor in the environment element too, right? Like, you're playing at a home, you're now on the road, you are in a raucous environment, and it's supposed to be hostile, and that absolutely does. I mean, you go up in the Happy Valley and it gets, raucous up there, a whiteout scenario. Yeah, sure. Something like this past weekend could happen where Penn State just looks absolutely dominant, right? It's tough. Like, it's just tough. Like, you got a Midwest Conference champion, right? Like, you're telling me that conference was better than the ACC, which was a watered down conference. I don't know. I'm having a hard time getting around that and kind of, sticking behind the words that I actually rolled out there, man. It's hard for me to sit there and get behind and support a conference champion when the conferences are not as prestigious as they once were.
Exactly. And the Big 12, for example, it was like, okay, who wants to win the conference championship? Because you had them knocking each other off every week. And, say what you want to say about the Big 12, but that was really cool to watch, where it's like, okay, this is going to be the team and they get beat the next week. Okay, this is going to be the team and they get beat the next week. So that right there. But yeah, there's with the conference championships right there. I mean, because and really and truly, and I know with the SEC, probably the 6, 7 best teams take out.
I would say, right? Like you have 3 of the arguably 3 of the best schools that aren't in the playoff, in my opinion, coming from the SEC.
Yeah, absolutely. And
being Alabama, South Carolina, and Ole Miss.
Yeah,
of course, I was wrong. I was wrong about Tennessee. I thought Tennessee was legit.
That was the most surprising one to me.
Tennessee is legit. Like Tennessee is a really good team, but you remove them from a home atmosphere and put them in a ruckus environment, and things can change.
That was the most surprising one to me. I mean, I thought that the Tennessee. I didn't think Tennessee was going to win that game, but I thought that was going to be. I thought that game may kind of be a little bit like Texas and Clemson. And to that right there, I mean, I've seen some. Well, Texas is the only one that didn't blow. Yeah, they did blow them out. I mean, they did blow them out. I mean, Clemson had little stretches right there. Take Cade Klubnik off the field in that game on Saturday, and that would have looked just like the other games when it was all said and done. But that was a matchup there, like we were talking about. That was an intriguing matchup because you knew that Dabo Swinney was going to come in here and then do whatever throw the toolbox at the game plan and do whatever he could do to give his team a chance to win. I thought Tennessee, Ohio State would go down that same path, Wags, but it didn't. I mean, that was a beatdown early.
So Ohio Stadium is tough to win at. Michigan seems to be able to do it, right? Maybe teams need to call up Michigan and find out what the secret or what the best recipe of success is for that. Or maybe it's just Ryan Day. Maybe just I did see Dave Portnoy. I don't know if he alluded to this. This is kind of what I deduced from the video. But apparently Dave Portnoy put up a damn air flag or an air message that said "Extend Ryan Day."
Oh,
go
man.
Blue over top of Ohio State,
my goodness, man.
Which is the ultimate troll. It's a tremendous troll because Ryan Day's lost to Michigan the past 4 seasons. I just thought that was hilarious. If you're looking for something outside of college football or something about talking trash in college football, that was a nice little thing to see on the internet. But yeah, you're going into Ohio Stadium. I was expecting a dominant performance from Ohio State, but not like this. I was expecting like a 2-score, kind of domination, or maybe like a 17-point advantage, not a thumping of 42-17. I mean, just absolute obliteration. But again, that speaks to the strength of Captain Jack Sawyer and Ohio State's defense there. I still don't think Will Howard played a really good game too. I just don't think that Will Howard. I don't think he has the Superman cape to put Ohio State on his back and take him down the field. He runs a really good offense with Kelly's offense there, but again, I'm just not a believer in Ryan Howard. I think there's a lot more skill set in Quinn Ewers and a quarterback like Quinn Ewers, even though he's got 2 left feet. I still think he can make every throw that's on the field. I don't think Will Howard can make every throw. I think Will Howard he's a fantastic athlete, and he can open a lot of his game with his legs and with his wheels, which is where I go to a lot with that. But for me, I think the key components for Ohio State are their defense and the fact that they can run the ball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
usually those 2 things.
Right,
will,
that equates
will get you in the ball game for a win.
A good result, and I really think that the way this, I mean, we can talk about the draw and the way the bracket lays out here, kind of back to Texas side of this, but I really think that in the fact that maybe Texas isn't winning like Notre Dame did, or like some of these others did, I mean, Texas with that defense and then the way that they're running the ball, and Quinn Ewers, look, man, Quinn Ewers, I don't know why people still want to go to that. Quinn Ewers is not going to sit here and dazzle you with pizzazz and all these
No, but if he can give you what he did against Clemson, a couple of scrambles where he extends the sticks for a first down, that's all you need. 2 or 3 scrambles from Quinn like that, and the Longhorns would probably win almost every damn game. If he did that against Georgia, they beat Georgia.
Exactly. And so much of this is, to me, and I'm glad that it's now paramount and obvious to so many people, the 2 Jaden Blue touchdown runs were checkoffs. I mean, Quinn changed the play at the line of scrimmage, and that resulted in 14 points. That is amazing quarterback play that doesn't get talked about enough, Wags.
Because that is those JB runs right there, those Jaden Blue runs, that is absolute proof that you just cannot prepare for speed.
Right.
Like, that young man has another gear that the other backs just don't have. Now, I'm Wisner's my dude. Like, if I have any say in the running back room, if I'm coach choice, I'm Wisner's rolling out there, 9 times out of 10. But that you can't deny the magic and the speed that you see when Blue does touch the ball. You're just like, all right, don't fumble. You're clutching up. Sure, your asshole's puckered a little bit, but damn, dude, I mean, you can't deny that dude's speed. He's a special talent, and that's why you have to get this dude the ball sometimes, man. You got to utilize that speed, amigo.
That Jaden Blue performance, 148 yards and the 2 touchdowns, it really was one of those things to where, with the full circle of things where, and I mentioned this Saturday night, to where I liked what the coaching staff, obviously they didn't give up on the guy. I mean, and they kept making him better and kept building him up, but they kept him incorporated into the game plan, maybe not running the ball, but out of the backfield, catching touchdown passes.
As a threat. People want to build as a threat.
They kept him engaged, and this whole reincarnation, and he ran confidently the other day. I mean, there was no half
when he
step.
Was starting to come into contact, he'd take that other hand and cover up the ball, Rodney.
Exactly.
He's clearly been coached up.
Exactly. And that right there, I mean, think about that. If you have both of those guys running confidently at this point of the season right now, this is where you can get in and stretch these games out and run downhill.
And then you can change the pace with a little bit of Gibson. You throw some Gibby in there.
I'm here to tell you, both number 9s the other day on the offense and the defense for Texas were amazing, making big plays. And the whole thing about it is, and then when you have the running attack doing what it's doing, and Gunnar Helm, I mean, we talked about this to where, man, he had a little bit of an off game against Georgia in that SEC championship game. Well, he sure as hell was back this week. And that right there, the way it incorporates it into itself. Yeah, maybe Quinn isn't throwing those bombs and doing all these different things or whatever you want him to do. But this offense is generating a lot of production. And I will tell you, it was really cool to see, kind of flipping the script a little bit this past Saturday there at DKR, when the defense kind of got back on their heels a little bit. It was the offense that answered the call. If you're doing that now in the playoffs, you're peaking, man. And with the path that you have, I think that maybe these not so impressive wins that people want to talk about are going to come to fruition and really pay off once you get down into the nitty gritty part here.
That's a good point. Well said. We've been given the roses for Saturday. I got to be a little bit critical here, because there were some maddening things that I was seeing from Sarkisian and Flood. It seemed like to me that you could get 5 to 6 yards a pop almost any time you ran the ball.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't stop you. I mean, they might have got you for a 3-yard gain. But I didn't see too many TFLs on Saturday for Clemson when the Longhorns ran the ball. I don't know why Flood and Sarkisian abandoned the run as much and often as they did on Saturday. To me, it felt like, and I'm obviously wrong here, but this is just what I observed. This is what it looked like from watching it. It looked like Flood and Sarkisian got bored. They got a little bored with their play calling, and it's like, all right, this works. This clearly works. Let's change it up a bit. Let's get cute, and let's see what we can work on. Right? I'm not saying that this is what they did, but this is kind of what it looked like. Okay, because you're you're dominating the opposition by running the ball down their throat. Seriously, like it doesn't matter which back is in there. You are owning the trenches in the line of scrimmage, and you're literally pushing Clemson all over the place. But then you say, hey, hold on. We're going to let you catch your breath. All right.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to work on some other shit real quick and see if we can, extend our playbook. All right. To me, that's what I saw. And it was very frustrating and very maddening at times to watch when you could put this game on ice, right? Not allow Clemson to get back in the game and run the damn ball until, Clemson falls off the damn cliff.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things to where, I mean, we've talked about the third quarter. I guess we want to call that deficiencies.
It looked like boredom, Rodney. It didn't look like deficiency. It looked like boredom.
And that's where, in those opportunities, especially to solidify your point, in my opinion, when you have that running attack doing what it's doing, you don't go away from it. I mean, I know that I know that there were injuries on the offensive line. That's something I'm glad you've got 9 days.
They switched and shuffled, and they were still pushing Clemson around.
Moving these dudes around.
To have one of the best passing defensive line attacks.
Yeah,
whatever, or defensive pass rush.
Yeah, and I mean, it really does. I mean, that I think in that instance is where you could have gone really heavy on Gibson and just pile drive. I mean, still, I mean, we don't want to complain about the running attack because finally it's here. And we have the two-headed attack right now. At least it seems like after this game. But I'm totally with you right there to where it's like, why do you on the whole all gas no brakes thing,
man?
Yeah. Why do you hit the brakes?
I get it. Like you're trying to change up, breaking tendency and change up what you're doing so that the defense coordinator can't hone in on it and run the same types of plays from a different formation. Give him a different look. I mean, hell, I don't give a damn. Just give him a different look. God, but of course, hey, man, I'm sitting in this chair and Sarkisian's doing press conferences.
And I think a lot of it is Wags too, because as that happens, you're going to see adjustments over on the other side. But it just really seems like you go off of what's working before those adjustments are really even happening, or you see an adjustment, so you're going to try something else. I'm like, keep doing what you're doing and see if their adjustment
works first.
See if their adjustment works. And if it isn't, it's going to be even more frustrating for them because you just keep doing what you're doing. So, that's the only criticism I'm going to give. I'm going to roll out there. We got the dub, home win at DKR for first playoff ever. But still, I think if we continue down this route to where we just play with our food, or toy with our enemy while they're down, I think it's going to come back to biting in your ass. That's what I think. So somebody will capitalize on that because your competition, well, I mean, I don't know about the next game. And again, this goes back to the whole selection process, is only going to get better. You get beyond this one, then you're kind of really getting into the cream of the crop right there, where those programs are going to be better adjusted and better seasoned to take advantage of your missteps. And that's where Texas has gotten lucky, I think, with some of these kind of falling asleep and taking their foot off the gas a little bit, that hadn't happened more than twice.
Right.
The 2 losses.
So I thought I saw Cam back in there.
He went back in for a play, and then he went back out.
Then he came back out, and then Gooseby went back in?
Yeah. Jake Majors, I'm assuming Jake Majors is going to play.
I think I saw Majors is good to go. He was cleared. I don't know the status on Wisner's leg or whatever was happening with. Was it his ankle or a knee that Wisner's had? I got to look into that. But apparently I haven't seen any flashes or anything that pop up on any of the sites that says he's going to be down or not ready to go for next week. So. I don't know what I don't know if Williams is still in protocol, but I don't have too much pause or concern with the offense after what I saw on Saturday with the makeshift shuffle of the offensive line and being able to put a left tackle in the right tackle spot and still be able to dominate.
Yeah,
I don't really have too much concern for the offensive line this week.
And how about that right there, where you talk about cross training and different things right there with the offensive line, that you can move those dudes around? Because I mean, you can talk about left guard, right tackle, whatever. Those positions are all different.
Very different. It's not just the line; they're there are 3 different positions, 5 different positions on the line, because left tackle and right tackle is completely different.
That's completely different. I mean, in those guard positions, I mean, there's different expectations, and it's really impressive that you're able to kind of just shuffle that stuff around right there, and you continue, maybe hell, even at times look better than what you had before. But that's going to be the thing, that hopefully everybody is good there, and you have a little bit of extra time here with this layoff here over the holiday. So hopefully those guys are going to be good. Friends, if you haven't been over to passes.com, you are missing out. You need to get over there, especially right now with the football season continuing and basketball underway and so forth. Passes, content creator company. The Texas One Fund has partnered up with, giving Texas fans behind-the-scene access to your favorite teams and players that you're not going to find anywhere else. Of course, you've heard of the Texas One Fund, and now you know what they do for the University of Texas, and now you can donate to the Texas One Fund and get something back in return, whether it's some really cool tailgate parties, VIP experiences, memorabilia, all sorts of different things. And you're not just donating to help the future of Longhorn athletics. You're getting access to some really cool stuff as well. Head over to passes.com/Texas One Fund to sign up today. Once again, that's passes.com /Texas One Fund. Elevate that fandom to the next level with our friends over at Passes.
Almost the end of the first quarter in the Myrtle Beach Bowl. There we got Coastal Carolina taking on UTSA. Still scoreless in this ball game. And our first bowl game of the day here.
They were shoving around out there. I think they're getting a little spicy over there. You know, looking at the rest of the bowl schedule coming up here this week. So on Friday's going to be an interesting day, because we'll have 3.
You're not all about the famous Idaho famous potato bowl, or what is that coming up next? Yeah, famous Idaho potato bowl with Fresno State and North Illinois. You don't have a lot of money on that.
Luckily, I've got plans after the show, so this game and the next one won't be so enticing to me that I'm going to want to stay here and watch them. But on Friday's going to be fun to raise hell with some of our favorite fan bases, because you got Tech, OU, and A&M all playing on Friday, so that'll be fun. That'll be fun. You guys go ahead, play on Friday. We're getting ready for our game on January 1st, bitches.
Look, don't go in here talking shit. Don't go in here. Don't do this. Don't do this to me, Ricky.
Yeah.
Ricky Bobby. Don't be doing it.
You know that.
All right. You want to get into some that I gave my spiel on Texas. Again, tremendous. I thought what we were able to accomplish against Clemson was fantastic. I thought that you kind of let them back in the game by not utilizing your dominance or I guess basically imposing your dominance for the entire 4 quarters. You did it for a little bit, and you saw that you could do it, and I saw a little bit of boredom out of it. Got me a little bit angry, but again, hindsight's 2020. We got the win, and survive in advance, right? Survive in advance.
Wags,
can't be too disappointed with a win. Right,
Wags, that's it. That's the Stone Cold Steve Austin bottom line. Just win the game. The whole thing is you're not turning in your pads today. You're getting ready for another game. And I know that you want to win in dominating fashion, and you want to, like some of these other schools are doing. But just win. That's all you have to do. And the Texas fan base does need to kind of calm down a little bit. I mean, I know that Texas is in a really good place right now. The expectations are really, really high. But look, just be glad you're winning. Be glad you're winning.
Be glad you had the opportunity.
Yeah.
Right.
Because a few years ago, for several years in a row, you're getting ready for a Holiday Bowl, an Alamo Bowl, a Houston Bowl. So just enjoy the wins. Enjoy the wins.
Nice. We got some Metallica going on here. We got some Sandman. Somebody make a Sandman. Did I make a Metallica reference?
Oh, I don't know.
Huh? Did Rodney make a Metallica reference?
Oh, the song by Metallica.
Still alive. Yeah, little James Hetfield.
I wish we could play it.
All right, let's get into a little bit of the professional. But before we get into the professional landscape of football, let's tell you about audiovisual consultations. You know what? It's holiday seasons. We're not going to be able to hear the holiday season clip much more. So let's go ahead and hear from Tom with the holiday clip. Here he is.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678, or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Hit the wrong button.
I know what you meant. Hell, play the other one. I mean, Tom.
We'll save it. We'll save it for the festive spots earlier on in the day.
Yeah. Well, tomorrow we can do it tomorrow because full programming
Sure.
today and tomorrow. Yeah, today and tomorrow. Then we'll be off for a little bit. But like BK said, be checking in on the socials and checking in, everywhere because there'll be little things that pop up. And of course, if you
like the video. Make sure you always like the video.
That's right. Hey, Wags, Dallas Cowboys.
I was gonna say, do you like your Dallas Cowboys yesterday?
It was so funny because I'm sitting there watching it and I'm like, I really don't care. And by the end of the game, I'm like, damn, if you hadn't dropped that game to Cincinnati, if you hadn't that, look, this team ain't quitting. And they want Mike McCarthy back as their head coach. They're playing their asses off for that guy. And that was just a really fun football game to watch last night. I don't care if you're a fan of either team. That was a fun football game to watch.
The one thing I took away from watching that game, and not just that game, it's kind of, I've been questioning if the Dallas Cowboys should retain Micah Parsons. And after the last three, hell, honestly, since Micah Parsons has come back, it's been a completely different defense. And I think you have, if you're Jerry Jones, if you're Stephen Jones, I'm not sure what the bag is going to cost, but you got to find a way to get Mike. You got to find a way to retain Micah Parsons.
Yeah,
the dude is an X factor. He will wreck the opposition's offensive plan of attack. You can now probably put stats or splits on stats with the Dallas defense, like TJ Watt and Pittsburgh's defense, right? You without Micah Parsons, Dallas performs this. With Micah Parsons, Dallas performs this. If he's on a market and I'm in the front office of the New York Giants, I'm doing whatever I can to scoop him up. I'm pretty sure anybody is like that. He is a coveted piece, still a very coveted piece in this NFL landscape. And damn, dude, if you are Jerry Jones, after seeing, you're in a little bit of a predicament, right? You got to address some deficiencies in your roster, okay? But you got to sign Micah Parsons.
Yeah,
that you absolutely find a way to cut ties somewhere else along the line. Micah Parsons, a dude that can wreck the offense, the opposition's offense, regardless of what they throw at you. I wholeheartedly believe that.
Yeah, that dude is a game changer. And we've watched, I mean, this defense here, there was a lot of, with Dan Quinn going to the Washington club and what they're doing. And by the way, what a big win for them yesterday.
And there's going to be a little bit of a fall off, by the way.
Sure.
If you lose your defensive coordinator, there's going to be a little bit of a fall off.
Yeah. And the other part of that, a lot of folks are really hard on Mike Zimmer right there, but Mike Zimmer was missing a lot of key components, one of them being Micah Parsons. And the fact that he has come back and this defense looks really, really good. I mean, this team is playing pretty decent football right now. And we go back to the same thing with this, to where what they had done really well. I mean, you're running the ball extremely well with Rico Dowdle. You didn't do that last night, but Cooper Rush finds a way to throw for almost 300 yards. And look,
CeeDee Lamb, bro,
ultimate team player. That dude could be the one that could be like
Rush showed you that he could start for a team, right? But then also CeeDee Lamb put the league on notice and said, "Hey, remember me?" And that's, guys, like, I'm not trying to take anything away from Cooper Rush, but you saw CeeDee Lamb perform like a top wide receiver. And this is what you're supposed to do if you're CeeDee Lamb, right? Regardless of who's throwing it to you, this is the type of level that you're supposed to be playing at a wide receiver one, right? Mm-hmm. Or not just a wide receiver one, wide receiver bar none. Because I think I've said it before. I'm pretty sure I've said it before. CeeDee Lamb's the best wide receiver in the best slot wide receiver in the game here. Yes, I know Jay Jetta is pretty damn good, but I love the physicality of CeeDee Lamb, and I love what CeeDee Lamb can do after he catches the ball. And maybe I'm just a prisoner of the moment, seeing what he did to Texas so many times with an Oklahoma uniform on, but the dude can get it.
And I see a lot of in this run. I mean, they've won 4 or 5 right here is what the Cowboys have done here in this last 5-week period. And you get a lot of, Cooper Rush is better than Dak. He's not better than Dak, but he doesn't make mistakes. I mean, the guy doesn't make mistakes. He's able to engineer this offense really well. And again, when you have CeeDee Lamb, but he utilizes the tight ends extremely well. I mean, Cooper Rush, I mean, this is a guy where, I mean, you put this dude in and he goes. And great performance
Jake is basically saying Dallas gave us enough just to believe, just to make us.
Oh, I know. And
Put guys back in purgatory.
And what I'm just really impressed. What I'm just really impressed about is, look, I know we like to talk about Mike McCarthy and all these different things, but for this situation, working for Jerry, who's going to do this job?
Who are you going to get? Who's going to replace Mike McCarthy besides Vrabel? You think Vrabel's going there?
No.
I keep saying Vrabel just because I want Vrabel at New York. There's decent coaches out there, but again, if you're Jerry Jones, you're going to take the low hanging fruit. Mike McCarthy's coming back.
Yeah. You know, I don't know if he gives him a 1-year deal, a 2-year deal, what he's going to do right there. But you listen to
that. Right there. I didn't want to say right there. That is,
he's the guy you need.
He's a yes man, and he's Jerry's yes man.
And he's totally fine stepping out of the spotlight and letting Jerry do what Jerry does, and that's great.
Oh yeah. I would argue that McCarthy doesn't want to be in the spotlight. It's probably a lot easier on coaches if they don't have to answer questions after losses and let the front office answer, right?
Well, I mean, you think about with Mike McCarthy, where he was at Green Bay, where the damn community owns a team or shareholders or however that whole thing works out right there. Not a circus at all. I mean, it's just kind of a business that runs. And then you come over here for this. I mean, Mike McCarthy was never he was never in the spotlight. I mean,
you could also sideshow. It's a damn sideshow over here.
So, and the other part of it where it has been impressive here with Mike McCarthy, he's doing this. I mean, and you've got guys hurt. I mean, you've got it. So, you know, it really does come down to who.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think Dallas is a fantastic ball team. On paper, they looked very damn good. A lot of injuries, right? Tough uphill battles with injuries this year. And again, if you're Dallas, embrace the anomaly of a tumultuous year that you're having right now and optimize with the draft pick, right?
Yeah.
Make the most of it and get one hell of a draft pick out of this, and then get back on the front runner of this thing of the NFC East and start to take the reins back over with the NFC. By the way, what we saw yesterday between Philadelphia and Washington, dude, I thought Washington was out of it, down and out, man. With the Saquon Barkley show, and then Hurts goes down. Kenny Pickett's got to come in.
He goes down.
He goes down.
Oh, dude, as a my least favorite team.
Yeah, but you don't root for injury though, right? Like
no.
Of course we say this, you know, tongue in cheek and just all jokes here. You know, a bomb could drop on the damn team that's you know, Philadelphia and Washington, and we'd be okay.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? But we say that with joke, of course.
Yeah, and I mean, here's, you know, folks are getting really comfortable there with Nick Sirianni and everything. Oh, he's turning the corner. Here they are doing it. Is this going to be the beginning of what they did last year?
No, I don't think they're gonna. Well, honestly, it depends. You know, how critical is the concussion protocol for Jalen Hurts? Is it like, did he really get a concussion, or was this just a, hey, let's get Jalen Hurts out of the game real quick? Oh, concussion protocol. You can't come back into the game, bud. Looks like Washington's gonna win this game. No. I mean, I don't know. I don't think Philly's gonna spiral out of control and do a slide at all. I think they'll be able to stay afloat for what we got another week until they get into the playoffs here. I think they're okay. Now, when they get into playoffs, we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. This could be an absolute different team once they're in there. But it looks like they've had some galvanizing moments here of recent. And it looks like they're firing on all cylinders. Saquon Barkley seems to be getting after it. That offensive line is pretty damn nasty. And if they were able to do what they did with Kenny Pickett yesterday, in a makeshift situation, like again, like Washington started taking over after Hurts went down, but they were still able to, you know, scratch and claw and doggy paddle to kind of stay afloat. You know, it ended up. They ended up on the wrong side of the results, you know, at the end of the game, but they were still able to fight. Even though Washington was coming back, they were still able to. They had a couple of answers for Washington, but ultimately it wasn't enough.
I mean, what can you say about Jaden Daniels? I mean, this dude, he's
Perseverance.
Oh, I tell you, he plays.
I think we all got it wrong with Cam Williams, and I don't know. Cam Williams he played okay. Drake May played okay, but nobody's doing what none of those two aren't doing what Daniels is.
Yeah, because it is. I mean, just with everything that's happened there in Washington, I mean, it's hard. It's hard to like root for Washington, but it's like now that my team is not going to be in the playoffs because Dallas and the 49ers eliminated. How weird is that? Dallas and the 49ers out. Well,
it's an anomaly of a year. It's an anomaly of a year. But I'll tell you this though, Daniels is. I'm not rooting for Washington, but it's hard to not root for Daniels if that makes sense.
Yeah.
He's fun to watch.
He is.
He also, like, if you're a Giants fan or a Cowboys fan or Eagles fan, you're probably like, shit. Like, man, we got this guy for 10 years. Like, we got to put up with this dude for a decade. Are you serious? Like, what the hell? I mean, it just gets worse for the Giants fans. It just like,
now
talent just comes all around the division except for your club, except for your locker.
Since Las Vegas won yesterday, Wags, the Giants now are sitting in that prime spot for that number one pick. So
the Giants will mess it up.
Well, it's because you've got these amazing quarterbacks in the NFC East with Hurts, with Jaden Daniels, and with Cooper Rush, and then that other guy that plays for Dallas, it's Hurt. Giants need to get him a franchise quarterback in here.
There you go. If I'm New York, I trade the pick. Trade out of it. The number one overall pick is not going to change your or elevate your win status within the next 5 years. Trade the pick, acquire more picks, do a Belichick move, and let's start building. All right.
Yeah.
One person, the one of one is not going to change that locker room. All right.
Yeah.
You're not going to put a quarterback in front of a terrible line and expect him to elevate more than David Carr did with the Texans. It's not going to happen.
Right.
You're going to get the same results.
Yeah. And with the Giants yesterday being subjected to Michael Penix Jr., and it's like, oh, well, what a great move by Atlanta. Well, I mean, no offense. It was the Giants.
It was the Giants.
Yeah. Let's hope this NFC South race is now with Tampa Bay losing last night. And again, the Dallas defense, they had Baker looking totally frustrated. And we haven't seen that a lot. But now with Atlanta right here making this move, this is going to be one hell of a battle to finish right here between the Falcons and the Buccaneers. I just don't. I think people are maybe a little high on Penix. Look, I'm a Penix guy. I like that dude, but I'm not going to sit here and say, "Oh shit, he's a can't miss."
I don't think he's the answer. Like,
no, I don't think so either.
I think I told you. I think it was about schematics with the offense of Atlanta, right? You know, they were able to allow Bijan to eat yesterday, but again, consider the opposition. It was the Giants. One thing I want to say about Baker, though. Against I don't know how much if it was the Cowboys defense that was frustrating Baker and giving him fits, or if it was the fact that his offensive wide receivers just couldn't catch the damn ball. I don't know how many drops that Sterling Shepard had last night, but it was enough to make me, actually, think of this to say on the show. So I got to go back and actually look at how many drops that he had, but it looked like there were some plays that could have been made. And then there was a critical moment to where it could have been a touchdown, but it was actually taken away and negated and awarded an interception instead. So
yeah,
I think Tampa Bay's still there. I think they're ripe and they can make a run into the playoff here. It's going to be a fun one. That's especially on the NFC side. But I think the two dominant teams, it's a two-headed horse right now between the teams from the North, Minnesota and Detroit.
Mm-hmm. And Green Bay kind of right in the middle of that too. I mean, that's where I think Green Bay can be a little quiet, but
no one wants to see Green Bay, but I don't think that they're as tough as Minnesota and Detroit right now.
Yeah. And kind of quickly back to the Penix thing, something I thought about yesterday is, we don't know what's going to happen down the road here, but let's say Atlanta is able to position themselves to win the division and get themselves into the playoffs. If this is a scenario where something happens to Penix, like we said, we don't want to talk about injuries, but if something happens, look, Kirk Cousins has been fabulous through all this. I mean, I saw something yesterday where before the game, Kirk Cousins sitting there praying 4 Michael Penix with him before the game. That's a fucking that's an ultimate professional right there. It's like, you just took my job, and I'm not sitting here and pray for you to go out there and keep my job.
Kirk Cousins has accrued so much money in his tour in the NFL. I don't think he's going to be upset to take a seat and not get injured.
He will find a job too.
Right. He will find a job.
Yeah.
This dude could go on for another 5 years just being a backup quarterback, right? And touring the NFL and mentoring and coaching up young quarterbacks. And maybe he's starting to move into that role now. I still think that Kirk Cousins has some football that can be played. I just think he's, weird to say this, I just think he's in a bad spot.
Yeah, it's just he can't land in the right spot, and
I thought he was in a perfect spot with Minnesota.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, like is really is Sam Darnold Superman? Is he Mono Man? No,
you're waiting for him to
he's
reappear.
A quarterback that can make all the throws. He's got tremendous arm talent, but he's surrounded by tremendous talent too.
That's
right.
He's
got arguably one of the best wide receivers in the league. He's got another really good young wide receiver in the league, and he's got a tremendous tight end, right? And then you give him a comparable running attack with Jones and a decent offensive line, and you can have a quarterback like Sam Darnold look like a damn all-star.
That's it. It's very much about fit. I mean, I saw the question right there about Trent Dilfer. You remember when Dilfer won that Super Bowl, that offense didn't have to do a lot because the defense did not give anybody anything. Remember they were winning games like 10-3. 10-6, whatever it was. I mean, so it's all about the fit. And Kirk Cousins has never really found that. And is there a fit for him? I don't know. I keep thinking the Colts might be a good place for him to go. I don't know. Maybe mentor that young kid. I don't know. The Dolphins, go be a backup for Tua, but then that offense drastically.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how he would fit within that offense. It's a good idea. I just don't know fit wise. Real quick though, before we turn it over to the guys for It's Only an Hour, I wanted to tell you about our friends at Real Truck. I know we've mentioned, we got some friends from Covert that we're going to be talking about here in just a second, but I want to tell you about our friends at Real Truck. Hey, perfect stocking stuffer is that hat now. Make a purchase of over $100 and you get that stocking stuffer that we were just talking about with the hat. Here they are, our friends from Real Truck.
Building a home for the people who are worth it. Stepping out, throwing in a line, and dropping the tailgate for a picnic, and finding far-off campsites with the people you're closest to. Upgrade your truck, Jeep, or Bronco with over 1 million parts and accessories, and bring your truck to life. Real Truck.
Yes, sir. Again, make that purchase of $100 and get that perfect stocking stuffer. Hey, we got a score update. UTSA is on the board. We have Brandon Hill Jr. Gets the score and puts UTSA up on top 7-0 here in this bowl. What the hell is this bowl game called again?
This is called the Myrtle Beach Bowl.
The Myrtle Beach Bowl, yes. How can I forget? It's Coastal Carolina.
Myrtle Beach, beautiful place. We went there last year. Really, really nice place.
You stayed in north side or south side?
I think we were on the north side, and it was very relaxed, very calming. A lot of cool stuff. The food was good.
That's the tourist side, though, right? The north side, the tourist side.
Yeah. It was really cool. I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed my time there. I mean,
so we got a place in Myrtle Beach, on the south side. So next time you go, hit me up.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Huh. Did not know that. We're trying to plan a trip back over there this year. So,
bro, I'll probably die on you. Before I go back into the earth, I haven't even decided if I'm going to get buried or cremated yet. But before I do, I'll probably venture back east and probably die back there.
Yeah.
I love Texas, but I miss 4 seasons, dude. I mean, it's December, right? We're pushing, the turn of the year here, and I ain't seen a speck of snow yet. So
no, this sucks, man. It's like I saw something to where
the weather sucks. I mean, it's great to not be frigid and not be cold, but you're right.
Yeah, like still, dude, 75 degrees.
You like snow?
I do like snow. I got when we went to Jackson Hole, Wyoming. I mean, now that
God.
dude,
When did you go there?
That was about 2.5 years ago, right before we started TSU, I think. Yeah, because it was right after.
Just different snow.
Dude, it was so weird. We woke up the first morning we were there. We woke up and it was 7. It was 7 degrees, but felt like minus whatever. And I went outside. It was cold. And again, I was better equipped. I mean, I had the heavy duty shit, but I walked out and it was clean. I took a deep breath, and Wags, I swear I hadn't breathed that well in years. It was just
drink
felt good. You know what I mean?
The natural water up there too, the spring water from the mountain.
Yeah.
That's all the water that comes down here, by the way. We get that runoff.
Yeah. It goes through all the charcos and all the different things before it gets here, and that's why it gets here, and it's all
right. But when you get that water up there, man, you can literally drink it out of the lake or out of the stream.
Unbelievable over there, man. And it was all iced up the whole time we were there, and that was the weirdest part, because we're like walking through the downtown or whatever. People are just driving around like you do here, like you would be doing here, and it's like, man, it ices up here, and people lose their shit. You get a little piece of ice, and people forget how to drive.
Oh yeah.
Over there, they're just driving. They're just driving. They're like, this is nothing. But no, that's beautiful. That's beautiful place over there.
So I could probably, I don't know if I could stay all year round in snow. But it's my type of scene. Like I love a beach. I do love a beach, but the mountains and the snow it's just my type of vibe.
I got to tell you, because for us, it was always warm weather vacations. I mean, it's like going to the beach or going wherever, going to Mexico, all these different things. We did that, and it's like, man, we need to hit the cold spots, because it really was. I mean, I loved it. It was a good cold. It was a good cold. It wasn't these junky colds we get around here. 75 degrees on Wednesday, on Christmas Day. What is that?
No, Rodney. I think I've earn the right to live wherever the hell I want and wish snow wherever the hell I want. If I want snow, damn it, I want snow.
Want snow. Hey, if you want a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV for the holiday, you still have time. Christmas is Wednesday. Christmas Eve is tomorrow. New Year's is right around the corner. Texas will be playing that day, by the way. One place to go, it is covertbcave.com. Here's a word from our friends at Covert BK.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Good stuff right there. Good day, man. There's a lot of football this weekend, man. It was just a plethora, wasn't it? I mean, all of it. I mean, high school, college, NFL, just it kept giving.
I'm going to say that the NFL had better games than the college.
Yeah, by far. Yeah.
And maybe I'm just a prisoner of the moment with the Washington and Philadelphia game, but that game, and then if you're a Dallas fan, right, you got to love the performance that you saw last night against Tampa Bay. I mean, Jeff is shaking his head no because he wants the draft pick. But
shaking my head no because what does it matter? I'll tell you the thing that just defeated me when, as a Cowboys fan, I just waved the white flag on 2024. When the Cowboys got eliminated, because they knew before the game started with Washington's win they were eliminated from the playoffs. I saw a host of Cowboys fans and even some Cowboys media members, not my guys like Nick Harris or Tommy Yaris, some other folks, saying, yeah, now it'd be great to ruin Philly's chances of winning the division. That's what we can play for. That's the equivalent of a college football team struggling to get to 6 wins, saying, hey, we got to get to a bowl game for the seniors.
Yeah.
Dude, it doesn't matter. Like,
I'll give you that.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares if Philly doesn't win the division? They'll be playing football in January. And you'll either be sitting your ass at the house or in Cabo or wherever. So it doesn't matter. It's another year where Dallas doesn't get to an NFC championship game. So I don't care. I don't care at this point.
Yeah. And you're keeping your coach.
Humbug, damn it.
I don't. Here's my thing, Rodney. I don't have a McCarthy problem as much as I have a a problem, and it's not necessarily a front office problem. It's just this approach to free agency. Like the Jones family, I like to think Steven is the rational one in that family, and Charlotte as well, even though she's not on the football side.
You mean they're just not active enough, Jeff?
No, I think from when they approach free agency, I think they are on two polar opposites. They can't find the happy medium. Yeah. They either had years where they've way overspent, and the Brandon Carrs and the Leonard Davises, and some of those guys worked out, some of them didn't, or they just think, hey, we got 3 starters to replace. They're just going to fall in our lap.
Right.
Free agency. Right. We just get dudes off the scrap heap.
People want to play here. They want to.
Over the years, man, whether it's, Nick Hayden or Dante Fowler or Malik Hooker, they've managed to find dudes off the scrap heap, but that's not how you elevate yourself in the National Football League, is just finding replacement level players in free agency. So I like the way they draft. I like the direction their drafts have gone under Will McClay and Stephen Jones, and they have made some good free agency finds. But
and Jeff,
there's this myth every year that the Cowboys are one of the most talented rosters in the National Football League, and I don't see it.
Very top heavy, usually is what it is. And here's what concerns me, honestly, as we get into the offseason, where the running back question has been much talked about throughout the season. And now you've got Rico Dowdle that's really showing some signs. I'm really afraid that they're going to try to throw a lot of money at this dude. And then you've got another problem where this dude's going to be locked in and he goes back to being Rico Dowdle. And you still have a running back problem.
I think you need to dress up the line too.
Rodney, it disgusted me yesterday when they got down there in a goal to go situation and they put Zeke in and Zeke scored. I've got to hear Collins over talking about, oh, this is vintage Zeke Elliott. How many times? I'm like, yeah, that was fun when it was happening in 2016 and 2017. Yeah. It's the year of our Lord 20 and 24. I don't need to see Zeke Elliott scoring touchdowns anymore.
Yeah. I hope like hell that was Zeke. We're going to give you one last touchdown. Get in there and get it done.
It was a feel good moment. I don't know if it was a send off moment, but it was.
I hope it was. I hope it was. So
you guys know, like when you hear players talk about, hey, when did you know it was time to quit playing? Your pro sport, and they say usually it's like when I saw somebody be too fast, but Zeke got to that point like in 2020 where I just realized at some point I'm like, dude, he is a step slower than he was a few years ago. And he plays a position where you don't get that back. Once it starts to decline, it goes. And
I think it was when he got back from Cancun.
Yeah. Unless you're Adrian Peterson and you're just a genetic freak who Adrian Peterson probably still played a day if you're right. You don't get better with
Jerry's going to sign him.
That position is not like fine wine. You don't get better with age. It's more like hot garbage, man. The longer you stay around, the more it starts to stink, and you need to get rid of it.
That's right. You said it.
I'm with you there, gents. Hey, what's on the docket, man?
It's a Victory Monday, so we'll be talking Texas Clemson. Leading up to Sark's got a joint press conference with Kenny Dillingham at noon. So that's at the top of the hour. So we'll be leading you up to that. I'll be bumping off right at noon to go cover that. But yeah, it's Victory Monday. We're talking Texas.
Right.
Good to go, gents. Good to go.
Enjoy
the win, man. Be good.
All right. Thank you, Rodney. Thank you, Wags. There goes the Chaos Theory portion. He is Jordan Scruggs. I am Jeff Howe. It's only an hour. Jordan, let's go ahead. I want to get this out of the way first. Jose, thank you for this post. Mariachi talk not going away on Twitter. Let me state for the record, there could be other shows on this platform that talk about the mariachi bands, and that's fine. Anybody can do what they want. Mariachi bands, drone shows, pretty much any. We scraped the bottom of the barrel in the Steve Patterson era with Jetpack Man. So once Jetpack Man was gone, I don't care what happens at halftime or in game or anything. I've grown
Jetpack Man. I've grown totally forgot about that,
dude. How can you forget Jetpack Man, Jordan? You can't forget Jetpack Guy. I'm kind of done. I'm over the McConaughey bit. I just don't. I go to a football game to watch football. I don't care about the other stuff. You can take it or leave it. I'm all cool for mariachis. I don't have a problem with mariachi bands, but we're just not going to have a ton of mariachi talk on this show. Jordan, you don't want to say anything about mariachis or otherwise? before we put that.
Yeah, I wasn't there, so don't know, but I don't know. So like you're really that upset that you have to go to Twitter to complain about it, So
man,
I don't know. I get it. It's
bro,
not
I'll never
everyone's cup of
forget,
tea,
Jordan. I'll
but-
never forget this, man. Trey Elling and I were talking to one day, and this is when we were at the Horn, and Trey said something to the effect of, he goes, man, he's like, CDC doesn't have time to, answer your stupid Twitter questions about why did they run out of Diet Coke at the concession stand. And he's a great guy for answering it, but stop bothering him with that stuff. And I kid you not, a few days later, somebody tweeted at CDC because at McCombs Field for a softball game, they had run out of like Coke Zero or Diet Coke or something at the concession stand, and somebody was upset. And I'm like, man, we jumped the shark on taking advantage of an AD who makes himself accessible on social media.
Yeah, CDC is way better than me. I'd be using that mute button, that block button a lot more if I was him. But I don't know. Like you'll never be able to please everyone. Like, right. Yes, I'm sure the crowd that enjoyed the mariachis is the same crowd that thinks the walkout song is fine, and the walkout song is fine with me. But as someone who watches a lot of football, goes to a lot of football games, with how much money Texas has, the walkout could be way better. It could get the stadium way more hyped than just Thunderstruck and the Death Bells or whatever.
I noticed,
you know what I mean? Like,
I noticed they started
come out
using
with Texas by Big X the Plug or something. Like, build some more hype. And I'm not saying you got to do what A&M does and play Power by Kanye or something like that. But they could do a better job with getting hype. And I see a lot of people saying the same thing that I just said, and it's mostly the younger crowd, right? Mm-hmm. I'm sure the younger crowd was the majority of the crowd saying the mariachis stink or whatnot. You know what I mean? So, like, at the end of the day, people are never going to be happy. Yes, there's some things they could fix, but I mean, the mariachi stuff, it's whatever for me. So.
Yeah, I'll tell you what about the walkout song and the music in general. Apparently, Sark picked the music. So, look, man, I love Hell's Bells by AC/DC, but that was in the high school football locker room when I was in high school. So yeah, it's been around for a while. I've got the perfect walkout song or whatever. It's not one to get you hype in the third quarter, but I think for the walkout, it'd be perfect. If you play, especially because this is Austin, University of Texas is in Austin. You gotta tie back to the roots of the city. I think the Stevie Ray Vaughan version of Voodoo Child, just because of that guitar riff, and I think if you played that, I think that would be a much better walkout song than Hell's Bells.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things they could do that would generate more hype. And I mean, shoot, switch it up. You don't got to use the same thing every week, I guess. But I don't know. It's whatever. And I mean, I was one thing I also miss. And I mean, I don't know when they stopped doing this, but like, man, I remember growing up in that stadium, and before they come out, before they even show them in the hallway, putting their horns on the end of the Longhorn. Mm-hmm. It would show this, video that was a few minutes, and I don't remember everything that was in the video, but I remembered a big part of it paying tribute to Freddie Steinmark. You know what I mean? And I'm sure everyone on the roster nowadays knows who Freddie Steinmark is. I'd assume that they're telling those players, what that guy meant to the program and who he is and the story and everything he went through. But, like, why did that video go away? You know what I mean? Like, that gets the blood flowing, the juices going, and it builds hype, and it's something for everyone to be proud of, and they don't show anything about Freddie Steinmark anymore. At least versus ULM, they didn't. That was the one home game I attended this season. So
I was gonna say I would assume, and I don't know, maybe I just need to look harder or ask somebody, because the scoreboard was the Freddie Steinmark scoreboard, and they had the Freddie Steinmark sign in his picture when the team walked out. I assume it's there where the horns are, but I don't know for sure. So yeah, I don't know. I agree with you though. I'm more of a keep it simple type guy when it comes to those presentations. I just don't need all the frills and everything. Yeah. Let's go ahead and get to the game though, Jordan.
Yeah.
And,
let's talk about the stuff that matters.
I won't say who the media member was, but there were two comments made during the game that by two different people. One was, man, does this expose something in the Texas defense that they're vulnerable to a running quarterback? And I said, every defense is vulnerable to a running quarterback, especially one who was as on point as Cade Klubnik was on Saturday. The other comment was, did this expose the Texas secondary? No, I think the Texas secondary is really good. I think the problem was Cade Klubnik. It's by far the best I've seen him look this year. And he's had some games where he's been good, but his ability to extend plays was twofold, Jordan. That first touchdown drive Clemson had, Texas was getting pressure. And I'm thinking, okay, it's only going to be a matter of time before that pressure gets home. Like, you can tell Texas had the advantage in the trenches. But Cade did such a good job extending plays with his legs, keeping the play alive. And at that point, I even wrote this in our staff roundtable, like the reason why I feel better about Texas' chances of winning a national title is because of what Cade Klubnik did, because it'll make them better prepared for Sam Leavitt in the Peach Bowl, and if they beat Arizona State, either Dylan Gabriel or Will Howard thereafter, and who knows whether it's Riley Leonard or Gunnar Stockton or whoever. I know we're talking way down the road, but basically you've seen the best true dual threat quarterback you're going to face all year, other than probably Dylan Gabriel, if you run into Oregon at some point. But you should be better prepared, and you can have a guy that can extend the play, that can ad-lib. You can have the right front called. You can have the right coverage called. You can have the right blitz called. You can be 100% right, and it can be executed. But that guy's ability to extend the play, and if you've got receivers who understand how to function in the scramble drill, you can end up being wrong when you were right the whole time. And what are you going to do, Jordan? You realistically, you can't ask defensive backs to cover receivers or to maintain their area in a zone coverage for, 10, 12 seconds. That's not football at that point. It's a war of attrition almost. I don't know what you want to call it, but it's a tip of the cap to Cade Klubnik for the game he had on Saturday, man. If anybody else was playing quarterback for Clemson, first off, I don't think they're in the playoff, and two, they get boat raced probably by about 50 on Saturday.
Yeah, and I'm happy you brought up the secondary in Klubnik's performance. Like, why is Malik Muhammad getting buried on Twitter by half the fan base? You know what I mean? Like, maybe Quinn just played too well where they had to take their anger out on someone. Like Johnny Barron is a Thorpe Award winner. They're not throwing to him.
Muhammad's getting roasted.
Sorry, what did you say?
It's Quinn's fault. Manny Muhammad's getting roasted. Can we blame that on Quinn today?
There you go. You beat CB to it. But, man, Jade Barron is on the field. He's the Thorpe Award winner. The entire week they're telling Klubnik, do not throw it over there, right? So who's the corner on the other side? It's Malik Muhammad. The ball is going to go to Malik Muhammad's side if Jade Barron's on the other side. That's how things work, right? Yes, he could have played better. A lot of people could have played better. They held Bryant Wesco to 3 receptions on 14 targets.
Yeah.
How many schools have done that this season, right? Also, yes.
Yeah, for the record, Jordan, you're not that far off. It was 3 catches for 30 yards, 9 targets. You want to know how many yards after the catch, and think about Bryant Wesco's yak in the ACC championship. You know how many yak yards he had on Saturday? 1 yard after the catch is all he had.
How many you have in the ACC ship?
Dude, I don't know, but it seemed like when Clemson got out to that big lead, it was Bryant Wesco being wide open and Klubnik finding him. So I'm sure I can look it up on PFF, but
yeah,
it was more than 1 damn yard. I know that.
I'm surprised Wesco only had 9 targets. The broadcast said he had 12 at one point, or had at least 10 at one point. I know that. But no, I mean, yes, Malik Muhammad could have played better. But at the end of the day, they walked out of there with a win, and yeah. So hey, and another goal line stand Another goal line stand. How about that? Ridiculously stupid play call. I think the press box at AT&T Stadium that was watching that game on mute could have come up with something better, but they stopped it. So yeah,
real quick on the Manny Muhammad thing, and I'm glad that we're under CFP guidelines now. So, and after games, post game, they want coordinators to be available. So PK was available, and he made a good point. When they broke down Clemson, their big concern, the one thing they did not want to beat them, was design quarterback runs. Because if you look at Cade, his rushing yards, now granted, net sack yard is going to take away from that, but if you look at yards gained, it's about as pretty evenly split between scramble yards and as a matter of fact, I think I've got that written down somewhere. Yeah, I do. Cade Klubnik had this season, at the end of the season, after Saturday, 346 yards gained on 39 designed runs, and on 27 scrambles, he gained 242 yards. So the one thing PK wanted to protect against was the design runs because they felt that could really hurt him. So the answer to that was you're going to devote more bodies to playing between the hashes because you're going to have to use spies and guys to mug and mush rush and different things like that. The downside of that is it's the who gets effed pie, right? Draw up that pie, percentages of it. Who's not going to have help this week? Who's going to get effed the most on defense? All right, corners, it's you this week. They, PK said they had to be a man pretty much the whole game. They played a lot more man coverage this year than they probably have. Knowing the corners are going to have to be on an island because if you're going to devote more bodies to stopping the quarterback run, then somebody's not going to get help, and it was the corners. And to your point, Jordan, my guy Rod Babers lived that life. Like you can go look at some of the games where Rod's getting picked on. All right, well, Quentin Jammer's on the other side of the field. They ain't going to throw at Quentin Jammer. So that's life as a corner, man, especially when you're going against a wide receiver like TJ Moore, who's going to be in the league one day. Wesco's going to be in the league one day. Williams is a really good receiver. Their skill talent, the Clemson skill talent, the perimeter skill talent is actually probably better than I initially gave it credit for. And I was pretty high on that group anyway. But I just look at Manny Muhammad, and to me, it's like, okay, that's life as a corner, right? You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. It's no different than like an offensive tackle. It's just that when you lose, it's going to look really bad.
Yeah.
Because it's a pivotal spot.
Yeah, and with corners, like they're, what's that saying? The worst thing is being the number 2 or number 3 corner on an NFL team that has Darrelle Revis or Jalen Ramsey or someone like that. The quote is something like that. Like too many people are saying Malik Muhammad's having a sophomore slump. He's not having a sophomore slump. Jahdae Barron is just Jahdae Barron this year, and is a Thorpe Award winner. Last year, he was great as a freshman, phenomenal as a freshman. Who was the dominating corner for Texas last year? Ryan Watts, Jahdae Barron from the nickel.
Dude,
they didn't really have one.
The best corner Texas had last year, I think.
Exactly. It was spread around, right? So, you're going to give up more plays when you're targeted more. That's how things work. So, I have loved how Manny's done this year. I think he's been completely fine. And, I still think he's on pace to be a day 1, day 2 draft pick after next season. So
you can look at numbers however you want, Jordan. But here's a couple of things that I look at from Pro Football Focus. Because we've got now, with Manny Muhammad, we've got 2 14-game samples. He played 14 last year as a true freshman and 14 this year. Targets, as a true freshman, he was targeted 35 times, gave up 24 catches. That's a 68.6% reception rate. This year, he's been targeted 52 times, given up 27 receptions. That's a 51.9% reception rate allowed. Yards per reception have gone up a little bit. Yak yards have gone up a little bit, but he's got 7 pass breakups and NFL passer rating allowed of 75.6. So if you look at some of the deep dive analytics statistics, he's having a better year this year than he did last year, being targeted more. It's just that corner, like we said, smart teams are not going to throw at Jahdae Barron.
Yeah.
They're going to pick on Manny Muhammad. And you know what? When it's NFL talent on NFL talent, you're going to win some, you're going to lose some. The only you can correct me if I'm wrong. The only egregious mistake that I saw Manny making, it looked like it was just kind of a coverage bust, or maybe there's just some miscommunication. But the one where the tight end got loose behind him and was running toward the boundary when they had that big play on the touchdown drive, that was the only one where I was like, did he fall? And I'm like, no, he didn't fall. It just looked like he might have thought he had help behind him, but didn't. So it looked like it was just a coverage bust. But other than that, I mean, it's just sometimes, man, that's why they call them 50-50 balls.
Yeah, and I don't know. The thing with Malik is just fascinating to me that of all the players on the roster, that's who the fan base decided to pick on after this week. But, I mean, I don't know. I think he's been great, man. And like I said, I still think he's on pace to accomplish everything, that folks are talking about after his great true freshman year. So
there's two positions that Texas fans like to pile on. And I look, when I was a fan before I started reporting and writing in the Texas market, I was in this group. The two positions that I think, just get incinerated by fans, the center, for whatever reason, other than Lyle Sinline, I've never seen in my lifetime a popular center. It's like Russell Gaskamp and Lyle Sinline. That's it. Every other center, Matt Anderson, Jason Glenn, Chris Hall, Dallas Griffin, Dominic Espinosa, go all in them down the line. Zach Shackelford, even Jake Majors. Like everybody always thinks that center at Texas is garbage. I'm like, no,
there were people, and I think it was just because they were bored. But I mean, there are people this summer being like, should Texas take a look at Cole Hudson as the starting center? Jake Majors really isn't that strong. They're going into the SEC. If there are people saying stuff like that, and it's not people we take seriously, but there are people saying that. While we're here, I just don't want to forget the thought. I thought it was a little bit interesting that Hayden Connor was who went in at center the rest of the game after Majors went down. I do think they trust Cole Hudson at center. But this is not intel based. It's just my thought process. But I think Connor ended up as the center because my assumption is he communicates better. He's been there longer in the program. I'm not calling Hudson stupid by any means, but isn't Hayden Connor like an aerospace major or something like that? Like really smart guy, right? And, he's played in different positions across the years. He knows the call-outs and stuff. So my assumption is they just figured that would be the easiest thing to keep the consistency and communication on the line. So there's that. But real quick, I keep forgetting this point I'm trying to make about Malik Muhammad because it keeps coming to me and then you're talking. I don't want to I'm sorry. This is what it was. Some guys just don't match up well with certain players. Like, for example, South Oak Cliff and DeSoto played multiple times in high school, not only in tackle, but in 7-on-7. The majority of those times, Jonte would win the matchups over Malik Muhammad. Malik would follow him everywhere he went, and it would one-on-one, would never get help. And Jonte would win the majority of those one-on-one battles. But who saw the field first? Who started first? Who got more snaps every single game? Both those guys are at Texas. Malik Muhammad did. And who was the best corner in Texas their senior year? Malik Muhammad was. And Jonte was still finding ways to beat him in one-on-one matchups. There are times that it's not going to be a good matchup, and that's how things are, Man, think about, he was certainly playing through some injuries and, there's other stuff at play. Think about Jahdae Barron's performance versus Washington last year. It wasn't great by any means. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people have forgotten about that as he's now, rose to the level he has and has won the Thorpe Award. But there are certain days where it's not going to go your way and it's not going to be a good matchup. And, I'm not saying that's the reason and you can just have an excuse for a bad game, but I think that's part of what happened with Malik Muhammad because, outside of this game, like you could make, again, I don't even think he played that poorly or even poorly that much at all. But, you can make the argument this is the worst he's played in his entire Texas career, which is pretty damn good considering who was playing on the other side. So,
but there's a reason. There's a reason why this staff was content to let Terrence Brooks walk.
Yeah.
Because the year Manny had last year. And, I'll give you what you're talking about, Jordan, about some guys are just bad matchups. I'll give you two within the last decade examples that stand out. And it's guys that are still making money in the National Football League right now.
Mm-hmm.
Quandre Diggs had a great career at Texas, a great career. But the one game that when it's not the first thing I think of when I think of Quandre, but the game that stands out was his last home game against TCU, where, man, the difference between Josh Doxson at 6'3" and Quandre at 5'9.5" is just Trevon Boykin just throwing 50-50 balls up, and Josh Doxson was just winning those battles. It wasn't nothing wrong with Quandre. It's just that was a bad matchup for him. The other one that comes to mind is Chris Boyd, who in 18, Chris Boyd is a first-team All Big 12 corner. Should have been an All-American. I think he led the country in pass breakups that year. But the Oklahoma State game against Tylan Wallace, he got abused by Tylan Wallace. No, to my recollection, none of the other receivers Chris Boyd faced that year did that to him, but Tylan Wallace did. So, like you said, you can find plenty of examples, and I just gave everybody two of even the best corners. Man, there's some days where you just don't have it.
Yeah, and I mean, we've kind of already hit on it, but part of Manny's game 2 versus Clemson, how many quarterbacks has Texas played this year that can consistently put the balls where Klubnik was putting those balls on Saturday? Not many, if any.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think I would say Carson Beck, but Carson Beck was not the reason Georgia beat Texas twice.
Yeah, Carson Beck got like space jammed in week 4 or something. It kind of was fascinating to see what happened to him. I'm very curious where he'll go in the draft, especially after that injury too.
The injury, this is my very amateur opinion, right? Mm-hmm. I don't think the injury is going to be as big of a deal as you might think, because when you hear UCL injury, you think, oh, man, Tommy John surgery, that knocks pitchers out for a year. Man, I remember this was probably 20 years ago now. I remember Jake Delhomme. Jordan, I don't remember Jake Delhomme playing quarterback for the Panthers. Jake Delhomme had the same injury, had a UCL. I'm sure other quarterbacks have had it, but the one I remember was Jake Delhomme. That was an off-season surgery for Tommy John, and he played the following season. So it's not – and I think it's – like I said, I'm not a doctor. I just know the mechanics of throwing a football are much different than the mechanics of throwing a baseball and the pressure that it puts on the elbow and the strain it puts on the elbow. My understanding is that's the recovery process for a quarterback coming back from Tommy John is much more streamlined than a pitcher just because of the pressure that goes on the elbow. So,
yeah. Real quick, want to give Quinn Ewers some love. 17-24, a touchdown, had a pick, wasn't his fault if you watch the game.
I told Chip, because I don't think Chip saw it, but he said next to me, he's like, what happened? He's like, what happened on the interception? He's like, did it hit more in the hands? I'm like, you hit him in the worst spot you can hit a receiver, hit him right in the chest, went through his hands, hit him in the chest, and bounced up. It's just one of those deals. DeAndre Moore's had a great year, but that was just one of those that I'm sure he's dreading going in to watch film with Chris Jackson, knowing that you got to catch that ball.
Am I mistaken? Didn't he have another drop too?
I
think he had maybe 2 drops on the game. I'm not sure.
I can maybe answer.
Yeah,
that.
I mean, with Quinn, look, the stat sheet isn't going to blow your mind, right? It's not. But he showed up and did what he was supposed to. And I mean, I wrote it up in the roundtable. This back-to-back string of performances from the SEC Conference Championship game to this first-round playoff game versus Clemson, this is, I think, by far and away the best back-to-back performances he's had this season. And potentially, maybe in his career. You know, consistency has always been an issue there. It has.
Yeah.
Staying healthy has always been an issue there that's thrown off the consistency, right? And there's also been questions, is he actually at full health, right? But, man, with how he's played the last two games, not weeks, but games, there's nothing more you can really ask of. And, again, I know the stat sheet isn't crazy, but he's doing everything he's asked to do, and he's putting Texas in a position to win ball games, which is all you can ask for.
Well,
and I hate that DeAndre Moore had that happen, because the amount of Texas fans that are on the Start Arch wave and the Quinn Stinks wave are going to be like, well, he still threw a pick. And it's like, buddy, we all watch the same game. You're just choosing not to remember it, you know? So
I'm looking at PFF. PFF only credited Moore for the 1 drop. and Matthew Golden got charged with a drop on that one. That's one of those. It's the failed fourth down is probably, if I had to assign percentages, that's probably 60 on Quinn. It's probably 65 on Quinn, 35 on Golden. Like the ball, it wasn't great ball placement, but Golden knew he should have caught that ball.
Yeah.
You could tell, you know Matthew Golden and Jordan better than I do. You could tell by his reaction, the way he just was slinging the chin strap off. Like you could tell he knew that he should make that catch.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know how people felt about it. I haven't seen anyone on Twitter really talking about this, but the fourth down calls, choosing to go for it, I like that. It's clear that Bert Auburn and Sark, he's not super comfortable there, obviously, after, his performances lately and missing the field goals. But I would have done the same thing, and I had no problem with it. Last year, a lot of people were getting pissed at Sark for going for it on fourth down, specifically in the red zone, and only using one play when your fifth-string running back is that Wildcat QB. But I like the selection of play calls on Saturday. And also, one guy we haven't talked about, man, how about Jaden Blue? Like, letting out that emotion on that 70-plus yarder. I think every Texas fan felt that for him. And I believe it was Nash Talks Texas that pointed this out. One of the better Twitter accounts in the Texas universe, whatever you want to call it. Watch the game back of Jaden Blue. Almost every single time he's hitting the hole, he's bringing both arms up to cover the ball. You're seeing improvements in real time. Go back to the beginning of the season. Go back to the beginning of this month or last month. He was not doing that, right? And that's why the problems continued. So, major props to Coach Choice, but specifically major props to Jaden Blue for that because, it's easier said than done to make those necessary improvements, and he has. Now it's about staying consistent and continuing not to fumble and continuing to protect the ball and give Texas the juice they need off the bench.
Yeah.
Biggest play of the game by far and away.
It was good to see Jarrett Gibson get some confidence too. Like you could tell on that fourth and short. I don't know if I'm frozen right now or not. I just see Jordan is frozen. Apologize, everybody. I don't know if anybody can hear me right now. Okay, Jake Bayless is saying I'm good. Am I good? Okay. Jordan's computer just randomly decided to restart out of nowhere, so he'll be back here in a second. But I can go ahead and talk about Jordan is for sure frozen. The fact Jarrett Gibson getting some confidence back, I like seeing that because you had the injury to Trey Wisner. I saw somebody ask the question earlier. I apologize, whoever it was. I don't remember, but the injury situation, Sark said after the game, Wisner could have gone back in. They held him out. Jake Majors could have gone back in. They held him out. The only one that couldn't have gone back in that tried and couldn't go was Cam Williams. I had an MRI on Saturday. I was supposed to have one after the game. I'm sure Sark is going to talk about that in the press conference coming up here in about 20 minutes. But, hey, going back to Jordan's point about Quinn and talking about Jaden Blue and Jarrett Gibson and even Wisner while he was in there, you didn't need Quinn Ewers to win this game for you. You got away throwing the ball 24 times because you didn't need to throw the ball a bunch. You didn't need to put the game in Quinn's hands because you were dominating the line of scrimmage. And it reminded me a lot of the A&M game because there wasn't anything flashy that Texas did running the football. There was a few pin pull things and whatnot, but man, when you see zone football, a zone running game being blocked as clean as Texas blocked it and big runs pop, there are very few things in football as beautiful as that. And like the Jaden Blue 77-yard run, you see Kelvin Banks climb to the linebacker. Cole Hudson, gets a good block. And Jordan, you mentioned Cole Hudson earlier. When Majors and Williams went out, that was back-to-back plays where those guys got hurt. Yeah. And I've seen plenty of Texas teams where, dude, if you lose two O-line starters on back-to-back plays, your whole offense could just completely come off the rails at that point. But you put Gooseby in at right tackle, you slide Hayden Connor to center, you move Hudson in at left guard, and you didn't skip a beat, and your run game was just as productive in the second half without two starters as it was in the first when you had a full complement of offensive linemen. That's a tribute to Kyle Flood for cross-training guys. That's it. To me, one of the real unsung heroes of this team is Cole Hudson, because in the day and age of the portal, I don't think he gets enough credit for this, Jordan. In the day and age of the transfer portal, you got a guy that started every game as a true freshman and then had an off-season surgery. And, they always say that thing, oh, man, players don't lose their job to injury. Yeah, tell Cole Hudson that, because all he went and did was have a shoulder surgery, and he hadn't started a game since because DJ Campbell's a starting right guard now. But he's stuck with it. He's, by all accounts, been a good teammate. And, hey, when his number's called, he's been ready to go in. They just needed him for a longer stretch on Saturday than they've needed him for in a while. So I tip my cap to Cole Hudson for sticking with it. And for Trevor Gooseby, man, I'll give a tip of the cap to you and the Hudson Standish. And I mean, when I saw Gooseby, I'm like, dude, everything Hudson built this kid up to be was legit. I don't know how long he's going to be at Texas, but enjoy him while he's here, because he has come in as a redshirt freshman and looks scary comfortable to be put in the positions he's been put in. I mean, you think about it. Your first significant action is 7 snaps into the return of the Texas A&M series. Then you've got to go start an SEC championship game against Georgia. And then the next time you get pressed into duty, it's a first-round college football playoff game against Clemson that has talent on their defensive line. So
yeah,
I can't say enough good things about the Texas offensive line and the job that group did. And Sark has said that group was challenged after the Georgia game, because they, as bad as the first Georgia game was, I think the second game for the offensive line was worse. It never looked.
I actually agree.
Going. Yeah, because even
like Quinn sacked himself more in the first game, so they looked worse. But if you actually really look at the offensive line's performance, yeah, I'd probably agree. At least for the interior, I think the tackles might have held up a little bit better. Like Michael Williams, less of a force.
Yeah,
but I have to agree with you. Across the board, game 2 is probably worse. But sorry for interrupting.
No, you're good. Yeah, at least in the first game, we saw Texas have a couple, some glimmers here and there of hope in the run game in the first Georgia game. It's just with the turnovers, and you got yourself in a 20-point hole, man, at some point you can't run the football anymore. You got to try to move it in chunks, and you're not going to do that just pounding away 4 or 5 yards a pop. So they had to get away from it. The second game, you had the lead, and one of the reasons you couldn't protect the lead was because, first off, one of the reasons you couldn't make the lead bigger, and then why you couldn't protect it, is because you couldn't run the football at all, like nothing doing at all. So I like that the offensive line answered the challenge, and man, it's so refreshing after, 20 years almost of just by and large below average, subpar offensive line play, and some years just
dog
bad.
Shit.
Yeah, some years it was just bad. Dude, the fact that Texas has talented depth on the offensive line, and when this offensive line clicks, you can legitimately say maybe one of the better offensive lines in the country. It's a really nice place for Texas to be.
Oh yeah. A little bit of an update on the O-line for next year. I saw we had a question about what we expect it to look like. I spoke with a source over the weekend. Well, obviously you have to announce it first, but I definitely am expecting DJ Campbell to come back next season. After speaking with the source close to him this weekend, so
he should. By the way, he should.
Yeah, I think it's the right choice too. And I mean, DJ Campbell, he was a 5-star for a reason. He has a special level of athleticism that doesn't come with offensive linemen. Like guys like DJ Campbell, they're in every draft, but there's very few of them, right, that are that caliber of athletes. So, he could probably get a day 3 grade or team if he was to leave this year, but he's expected to come back. So definitely something that's good news, because Cam Williams, his potential injury could change that, but everyone I talked to has always expected him to leave going back to about week 1 of the season. So
yeah, and we even talked about that during the offseason. If he had the kind of year where he had the choice, he would probably choose to go. I'm really, in terms of, it's because it's not a matter of he's going to do what he's going to do, and proverbial gun to my head, he goes. But man, Cam Williams' NFL future, if he declared for the draft after this season, I'm really on the fence 50-50 on whether that's a good call or not, because as big as he is and as impressive of an athlete as he is, he's not Amaris Mims, which you can see Mims in Cincinnati, and dude, once the experience catches up with the talent level, the dude could be one of the best handful of tackles in the league. Cam Williams to me is not that kind of athlete. I don't think I'm knocking Cam. I'm just saying Amaris Mims is that elite of an athlete. So only 1 year as a starter, I guess it's just going to determine how high is his ceiling, number one, and two, how long is it going to take him to get ready? So he's going to have to get drafted by a team that is very, very patient with him.
Yeah. Who is it? Had a good one. Jose right here said, how hard is it for Gooseby to change from left to right? That seems like elite traits for the dual use. He may command more money than anyone this summer as far as retention, next to Colin Simmons. There's a few guys on the roster who I think are going to try to convince Texas they're going in the portal as a leverage play.
Yeah.
Gooseby isn't one of those guys. I don't think he really has that type of personality, but we might be wrong. But as far as the dual use goes, yes, that is definitely a plus for the NFL. Everyone in the NFL thinks they can, or the majority of people in the NFL thinks they can guide a guy like Cam Williams, who's played a right tackle his entire collegiate career pretty much, to play the left side and at a high level. Now, they probably can, but you don't really know that until you draft the guy and have him, right? Mm-hmm. Which you don't want to find out, oh, snap, he can't cross-train at this position.
Yeah.
Right? So Gooseby already showing he can do that. Yes, let I hope his stock, but I mean, not by much, because, again, the majority of the NFL thinks, they can coach them and figure it out. So, the thing that I'm curious about, who's going to be the next left tackle after Gooseby? Because around this time, whenever the 2023 cycle I just signed and we're getting ready to move in, felt pretty good that Gooseby was going to turn out all right as the future left tackle after Kelvin. Yeah. And as soon as he moved in after 1 week, that was the feedback we got from Texas, that that's who they want to be the next guy. Mm-hmm. He was going to have to earn it, which he did, but it was very clear that was going to be the next left tackle.
For sure.
I like Nick Brooks, but he's a much safer right tackle projection. He just is. Yeah. He can play left tackle. I think he'll be able to, and I think he will play left tackle at Texas. But he's going to need some coaching and time. I'm not sure if he can just sit on the bench and then play in his redshirt freshman year and start at that high level like Gooseby, did at times this year. Whenever he's a full-time starter next year, will obviously be his third year in Austin. Mm-hmm. But still. So, and then the other potential tackle take in the class, Jordan Coleman, if he plays tackle, I think it has to be right tackle. I think he has the length and athleticism to play left, but that would be an even longer curve, I think, than it would take them to get Nick Brooks ready to play. So I'm very curious how that'll work. We heard Texas was looking at O-lineman in the portal. Portal stuff is super quiet right now with Texas. They're keeping a lot of things in-house as they try to retain the roster. But they're going to need another left tackle, like a true left tackle take. That's why they went so hard after Michael Fasusi at the end. So John Turntine is a humongous priority. He's been a humongous priority since he was offered. And he's going to continue to be a humongous priority. But I am very, very curious who's going to be the next man up at the left tackle spot after Gooseby.
I would say probably you hope Gooseby sticks around for another 2 years and then turns it over to Turntine. Brandon Baker, I think, look at him at left tackle. Does you get into the stuff, does Brandon Baker have the arm length and the elite kind of twitch to be an NFL left tackle? I don't know, but Kyle Flood doesn't need him to be an NFL left tackle. He needs him to be a left tackle at Texas probably. I think it would be, just me thinking about it, I think it'd be easier to step number one, go with Nick Brooks at right tackle, and then see if Brandon Baker can play left tackle.
Yeah.
And then go from there. And that's something Kyle Flood can figure out this spring. You'll be able to do it this spring. One
thing that I've kind of been curious about is Jaden Chapman. Like, I think he has the length and height and everything you need to play tackle.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he's, if I'm not mistaken, when we've been at practice, he's been with the guards more than the tackles, right?
He's worked both. I've seen him work both tackles and both guards. Kind of same with Malik Ogbo. I don't remember. I want to say Malik Ogbo has worked all four positions. Center, I could be wrong, but I really think the only position that Ogbo and Chapman haven't worked at is center.
Yeah. And I think Chapman has enough length, height, everything you need to play left tackle. And, I mean, I think Ogbo could if it was an emergency, but Ogbo's a right tackle 10 times out of 10 for me personally. Mm-hmm. So I like that. But
I'll say what Jose asked about Gooseby on playing left and right. Mm-hmm. It's that there are, and I've heard about this. I've heard some NFL left tackles that in high school, college, and in the league they play left tackle who couldn't slide over and play right just because it's muscle memory at some point. And your footwork is different, your hand placement's different, your punch, everything's different. For you to really be able to play both, it's almost like a really good switch hitter in baseball. You can really hit and I'm not talking about, just your average Joe, but you think about the best that have ever done it. I mean, Eddie Murray, Pete Rose, Chipper Jones, Lance Berkman, to find a dude that, hey, he's probably just as good from the left side as he is the right. It's rare.
Yeah, it's a great point. Taylor Lewan played for the Titans for a long time, was a first-round pick out of Michigan, went to Michigan out of Arizona. He has only ever played left tackle. Mm-hmm. And, I listen to his podcast a lot, so I know a decent amount of, I guess, what happened. But a big part of why his NFL career has effectively ended after the Titans dropped him.
Yeah,
he can't play right tackle. He's never played right tackle. He's only ever played left. And after doing 10, 11 years in the league, I'm not playing right tackle. I don't know how. I can't, right? And he's not a starting caliber NFL left tackle anymore. He just isn't. Now, he might be at right, but he can't play that spot. So no one's picked him up because it makes absolutely zero sense. And after a while, he stopped staying in shape and he's lost weight. Now he's like 200-something pounds where no one would give him a shot. So I think he's cool with his career being over. He's made plenty of money. Mm-hmm. But, you made a great point. So I like that. And then CB had a good question. When is the last time Texas had 2 first-round picks on the O-line? Has that ever happened at Texas?
I don't think they have. But I'm pretty sure I looked this up last spring when the draft stuff was going on. I don't think they have.
One thing I thought was interesting.
It's rarer. It's rarer than you think for Texas to even have multiple first rounders. It hasn't happened as often as you think. It's pretty rare. I think we just, when you look at what Nick Saban did at Bama and kind of what Kirby's done at Georgia the last few years, I think it kind of skews your view, and you're like, oh man, that's what happens when you get to that level. No, it's pretty rare for you to have 3-4 first round picks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, I was doing a bit of kind of stalking on your Twitter, was trying to find an old tweet of yours and stumbled across something else. Did you know Pete Kwiatkowski, I always have his name up, PK, defensive coordinator at Texas, is the first defensive coordinator to spend at least 4 consecutive years at Texas, a DC, since when?
Since maybe Carl Bull Reese.
Yes, sir. 98 through 2003.
Mm-hmm.
Since then, there's been Greg Robinson, Gene Chizik, Larry McDuff, Will Muschamp, Manny Diaz, Vance Bedford, Todd Orlando. Probably forgetting 1 or 2. But, nightmare blunt rotation right there outside of, I guess, Muschamp and a few of those guys for a specific year.
That's the late great Greg Robinson twice. Once he got hired, and the second time they had to call him out of the bullpen when Manny Diaz got Kiffin. They got fired on the tarmac. Yeah, Chris Ash was a DC too. I thought Chris Ash was actually pretty good as a defensive coordinator. Texas defense was good. I like Todd Orlando personally, but any defense you have, and I said the same thing about Manny Diaz, who did it with Alex Okafor. Any defense you have or on third down, your best pass rusher, Joseph Osai, if he's playing 20 yards off the line of scrimmage, I don't care how much you love that call. That needs to go in the garbage. That needs to get fired into the sun the same way Sark calling a toss play in short yardage needs to get fired into the sun. I know you said you like play calling. I usually don't criticize the play calls too much.
I should have said I like the decision making for fourth down.
Yeah,
I should have said
the toss. I dropped some expletives in the press box when I saw the toss because that's one that I'm sure Sark probably wishes he had back.
Yeah,
it's not. I don't feel as angry, and it is anger. It's legit anger. I don't feel as angry about the toss and short yardage as I do about the red zone and goal line fade, but it's real close.
Man, when you have the personnel for it, the goal line fade is a good play. Call me crazy.
Yeah, if you have Calvin Johnson or Randy Moss, I'll throw it up and let Megatron go get it. I'll throw it up and let Randy Moss go get it.
Yeah, but was it 50-50 with A.D. Mitchell? Was it 50-50 with Colin Johnson?
And then on the matchup in the ball placement, it's a low percentage throw, Jordan, is my point.
Yeah. Hey, I'll tell you what. A cat named Adrian Wilson out of Pflugerville Weiss, I have never seen a better jump ball winner in my life.
Dude, it's kind
of him, Micah Hudson, Garrett Wilson are probably the best ball skills I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, at least at the high school level.
I think the worst red zone goal line pass call I've ever seen. You remember a couple years ago, A&M was playing Bama in Tuscaloosa. They got the ball on the 2-yard line.
Oh, and they tried throwing to Evan Stewart with Haynes King.
Is Haynes King opposite hash
in Tuscaloosa?
Left hash trying to throw it to the right pylon to Evan Stewart. And it's like you're asking Haynes King to do something that there's only a handful of quarterbacks on the planet I would trust to make that throw.
Yeah.
Like Justin Herbert, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen. I'm talking big time, howitzers for arms, can throw that thing and make it be a piss missile located in the right place. That's a very, very low percentage throw. If I'm an A&M fan, I'm like, dude, I would have rather you thrown a fade into the end zone because at least it's not as low percentage as what you just asked Haynes King to do.
Yeah, I remember all the A&M fans skipping over the dumbass play call and focusing on how there wasn't a flag on that play. Who in their right mind throws a flag as the time expires for the last play of the game? That's not going to happen. It's just not.
By the way, we criticize officiating a lot. I want to praise the officiating in the Texas Clemson game on Saturday. That Big Ten crew that officiated it. Man, if you're going to keep the flag in your pocket unless blood is drawn, I'm cool with that. As long as you do that the whole game, if you're consistent, I'm fine with it. I really think the more, and this got brought up in the game thread at Horns 24/7, and I really think about this. The reason why Jalen Gilbo didn't get a flag drawn on that pick play, where he clearly got picked, I mean, it's arms fully extended, it's a clear pick, is because he didn't sell it like Matthew Golden sold the DPI call that he drew, where the guy's grabbing his jersey and Golden starts flailing his arms. He sold the hell out of it. It was a DPI, but he made sure he got it because he sold it. I think if Jalen Gilbo had really sold that pick, that first Clemson touchdown probably gets wiped out.
Hey, maybe they bring McConaughey into practice, show them boys how to get away with one. I'm just gonna.
I guess you could do that. I'm over the McConaughey thing.
Yeah, no, I know you are. Just gonna go through a few comments, highlight a few of them. Coach 420. I'm in total agreement with you. Gavin Holmes has been balling, very low key. Those 2 times Georgia tried going over the top with him on the sideline, 2 PBUs, great. Last game in the conference championship game, and then on Saturday, damn good. I mean, is there a better corner is there a corner that's played better the last 2 games in college football off the bench?
I mean, probably not.
Perhaps not.
The difference is, though, with Malik Muhammad and Gavin Holmes, the reason why Gavin Holmes doesn't play as much. Manny Muhammad's he's a little more physical at the line of scrimmage. He's a better tackler. He's a little more physical. I think gives you that, I know he gives you that more well-rounded skill set. Gavin Holmes doesn't really do that, but he's been really good in coverage this year. Like you said, those last two games, but he's been good in coverage. I kind of wonder, and it's too late to do anything about it now because he's gone after this year, but in an alternate universe, do they try him at safety and it works? And he provides you depth there. But I mean, he'd be a depth piece regardless, but he's a really good depth piece. That's the difference, right? Like you're getting a guy, your number 3 corner could start at a lot of places in the SEC.
Yeah.
But he's your number 3 corner. That's when you get a team that has legitimate talented depth, that's what you get. All right, Jordan, I got to run for this press conference. Everybody have a great rest of your Monday. I'll be back to do it tomorrow, but I don't know whether Joe or Keenan's coming on, but Jordan will take some of your questions until they get there. Everybody enjoy the rest of your day.
Yes, sir. See ya. I'm going to bring Joe in, my friend. How are we doing this morning?
I'm good. How are you, Jordan?
I'm great. I'm great. About to hop in the car and drive to Austin sometime in the next hour or two. Not looking forward to that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hopefully there isn't a ton of people on the road. If there are, I'm faster driving than most of them. So good luck. But not actually. Last thing I want to do before I let y'all get into it, just because I will likely forget if I don't do it tomorrow. Texas, December grads. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Posted this yesterday. From left to right, Juan Davis, Gavin Holmes, Barron Sorrell, Jade Barron, Hayden Connor, Max Merrill, Gunnar Helm, Vernon Broughton, and Alfred Collins. All getting their degrees. I couldn't tell you the amount of kids that couldn't even, if you paid them, they couldn't even care about school. So the fact that these guys actually went and got that degree, got it done, it's a big deal. They're going to have that the rest of their life. And, obviously they're tied to Texas the rest of their life, but now they're tied to Texas with a degree. So just wanted to give them props, give them a shout, give them some love. Very impressive to do. But, yeah, I'm going to leave y'all to it. Happy Monday, and see y'all tomorrow.
Thanks, Jordan.
What is up? We are here. We're live from the office because I work a weird job. I have to be in the office today. But I get to work from home tomorrow, and then I have the rest of the week off. So, and I have the Horns game off on the 1st. So, worth it, in my opinion, to come in today to get those days off. My man, Joe Lonergan, what the hell is going on, my dude? It is Christmas Eve. We're here to talk some college football. We had a real fun weekend of college football, and by that I mean a bunch of blowouts and nothing particularly interesting happened. No upsets. Everybody covered. Yeah, man, what's going on with you?
The holidays are nuts. Had to go out and do a little bit of errands this morning, and people are driving like maniacs. So it's real out there. Be careful, everybody.
Absolutely. We already got the people drinking and driving. I'm sure it is the holidays. People like to drink and people like to drive. Be safe out there, everybody. First of all, Merry Christmas to those who celebrate. Merry whatever your holiday of choice is. Hope you have a good one from Texas Sports Unfiltered. We are happy to be broadcasting today. We have a big college football show. We're going to go over some of the games that we saw this weekend, and then we're going to preview some of the ones we got coming up. We're going to save Texas for last in each of these segments. So we're going to start with the first 3 games, and then we'll go to Texas, and then we'll preview the next 3 games, and then we'll finish with Texas and Arizona State. We're going to start with the first game of the weekend, which ended up being, by score, the most competitive game of the weekend, though if you watch the game, you know it wasn't all that competitive. Indiana goes to Notre Dame. They go to South Bend. Curtis Rourke and this high-flying Indiana team, really fun to watch all year, but they just ran into a buzzsaw, Joe. They just ran into a team that was a lot better than they were, I think, from a just from a talent perspective, I don't know that they were out-coached. I think Freeman's really good. I think Cignetti's really good. I did want to bring this up because I think it's cool. Marcus, I'm a Catholic dude, and Marcus Freeman brought back the Catholic Mass before the game thing that Brian Kelly got rid of, and I think that's really cool. So shouts out to Marcus Freeman, who is a Catholic convert. Very cool story. Notre Dame, man, Jeremiah Love is a dude. That guy's a really good receiver. We had the 99-yard touchdown from him. Sorry, he's a running back. My bad. 99. I meant to say badass running back. Sorry. Jeremiah Love had a 98-yard touchdown to start this game off. It's pretty awesome. Which I saw a very funny tweet that said the shortest touchdown in the history of the new college football playoff, 98 yards. That was kind of a tone setter, I think, for this game. You know, they went into the half up 17-3. IU made it a little interesting at the end. They recovered an onside kick. They scored a touchdown. They couldn't convert the 2-point conversion. Overall, I'm impressed with Indiana for competing and not giving up. That was very Curt Cignetti for them to keep fighting despite it was over, and they just kept going, kept trying. I think they represented their school really well. I think Curt Cignetti, I think if you're an IU fan, you got to be proud of this effort to not roll over and just kind of let it happen. You know, they really fought hard at the end of this game. Curtis Rourke, 215 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick. He actually outperformed Riley Leonard by statistically, but Riley Leonard didn't need to throw the ball around, right? Like they could just run the ball against this team. Notre Dame looks like a wagon, man. That defense is awesome. Xavier Watts is an absolute star at safety. Not a star, but you know what I mean. A stud at safety, I should say, because there's a star position. What are your thoughts on Indiana Notre Dame, man? What did you draw from this? I think Indiana belonged in the playoff.
I do too. I mean, I think you just have to give credit to Notre Dame's defense, really. I think that's the biggest thing. Doing what they were able to do throughout really the entire season. I mean, you look back at some of the point totals they gave up. USC was their worst game, giving up 35 points. And even in that game, they still had some, like their defensive guys made some plays. And in this one, it was a little more, it wasn't as flashy, right? I think when, as a defense, you're playing really well, like you just kind of nip stuff in the bud right before it starts. And, you know, obviously that works out for you. Doesn't make for amazing TV, but you know, obviously it kind of got the job done. And then the other thing too was Notre Dame clearly had them beat like at the line of scrimmage, both in terms of the offensive line and, you know, the defensive front seven, particularly in that first half. I mean, both teams ran the ball 17 times in the first half of that Notre Dame IU game. IU averaged 3.6 yards per carry in the first half. Notre Dame averaged 9.1 yards per carry in the first half. That's kind of the story of the whole thing. Like they came out, they set the tone right away. And yeah, I think we've talked a lot about some of the guys that Notre Dame has up front. And really you look historically at the job they've done in developing NFL guys, particularly on the interior offensive line. And that's not super surprising, but they were just, they had Indiana outmatched in that department big time. And it allowed them to kind of set the pace to the point where IU just couldn't find anything resembling offensive momentum until it was too late.
Yeah, and you know, I thought outside of that 98-yard run, IU did a decent job defending the run. I thought, again, man, Indiana, there's so much talk of them not belonging in the playoff, and I thought that they had a pretty good effort. I was pretty impressed with what they were able to do. Another Westlake guy, Jaden Greathouse, had a reception for Notre Dame, so shouts out Jaden Greathouse. Big weekend for the Westlake guys in college football playoff competitions. Yeah. You know, I think Jake is right. The tone setter was the pick to set up the 98-yarder. Sure. That was really important. Notre Dame's defense is just full of playmakers, man. Like they stop the run, but they turn you over. You know, they're a little bit like Texas defense. They have a real playmaker in the defensive backfield. Xavier Watts, and Texas has Johnny Barron. Howard Cross is a really good defensive tackle. They have a lot of, it's unfortunate Morrison is out for the season because that guy's a lockdown corner. That's an NFL corner for sure. But Notre Dame had, Xavier Watts had 10 tackles in this game. Jordan Clark had a tackle for loss. Isn't that Ryan Clark's son? I believe it's Ryan Clark's son plays for Notre Dame. I think he's a Arizona State transfer. Jack Kaiser, 5 tackles, So Drake Bowen had a sack and a half, or a tackle for a loss and a half. So really impressed with Xavier Watts, man. I think, if they had expanded the field for defensive backs up for the Thorpe Award, he certainly would have been one of the guys that was in the conversation. Definitely an NFL safety, probably one of the first ones off the board too. So overall, for all the buzz and talk about how Indiana didn't deserve to be there, and it should have been Ole Miss, it should have been Alabama, whatever. I think Indiana got in. I think resume matters. I think the regular season matters, and I think they showed that they deserved a spot, even though, they weren't going to win the game, but the fact that they just kept fighting, I think, proves something about that team. And, I was impressed, man, considering how that game started and how it finished. So Notre Dame looks really good, man. I think that's going to be a hell of a game against Georgia next week. Next game.
Real quick, I wanted to say about Indiana. They for sure deserve to be there. What I'm going to be paying attention to in the next 18 months for that program is A, can they hold on to Kurt Signetti? And B, next year's going to be tougher. They're going to have a tougher schedule. Some of these guys that really were, injections of fresh air and energy into that program coming over from James Madison or wherever they came from, Curtis Rourke, for example, I believe he's out of eligibility. So after those guys leave and then your schedule gets harder, can you maintain the, huge burst that you got this year? That's what I think everybody's going to be paying attention to with Indiana football in the next year and a half.
Yeah, it's a really good point. A lot of teams can have an explosive season, but it's about maintaining that momentum. And we'll see if they're able to recruit, whether they're able to grab guys in the transfer portal. I haven't paid attention to IU's transfer portal, but I'm sure somebody watched what Curtis Rourke did this year as a quarterback. A lot of transfer quarterbacks this year, so I'm sure somebody talented will end up there. And yeah, man, good for IU and good for the Big Ten. Next game was a blowout. SMU Penn State. Saw this coming a mile away. I'm not going to lie. Just so many things stacked against SMU coming into this game, right? The cold, for one thing. I think the average temperature of an SMU game this year was 75 degrees. So coming into a game where it's 20 degrees, the ball is heavier when you're throwing the rock around. Kevin Jennings, for all his talent and how fun he was this year, he got I don't want to say exposed because that means he's not he's a really talented quarterback. But like Jake said, the turnovers, man. 2 pick sixes in the first half of this game, 3 total interceptions, 20 for 36. They couldn't run the ball. They had 36 carries for 58 yards. That does include sack total. So, I guess add 25 to that. You're still at, 86 yards. I'm not a math guy, but it's something like that on however many attempts, So not surprising. Penn State's defensive line is badass, for one thing. We have to give them credit for that. Not just Abdul Carter, right? Abdul Carter is the star of that defense, but, King, that linebacker, had a really good game. He had 8 tackles. They ended up finishing with 11 tackles for loss, Joe, and that is going to win you the game most of the time. Crazy environment. SMU hasn't seen an environment like that. Great season for them, but they just ran into a team that's a lot better than them. Dennis Sutton, forget his first name. I just have it pulled up. Whatever. Dennis Sutton is a dude who is probably another NFL defensive tackle. He's not a first rounder. He's not an Abdul Carter type, but he is a really talented player. I just think that this team, Dennis Sutton, sorry. Penn State looks really good, man. And it's one of those things where, Drew Aller didn't have to do much in this game. 127 passing yards on 22 attempts, 107 rating. They just kept turning them over. And Penn State ran the ball pretty well, 189 rush yards. I mean, they weren't averaging a ton per carry, but when you get 2 pick sixes and you get 11 tackles for loss and your defense just completely physically dominates the other team, it's a lot easier to win. It's a lot easier to run the ball. You're keeping the other team on the field longer because you're shutting them down. You're turning them over. The defense is on the field a lot more. Now, I know it doesn't mean anything for the pick sixes, but just in general, really, really impressed with Penn State. Not that I thought SMU was going to go in there and beat them, but this Penn State team is maybe better than we thought. The defensive talent is for real, I think, for this team.
I think so too. I mean, you look at what they were able to do in terms of forcing SMU into 3rd and long situations in this game. I think the average 3rd down distance for SMU in this game was 9 yards. And then, of course, that leads to a low 3rd down conversion rate, 3 of 14 for the Mustangs. So I think that's, again, just a matter of like being ready for the primary weapons that SMU had, which was Kevin Jennings. I mean, there wasn't a ton of, real dimension that they were expecting. And then you force them into those longer 3rd down situations. Like, they're going to have to go for, those deep balls. And it didn't work for the most part. I mean, you saw 3 interceptions. You pointed out 2 of them were returned for touchdowns. Like that's a little bit of a cherry on top. Obviously, you can't depend on your defense to do that every game. But typically, if you know that you can, stop them on 1st and 2nd down and get them into those longer situations where they're going to have to make a desperation play, then you saw the result.
Yeah, it's just like, exactly, when like you said, I mean, to kind of reinforce your point, when the other team knows they can't run the ball, they know they're going to have to throw the ball. You drop more guys into coverage. You have a guy like Carter who can rush the passer. You have a guy like Dennis Smith who can attack from the interior. You just have a really good chance of beating a team that's, I don't want to call them a finesse team, but they are definitely not a power running team, right? Like Kevin Jennings was a lot of this offense. Brashard Smith was great this year, but again, he had 18 carries for 62 yards, and one of those was a 16-yarder. So, you take that out, it's 17 carries for, 44 yards or whatever, 48 yards. And that's just not going to get it done in the cold. Like, it's so hard to throw the ball. It's heavier. Pass rushes in your face. There's real talent on this Penn State defense. It wasn't super surprising to me, this result. I didn't know that there would be 2 pick sixes in the first half. Obviously, that's going to cost you a game, but take those pick sixes out, it's still a 24-10 game, and Penn State still covers the spread, right, without those touchdown turnovers. So, yeah, man, I mean, there's not a whole lot to get into with this game. We kind of covered everything. It was just an outmatched team in SMU, and props to them for this season. Rhett Lashley did an awesome job, and I truly wonder, like Indiana, if they'll be able to hold on to Lashley, or whether he'll take an SEC job or something, or USC. I don't know. They look like they're ready to move on. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how SMU handles next season.
I think the difference there is money, though. I mean,
they're way more money.
Yeah, exactly. Like if they really, I think if there comes a competitive offer for Lashley from somewhere else, I feel better about their chances to match it than some of these other programs who would rather devote resources to other sports or just don't generally. So,
I mean, IU's about to do a basketball coaching search, like who knows how much money they have, but I mean, they're paying Signetti like $8 million or something crazy. So, yet another blowout in this playoff, and a shocking one to me. Tennessee, Ohio State. I was really surprised how this game went. I thought I picked Tennessee to win outright. And the Ohio State wide receivers are just so good, man. Their running backs are great, but that freshman wide receiver might be the best receiver in the country, and he's 18. just as far as like measurables, talent, route running, adjusting to the ball in the air, size, speed, hands. Jeremiah Smith he put on display while he was the number 1 recruit in the country last year. Completely cooked this Tennessee defense. Now, going into the game, we had talked about how the big question mark for Tennessee, especially on the defensive end, is their defensive backfield. Corners, safeties, how they're going to play against these elite Ohio State wide receivers. And we got that question answered pretty obviously. Jeremiah Smith goes for 6 catches, 103 yards, 2 touchdowns. He had 6 targets and 6 catches. Emeka Egbuka, 5 catches, 81 yards. Travion Henderson, 4 catches, 54 yards. G. Scott Jr., 4 catches, 39 yards. Tate Carnell, 1 catch, 18 yards. Tennessee could not stop this passing attack. Now, Will Howard didn't put up crazy numbers as far as touchdowns and interceptions goes. He had 2 touchdowns and 1 pick, but 311 yards on 24 for 29. They could not get to him. They could not force him into uncomfortable throws, and these defensive backs could not contain the Ohio State wide receiver core. And I think both of us picked Ohio State to win the national championship preseason. I think we both did on a show earlier this year. And I think I'm going to stick with that. They looked like a national championship team to me. I don't know what happened against Michigan. I don't know why they have a mental block against beating that team. They are significantly more talented and better. And they came out and they showed it, man. There is no doubt who is the better team in this game. Forget the cold. Forget where it was. I think these two teams play anywhere. Ohio State's going to win. There's a lot you could say about Ohio State in this game. What did you think?
It's funny. I had breakfast with an Ohio State fan on Sunday morning, and he just pulled up blasting Rocky Top out of his car.
Oh,
and I was like, all right, people in Buckeye Land are feeling themselves right now. So it was pretty fun. Yeah, it was a great game. You mentioned, how Will Howard was able to be really comfortable in the pocket, and obviously the running game did more than what they needed to in order to win the game. So that shows the offensive line was really doing their job. You mentioned the receiving core. They were, better than Tennessee's secondary for sure. Some of the catches they were making in traffic were just ridiculous. And I mean, just the fact that they were able to have such a good start. I mean, Tennessee's first 3 possessions ended in punts, and then had to, go with the field goal for their first points, and it wasn't even until the second quarter. I mean, when you're able to come out and have that kind of start, I mean, that obviously sets you up nice. And then the second half was even better. I mean, they got next to no momentum at all in that second half. I mean, they didn't have a drive longer than 18 yards until, garbage time, basically, in Tennessee. So Ohio State was just dominant from the jump. I think that's kind of the performance that we were, expecting from them all year. And, to your point, choked hard in the Michigan game and choked in the Oregon game. But now they're going to have a second chance to redeem themselves against the Ducks. So curious to see how that goes.
Yeah, we'll definitely get to previewing that game after the commercial break at 12:30. But they made Nico Yamalieva, they just really made him a non-factor in the passing game.
Yep.
14 for 31 for 100 yards, 104 yards, 73.3 rating. And obviously losing Dylan Sampson is a huge problem. But I think even with Dylan Sampson, they're not going to win this game. May have changed the outlook of what the score looked like, but again, Ohio State's wide receivers are just so much better than Tennessee's defensive backs. I don't know how much the cold played into it. I don't think it did. I think that Ohio State is just a better team, and I had the complete wrong read on this game. I think you picked Ohio State to win this game, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I think you did. I picked Tennessee to go in there and pull the upset. Whether that's SEC bias or not, I don't know. I just thought that, if Nico played a decent game, which I don't think it's all his fault either. I don't want to just say like he, was awful. He had no time. This Ohio State defense is badass, man. You have dudes like Cody Simon had a crazy game. He had 12 tackles. JT Tua, how do you pronounce his last name? Tuimoloau?
I know who you're talking about.
I'm butchering his name, and I apologize for that. But 2.5 tackles for loss for him, 2 sacks. Right, Jack Sawyer, 1.5 sacks. They got to Nico a lot, and even when they didn't get to him, they forced him into very uncomfortable throws. There was a lot of him scrambling around and throwing short because he's about to get hit. A lot of incompletions that fell 5 yards short of the receiver because he had no time. This defensive line for Ohio State is really one of the best in the country. And if you look at their red zone efficiency on defense, it's the best in the country, pretty much by far. Going into the Michigan game, I don't remember what it is now. I'm sure it's even improved at this point. Although Tennessee didn't really get into the red zone very much. But when teams get into the high red or the low red zone, 10 yards, Ohio State was giving up a touchdown less than half the time inside the 10-yard line, forcing people. And that's how you win national championships, is you force people to kick field goals when they get into the 10-yard line. That's how you win national championships. You prevent touchdowns. And that's not only important for the scoreboard, but important for momentum. And it makes the opponent rethink their red zone strategy. And it makes them think, should we take it easy so we don't take a sack, so we don't make the field goal harder? When you have defensive linemen like this, I mean, you look at Ohio State's roster, it is full of NFL guys. It's built like Texas roster, right? And this team is awesome, man. It's a really, really talented team. Like you said, they choked against Michigan, but it seems like they have renewed energy. And like you said, this is a performance we've kind of been waiting for all season. We've seen them get off to sluggish starts. You saw them against Akron. You saw them against some of these teams where they're up 7-0 and midway through the second quarter against a clearly inferior opponent. Give Ryan Day credit, man. He had this team ready to freaking go. 21-0 start in the first quarter. I mean, you can't ask for a better start in a playoff game.
Right. Yeah, completely agree. I think an important factor to kind of keep in mind as we go through the playoffs too, and I think it was evident in this game, and it was also evident in the other 2 games that we've talked about so far, is just how important experience is, particularly at the quarterback position, right? Like Nico Yamaleava had a great season.
Yeah.
Didn't really have to deal with too many, I think what you would call like high pressure situations against, against a defense like Ohio State's, for example. Obviously played some good defenses in the SEC, but the quality of the defense combined with like the enormity of the moment, like he had some freshman moments. Like, keep in mind, this guy he's a freshman. This is his first year as the starting quarterback. And, Kevin Jennings, not a freshman, but a little bit younger, certainly never, played in a moment as big as what Saturday was at the college level. Curtis Rourke, an older guy, but, coming from Ohio, never played in anything close to this, right? So, I think that's something to keep in mind too. I think the teams that won partially because they have, more experience, particularly under center.
Yeah, I think that is a big part of the next game we're going to talk about. Unless you have any more thoughts on Tennessee, Ohio State, other than Ohio State is a wagon. That's a hell of a team right there. Man, I think the best game of the day was this Texas-Clemson game. Best game of the weekend. Texas covered, they looked good, but give Cade Klubnik his flowers, because for my money, that's the best quarterback Texas has seen this year, and it ain't particularly close. Austin Westlake's own, we know all the stories, played against Ewers in the state championship, won, whatever. I was talking to some Clemson fans because I was at DKR for the game with my dad. Shouts out Ken, good dude, great seats. Clemson has some dudes at wide receiver. Moore, Williams, Brenningstool. I mean, TJ Moore is a true freshman, And the guy went for 9 catches, 116 yards, and a touchdown on 12 targets. So it's like Klubnik was 60% completions, but 336 yards and 3 touchdowns. By far the best passing performance against this defensive backfield we've seen this year. And if you watch the game, you saw that Clemson was targeting Manny Muhammad throughout the game. They just kept attacking him. And, respect that team because they were, I know Texas covered, but I mean, it took pretty big effort from Texas running game to ensure that Texas won this game. And I think you have to give a lot of credit to these running backs, right? 29 carries for 256 yards and 4 touchdowns between Jaden Blue and Quintravian Wisner, right? Gunnar Helm was huge in the passing game at tight end, obviously. He's been the safety valve all season. I don't know if he's still the team's leading receiver. I'm sure he probably is at this point. But, 6 catches on 7 targets is great. Quinn Ewers was great. That interception, obviously not his fault. The receivers let him down again, I think. Wingo had a pass he probably should have caught. That was about a 40-yarder. But Ewers is doing exactly what he needs to be doing to win these games. He's getting the ball out. He's being efficient. He's making big throws when he needs to, but he's not forcing things. I just think Ewers, and we've talked about this a lot, how he has not gotten the respect he deserves. But overall, man, I think Clemson's set up very well for next year. I think their quarterback situation, I think if Klubnik came out this year, he would be one of the higher quarterbacks drafted. Even based off just this performance, just because Texas has an elite defensive backfield. It's one of the best in the country. They have the Thorpe winner. They have a second-team All-American, Michael Taft. They have, Gavin Holmes has been great at the nickel. I know Muhammad struggled in this game, but he's been decent this year. This is a really good safety room, and it's a really good edge rushing room. And Colin Simmons had the pick that he tipped up, and I don't know if he tipped it and caught. Whatever. The edge rushers have been very good this year. Ethan Burke was great. They had another 4th down stop on the 1. Really impressed with Clemson. I thought they played a great game, and I have to say their fans were very cool and respectful. So, yeah, man, what did you think about Texas Clemson?
Yeah, Texas running game impressed me for sure. The touchdown by Blue to kind of ice it in the 4th quarter, 77-yarder. That was cool to see. Definitely kind of rolled my eyes that the 2 fumbles that they had. I know they didn't lose them, but they did fumble twice. And I was kind of like, oh boy, don't want old habits might come back to bite you. But able to limit the turnovers. Just had the 1 interception, which you pointed out. Defense did their thing late, right? Clemson had the 2 drives that looked like they could get threatening, ended up turning it over on downs. Just did just enough. This Clemson team, they kind of got hot at the right time, but that Texas defense just they were ready for him late in the game. And you mentioned kind of Cade Klubnik. He made some plays I was impressed with throughout the course of the game. As they were starting to drive, I was like, oh, they might actually kind of come back and give the ACC something to talk about. But Texas defense stepped up. So, yeah.
I think that was the story, right? This is by far the best passing performance anybody's had this year. I think Texas defense coming in this game had given up 6 passing touchdowns this year. They gave up 3 in this game because Klubnik was making like pro level throws in this game. Sideline throws, putting it over the linebacker into the receiver's hands, like really impressive stuff. And the thing that I think makes Klubnik so dangerous, and the reason Texas was able to shut down a guy like Carson Beck for the most part, was his mobility. You can't over pursue on the backside or he will get out of the pocket and run for 10 yards. And he's not like a freak athlete, Klubnik, but he's very good with his legs in a similar way to Dylan Gabriel. And I think Dylan Gabriel, as we saw last year, poses some similar threats that Klubnik does as far as being able to use his legs to get first downs. He's not going to go for a 70-yard touchdown, but he's dangerous enough to make it so you have to pay attention to him when he's going up the middle, if he's breaking out of the pocket. He can throw across his body. I think Klubnik's an NFL quarterback, but I'm not a quarterback scout, so maybe I don't know. Final thoughts on that before we preview the next games?
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of echo what you said, I thought it was an improved game from Quinn Ewers. We'll see if he can kind of continue that streak of play. He's had good moments and he's had bad moments this season. This was a pretty good moment.
Yeah, man, I agree. What's up, SD? What's up, Jake? What's up, Jack? How are all you guys doing? Thank you for listening. We appreciate it. Real quick, going to do an ad read, then we will get to previewing the next set of playoff games. Sleep Cycle Center is the only medical sleep office in Central Texas that provides the most technologically advanced screening, at-home testing, evaluation of airways, and treatment options related to sleep and breathing issues such as sleep apnea. Their focus is to educate the patient on what is going on in his or her body, provide all possible treatment options related to that specific issue. Screening, testing, and treatment can be completed virtually or in person. They can eliminate snoring to sleep apnea. No longer have to sleep in a separate bedroom from your significant other. Individuals and families are welcome. 2 convenient locations, one in the Arboretum, the other in Lakeway. They see patients of all ages, family owned and operated. CPAP alternatives can be provided in most cases, but they do offer treatments that include CPAPs, as well as oral and epigenetic devices. They can help with weight loss. They can use lasers and radio frequency, high-tech stuff, in network with most medical insurances. So give my man, the good doctor, Dr. Denman, a call, 254-284-6812, or visit Sleep Cycle Centers with an S on the end.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you, because love those guys over there. They have truly changed my life for the better, and I have overcome sleep apnea because of their help. And my life is immeasurably better. Not just saying that for them, I truly mean that. They have been amazing. All right, we got a new set of games, Joe, and I think these are going to be better games, don't you?
I think so.
Hard not to be. I'm going to pull up the bracket. I mean, I know the matchups, but I just want to look at what it looks like. So let's start with Penn State and Boise State.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on Penn State, Boise State? What do you think will be the key to the game? Who do you think is going to step up? Who do you think is going to win? And this game is played in where again?
This one's the Fiesta Bowl in Phoenix
Fiesta Bowl, that's right.
on New Year's Eve, 7:30 Eastern. This one's going to be fun because obviously Penn State is facing a team whose strength is kind of the opposite of what SMU's was, right? SMU kind of thrived in the pass game. Boise State has a running back who, was what, second place in the Heisman by 7 votes, something like that. So they're going to try to, get him going, obviously. I think where Penn State's strength is, though, I think their linebackers and defensive ends are good enough and physically strong enough that they will be able to kind of get to Ashton Genty without the added, added benefit of bringing too many extra defensive backs into the box.
Yeah, they'll have to stack the box.
Exactly. The real question is, once they get to Ashton Genty, how many more yards is he going to get after that first contact, right? If they can do a good job of swarming and keeping him, in check and, only allowing maybe 1 extra yard after contact as opposed to 3 or 4, that's the big question. After a while, they're going to try to test Boise State's secondary because that Boise State passing game has gotten incrementally better over the course of the season as Maddox Matson has, figured himself out. Some of the other role players in that offense have gotten better. But as we saw in that SMU game, Penn State clearly has the ability to defend the pass really well. And as we kind of saw against some of the other Big Ten competition they face. So overall, I think Penn State's defense, it's going to be a tougher matchup for sure, but based on what we have seen, I like their chances against this Boise State team. But I think it's going to be a better product for sure. And then going against the Boise State defense, I mean, if you might have to just try to run the ball more and kind of establish the game that way, like keep Ashton Jeanty off the field, establish control of the game. And two, I think Boise State's primary strength as a defense is pass rush, right? If you can kind of get them into situations where maybe they're over pursuing or they've got, you can just kind of establish pad leverage and win that way, then I think that's kind of your best bet if you're the Penn State offense.
Yeah, I think, this will be the best defensive line Ashton Jeanty's seen this year. And they played Oregon. I think Penn State's is a lot better than Oregon's defensive line. I don't think Oregon has a bad defensive line, but I think Penn State has one of the best in the country. Obviously, Carter, talked about him a lot in the last couple of weeks. That guy's, top 5 pick. But I think this game's going to come down to Drew Aller and whether he can, because he wasn't asked to do much at all against SMU. I think this game's going to come down to whether he can make some of those throws downfield and whether they can stretch the field. And because Boise State has a good defensive line, and especially for a non-power 4 team. I still like Penn State in this game. I like Boise. It's a fun story. Ashton Jeanty's awesome. As Jake Bayless said, Fiesta Bowl merchants, Boise State. I'm going to pick Penn State in this one. I'm going to go 31-20.
Okay. Yeah, I can see it. I think you get Jeanty 2 touchdowns in there somewhere. I think he goes. He needs. I'd have to look up the exact number, but he only needs like 140. I want to say to break Barry Sanders' record.
That's probably what he'll get. I would imagine he'll probably get 25 carries for 140, something like that.
I can see it.
That would be my guess. Man, we got Notre Dame, Georgia, which is a really interesting matchup for a couple of reasons. Georgia doesn't have Carson Beck. Gunnar Stockton did a great job against Texas, but I think part of the reason he did such a great job is that there was no tape on him for Texas. They were not expecting to see Gunnar Stockton. He's a more mobile quarterback. Carson Beck is definitely a pocket passing type of dude. Notre Dame's got a hell of a defense, as we talked about earlier, right? They have Xavier Watts, Howard Cross, all these badass linebackers and Jack Kaiser and all these dudes. But I just think Georgia's front is so athletic, and I think that Riley Leonard is going to struggle throwing the ball against guys like Malachi Starks. It's fun that people are picking Notre Dame to win this game. I like Marcus Freeman. I like everything about this team, especially on the defensive end. I like their receiving core. Jeremiah Love is a hell of a running back, but it's Georgia, man. And that might be an oversimplification, but I'd be really surprised if Georgia didn't win this game against Notre Dame. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a low-scoring Georgia win, I think is what it's going to be. Georgia's front seven is phenomenal, have been all year. Notre Dame's defense is also pretty good, and Georgia's playing with a backup quarterback. However, I think we've seen them, showcase that they have a lot of tools that can help make up for that. Let's be honest, Carson Beck didn't have a great year personally, just as a quarterback, and they still managed to be really good and win enough points to beat one of the harder schedules in college football. I think Georgia's kind of got this one in the I think they'll win, but Notre Dame's defense rather has played really well for most of the season, so I think they'll I don't think it'll be an embarrassing loss in terms of points by any means, but Notre Dame's just been snake bitten against the SEC for most of the last 2 decades, which is why the Texas A&M win earlier this year was so surprising. I think it makes sense to predict a Georgia win in this instance, given their body of work versus Notre Dame's and who's available.
Yeah, and you look at Georgia's running back room, and they have Etienne back, and he played against Texas. He was awesome. I think that's a huge deal because, part of this is going to be just giving Gunnar Stockton easier throws and giving him wheel routes, giving him screens, giving him things to get him comfortable. And when you have running backs like Georgia does, like Etienne, where you can just give him the ball, throw it, like sort of like how Ewers operates, right? Where you just get your guy in space and you let him work. I think that is how they're going to approach this game with Gunnar Stockton, right? Maybe they do some things where they run with Stockton because he's pretty mobile, but I think it's going to be mostly a game where they're not throwing downfield a lot. They're not going to put Xavier Watts in a position where he can get an interception. They're not going to stop. Yeah, exactly. Right. You don't want momentum turning plays in a game like this where it's going to be low scoring and a turnover could be the difference in the game late. So I think they're going to do easy, low risk throws, nickel and dime them, like slowly go down the field, waste clock. I think they're going to try to shorten the game. And I just think Georgia is going to win, I don't know, let's say 21-13.
Yeah, I was going to say like 24-10, somewhere in there.
Yeah, I just think I don't see Riley Leonard being able to throw against this defense. I'm not a hater of Riley Leonard by any means. I just don't think he's as good as, ESPN had him over Quinn Ewers going into the playoff. I thought that was kind of weird. I get Quinn's had some weird games, but if you look at his stats, he's thrown 20 touchdowns this year, I think.
Yeah, I think with Leonard, the thing that has made people really impressed with him, myself included, is the running ability, right? And just the overall size. I think he knows how to use his frame well. Yeah. And, statistically, I'd have to look up Riley Leonard's stats, but he doesn't turn the ball over a ton. He's made a couple bad decisions here and there, but, he's played a ton of football, if you count, he kind of has that veteran thing. I'm not saying he's better than Quinn Ewers, but, he's made some, I don't know. He hasn't turned the ball over as much, I think, is the big thing.
Yeah, and that's going to be so key in this kind of game where the margin for error is very thin. Yeah. And you have to have guys who are, in position to – you don't have to throw 70 yards down the field. You can just dink and dunk, drop-offs, check downs, whatever you need to do just to get down the field. And, this is a game where I don't know what the over-under is, but it's probably in the low 40s, I would guess. And in that kind of game, turnovers are the key. And I think this Georgia defense is going to force a turnover or two. And I think that will be the difference in this game. And I think Notre Dame's struggles against the SEC in the postseason continue. Oregon, Ohio State, Joe. That's going to be a banger. Of all these games, the one I'm most excited for is Oregon, Ohio State. As good as Oregon's been this year, I think Ohio State, despite the Michigan game, has improved over the course of the season.
Yeah.
Especially this receiving core. It's just taken off. Jeremiah Smith, again, I've talked about him so much, but I like this Oregon roster. I like Dylan Gabriel a lot. He poses a lot of problems, but I just think this Ohio State defense is so athletic that they're not going to be able – he's not going to be able to get loose, I don't think. He's not going to be able to make those plays with his legs. I think, guys like Jack Sawyer and the safety, Caleb Downs, those are big playmakers. And as good as Oregon's offense has been this year, you got to give them their props. They're undefeated. They already beat Ohio State this year, but that was in Oregon. And Autzen is a real home field advantage. Will Howard, I think, has improved a lot this year over the course of the season. I think Ohio State wins this game, and I don't think it's a super close one. I think Ohio State's going to win by 10 or 14 points.
Okay. Yeah, I can definitely see it. Every time I think I know what Oregon's going to do, they do something to surprise me. They've been super multifaceted this year. Dylan Gabriel's made way more plays with his legs than I anticipated. So I think that's something Ohio State's defense is going to have to anticipate. I think Oregon's offensive line is going to have a better performance than what we saw at Tennessee's offensive line. I think it's gonna be a little bit harder to put pressure on Dylan Gabriel, and even then, he's so much more experienced than Nico Yamaleava. I think he's going to make a little bit better decisions, or at least know where his escape routes are, I should say. I think he's shown that he has fantastic vision as a quarterback. And, I think Oregon too, has the benefit of having a game. I guess Ohio State also has it already, but they know each other's tendencies to a degree already, and they know what they do well and what they don't from the last time that they played, right? So I think the fact that they have that on their resume already, or I think it's going to affect the game plan because they think they know what the other one's going to do, if that makes sense. But I don't think they're going to too much different than what we already saw. But Will Howard has got to make some better decisions late game. I think he knows that. That was one of the first questions he got after the Tennessee game, which was a little messed up if you're that reporter, in my opinion. But regardless, I think it's going to. I think because when they came off and they had press availability, I maybe messed up's not the right word, but Will Howard was like, obviously how the Oregon game ended, what are you going to do differently? And he gave a professional response. I don't think it affected him that much, but I was just like, why is that your first question like 10 minutes after the Tennessee game ended?
Yeah, that is kind of weird. That was like one of the weirdest reporter questions ever. Was after the Rangers won the World Series, somebody asked Corey Seager why he left the Dodgers in the post game from winning Game 5 of the World Series. And he was like, "What?" Yeah, reporters, man. I'm interested to see. Is Tez Johnson coming back? I don't know. I'm looking it up right now, but let's see. He played in the Big Ten Championship, so that's very important. He is a complete baller. He's their leading receiver this year, even though he missed 2 games. Evan Stewart, obviously the A&M transfer from Frisco, Lone Star, is a superstar. Their tight end, Terrence Ferguson's really good. Noah Whittington and Jordan James, I think, is going to be the key for Oregon. Is like, can they run the ball against this Ohio State front? Because this Ohio State front is athletic, it's strong, it's fast, it's everything. Every description you want to give it fits this Ohio State front. It is super good. Jordan James has been awesome this year, right? 1,200 yards, over 1,200 yards, 15 touchdowns, 5.5 yards per carry. He's been really good. And Noah Whittington has been a fun change of pace back as well. 5 touchdowns for him this year. But man, and as good as Oregon, Botcher, is it Butcher or Botcher, the linebacker? Either way, that guy's been great this year. I think he won former walk-on of the year award. Should have gone to Michael Taft, but that's just me. I don't know, man. I just think Ohio State is built for this kind of game. And I think they're going to avenge their loss earlier in the season. And I think they're going to put a lot of points on the board. I just think those receivers are the difference. And I think those receivers are the reason they're going to win the national championship. I just think there's really not a corner in college that can defend Jeremiah Smith one-on-one. So you have to play zone coverage, and then there's weaknesses in the zone coverage. So I don't know. I think Ohio State wins this game, and I think they advance to the semifinals.
Yeah. My only closing thought is that there's only 2 teams in the playoff whose offensive lines have averaged less than 1 sack allowed per game. And they're both in this matchup, Ohio State and Oregon. So who can get to the quarterback more? That's the name of the game.
Yeah, that's a really good point. A stat I didn't know either. All right, final game. The most important for the Texas fans. Texas taking on Arizona State, brother. I think Texas is a lot better than Arizona State. Not to take away from anything Kenny Dillingham has done. Big 12 Coach of the Year, well-deserved. Jordan Tyson being out is a big deal for this team because Texas has an awesome run defense. They have a great defense in general, but it's really hard to run the ball against Texas. I don't know how many yards Clemson had, but I think it was under 100 rushing. It is certainly under 100 rushing. As good as Scatterbo has been this year, I don't think he's going to be able to get loose against this Texas front. I think the edges are very good at setting the edge and run contain. The run fits for the linebackers, while inconsistent, I think will be good for this game. I don't think Arizona State has the same wide receiver core level that Clemson had. I don't think Levitt's as good as Klubnik. And I think Texas is going to be able to run the ball against this Arizona State defense. I don't know. I think the line's 13. I'd be really surprised if not something like that. I don't know if Ewers is going to go crazy, but, he'll have 220 yards, a couple touchdowns. One of his wide receivers will tip a ball for an interception, but I think that Texas is going to win this game and advance to the semifinals. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think this is a Texas win as well. I think seeing what Cam Scatterbo does after, the incredible season that he's had is going to be fun. But, I think we've seen Texas's front seven prove that they're very capable of shutting down someone like that. But, we'll see. I think they've, played very well against the run in these last couple of weeks. We saw it in the Clemson game too. So it's really putting it on Arizona State's passing game to kind of beat them, which, given how well, Texas's secondaries played, I wouldn't be super worried about that. To correct one thing I just said, Boise State has also allowed less than 1 sack per game. So, oops, but also a very good offense.
So Texas is a 13.5-point favorite. This game is on January 1st at 1 p.m. Eastern, so noon Central Time. 12.5 or 13.5. It opened at 12.5. Over under 52.5. Penn State is a 10.5-point favorite over Boise. I think that's a little ambitious, but I do think they will cover that as well. I just think that, I don't know. Should be a good game, but we'll see. Notre Dame, Ohio State. Ohio State's a 2.5-point favorite over Oregon. A little surprising given that Oregon's the 1 seed, Ohio State is the 8 seed. But that performance against Tennessee was just so beyond impressive that it's really hard to I guess it's hard not to take them in this game.
It's a little bit of recency bias too, but
totally. But I just think the way that Ohio State's playing right now, like they're just on one. You know what I mean? And then Georgia's only favored by 1.5 over Notre Dame, and the over/under is 44.5, which is kind of high, I think, for that game. I could see that going under fairly easily. I could see 24-20. I can see that kind of score. 21-13, I think, was my pick for that. I don't think I gave a score prediction for Texas, Arizona State. I'll say I think it'll look similar. I think it'll be like 31-17 for Texas. That would be my guess. I don't think Arizona State's going to be able to put up as many points as Clemson was able to put up.
Yeah, it's tough. I'm trying to think if they have played a defense this season that is up to the level of Texas. And Arizona State's put up a ton of points, but it's kind of been against, traditional Big 12 type of defenses, right? And then, Texas State was in there too. Mississippi State was in there, who was garbage. Wyoming, who had a really bad season. So, yeah, this is by far the toughest defense that Arizona State's played all season. So I don't see them having the same type of luck, but they're definitely going to take their shots.
I mean, looking at Arizona State's schedule, right, they beat Mississippi State by a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
They lost to Texas Tech and scored 22 points. They scored 14 against Cincinnati, lost. They scored 24 points against Kansas State. They scored 31 against Texas State. It's not a shockingly impressive resume, I guess I would say. And good for them for winning the Big 12, but it just doesn't seem like they're going to be a team that's able to compete with Texas' talent. I mean, just looking at the blue chip ratio, I think that's going to be a big factor This is just more talent. At a certain point, that's going. Did you lose me?
Yeah, I lost you for the end of what you were saying there, but I think the point was pretty clear. Texas has a lot better athletes. I think that's very true. And they're just deeper too. I think if late in the game, they're going to have fresher bodies too. Like we saw that against Clemson, like depth matters. They were ready for late game situations. And, Arizona State hasn't had too many of those that they've really had to deal with this season. Obviously played in some close games, but these last several weeks, especially, they haven't really had any late game shenanigans to really worry about. I think with Texas's athleticism, I think they'll be fine. So
I like what SD has to say. Let's bring those linebackers downhill at Scatterboo. I think they're going to do that. I think Anthony Hill, for as awesome as he's been, sometimes he doesn't always play the run fit perfectly, but he's such a freak athlete that I don't think it's going to matter all that much. I think Scatterboo will get his 80 yards, 100 yards, maybe get a touchdown, maybe 2. But I just don't see Sam Levitt slicing and dicing this defense at all, these defensive backs. As bad as Manny Muhammad was against Clemson, I don't think they have the receivers that Clemson had. They don't have an Antonio Williams. They don't have the freshman who just killed them. They don't have those guys. And I think that makes a big difference. It's just straight up wide receiver talent. And they don't have that without Jordan Tyson. I think that makes a huge difference. Is not having that guy is a big deal for them because it makes them kind of one-dimensional on offense. I know Sam Levitt's been good this year, but he had 69 passing yards against Mississippi State.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring in my man, Mr. Zay Collier. What's up, my dude?
What's up, fellas? Joe, Keenan, how you doing?
Fantastic, bro. It is Merry Christmas.
Look at that.
I'm at the office on a Monday before Christmas, but that's okay.
Yeah, man, you got to grind. You know what I'm saying? You got the kid on the way. You got to grind.
You know it, dude.
I get it, man.
Got you. Are you on with Chip today? Are you on with Cole? Who are you on with?
Nah, Chip should be on, but Chip, he always late and shit. So
a little late.
Who knows?
A little late.
Yeah, who knows when he'll be jumping on.
No worries, man. What's up with you, dude?
Finishing up some Christmas shopping, and I mean my wife when I say that because she does all our Christmas shopping for us. So might have to make a few stops after the show today to get some presents that she's had in mind. I thought we were done, to be honest, but still got some stuff to do apparently. So
you're never done. Man, you're never done.
Yeah, happy wife, happy life. I'm just along for the ride, and we'll
dog in the picture.
Quick.
Those guys dog in the picture.
Yeah. I didn't mean to cut you off, but yeah, the dog in the holiday PJs. This is my wife's idea of the Christmas celebration. So
that's a good bit, dude. I like it.
Yeah, it's a good fit. Yeah.
Hard.
What's the dog's name?
We call him Crunch, but his full name is Crunchwrap Supreme.
That's dope. I like that. Are you that big of a Taco Bell fan? Who came up with that one?
That was my wife.
Okay.
My wife. But yeah, he's a good boy.
That's what my mom craved during her pregnancy. She loved Taco Bell, and then my wife likes Reese's peanut butter cups. That's like her craving, and I'm like, hey, that means I get to have some Reese's peanut butter cups. So it's a win-win in our household. I'm a big fan of those, man. I'm a Reese's Pieces man.
There.
Oh yeah, I'm a Reese's Pieces man though. That's like my favorite candy of all time.
Is it really?
Oh my god, dude! I can eat like a jar of those. Absolutely.
Interesting. I've never been a Reese's Pieces guy. I feel like I used to as a kid, and I think I've grown out of it. I need to dabble with it again, see what it's talking about. Because now that you say that, Keenan, I need to get back on the Reese's Pieces game, and especially because they got Angel Reese as a sponsor and stuff. That's her thing now.
That's
so
great. That's a great tie-in. I love that.
Yeah.
Can you guys hold it down? I have to get back to the office. I'm sorry. Is that okay?
Yeah, man, you're good. Appreciate it.
Joe, thank you so much for filling in, dude. Always love talking ball with you, my guy. Also, if you ever find yourself in Austin, man, definitely let me know. I'd love to grab lunch with you or something, man.
Yeah.
Soon, but
Will do, man.
Zay, my dude, great to see you as always. And I'll catch y'all tomorrow. I'll be on with Eric. We will do it again. I won't be at the office tomorrow. I'm working from home, so that'll be fun. All right. Love the audience. Love you guys. Welcome, Horns.
See you, Keen. Appreciate you, man. Joe, you could go too, man. Like, you don't need to stay here. I got it till Chip comes on. That ain't no problem.
All right. No worries. Happy holidays, Zay. Happy holidays, everybody. I'll talk to you soon.
Happy holidays to you too, Joe. Have a good one, man. Appreciate you always jumping on with Keenan and Texas Sports Unfiltered, man.
Oh, no worries. I'm back in the Texas Sports Unfiltered broom closet. Just pull me out when you need me.
Appreciate that, dog. You be good. As you get out, my main man, Chip Brown. Oh, Chip Brown jumps on.
What's going on?
What's up, man?
Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you spent some time with us. It's on to the Peach Bowl for the Longhorns. Literally just heard from Steve Sarkisian on a coach's virtual press conference with Arizona State head coach Kenny Dillingham. We also learned that Bevo will not be making the trip to Atlanta again because Mercedes-Benz Stadium ain't got no room beyond its sidelines for Bevo's enclosure.
Come on, man. What are we doing?
Can't they rent a field suite for Bevo?
That's pretty Bush League.
I guess no one wants big old Bevo dumps in their suite.
I mean, SEC championship, I get it because they don't want us there anyway. We saw the 11 penalties. It was a little shaky, Greg Sankey. But now that it's the Peach Bowl running this thing, I don't know, man. My man from Home Depot, what's his name? The owner of the Falcons?
Arthur Blank.
Arthur Blank. He got to pull some street. Ain't he a Longhorn? Didn't he go to UT?
No, he's got kids, though, that did, I think.
He got kids that went? Okay. Well, shoot, man.
He spent some money.
That's what I'm saying. I'm sure the kids would love to have Bevo there. I'm sure he got grandkids. They'd love to have Bevo there. Right?
Yeah.
Like, come on. Bijan Robinson, this guy, he's the only player in the NFL that's top 5 as a running back in rushing and receiving yards. So, come on, Bijan. Talk to the owner. Let's make it happen.
That's
Bush League. Let's get Bevo up there.
What the heck? Zay, great job on the post game, by the way, you and Double R.
Thanks, brother.
On the Texas Clemson recap on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And please, if you're watching us on the YouTube channel, the Texas Sports Unfiltered YouTube channel, please make note of these incredible sponsors around our heads and give them your business, your love, because they make it possible for us to broadcast to you each and every weekday and on the weekends as well. And if you're listening to us on the app, as I'm hoping my man Greg, who is a new listener, I also want to give a shout out to Sam, who came up to me last night and said, "Hey, loving it, loving the show." You can join in on the CODA Circuit of the Americas text line at 512-222-9328. And Zay, what do you want to tackle first? Well, I'll give you the quick headlines from Sark on this call, and then we'll get into the Clemson game because I want to give you some of my thoughts as well. But Sark said that the MRI on Cam Williams' right knee was precautionary, that it was not as serious as they'd feared. So they feel comfortable, is what Sark said. We feel comfortable about that. Remember, Cam Williams came into the game for a play and then went back out after getting rolled up on his right knee. So looks
Can
like
we stop running that damn play, please? I said that on the post game. Can we please stop running that play? It don't work no more. Every defense, especially at this point, knows it's coming. Stop running it. You ran it in the Georgia game at one of the last drives.
That screen, it ended up in a loss of yardage and Cam Williams' knee.
Stop running it, Steve. Please stop. Please stop, man. That should have let you know, okay, maybe this play, we got to save it. That's like maybe bring it back in like 2027 or something like that. Because at this point, it's so easy to figure out for these defenses. They're all over it. Georgia was in the SEC championship game where Quinn had to throw it in the dirt. And then now you're getting guys hurt because of it. And Travian Wisner, even though he came back and, precautionary reasons, they kept him out of the game and let Jaden Blue go crazy. But I'd be okay if I never saw that play for the rest of the season.
Yes. Thank you. Isaiah Bond continues to make progress. Bond said in an interview on Thursday of last week that he expected to play, but they're gonna rest him up, make sure he's good to go for the Peach Bowl and beyond. If you're a Texas fan Texas right now has the best odds. FanDuel gives Texas the best odds to win the national championship. Now, that doesn't mean anything, but Vegas usually pretty smart about these things, because if you're going to bet money on it, they want to make sure that they've got the right payout. They don't want you to get rich on this deal. Plus, we know Texas fans are notorious bettors. Sometimes the line is a little skewed to make sure that Longhorn money is coming in. But so Isaiah Bond and Jake Majors is okay. He, his head bounced off the turf on that blindside block that Dabo even got on that guy about.
Trey Williams, that dude. Oh my gosh. No wonder Jake Williams was out the rest of the game, because that's a big brother going for that crackback block, which thank goodness that he did that, because it's a 7-point game if it's a pick six, which we're going to blame Quinn for that. We love blaming Quinn for everything else. We're going to blame Quinn for DeAndre Moore completely smoking that catch, which led to the interception.
I thought Quinn was outstanding. Let's start right there. I thought Quinn was outstanding in the first half. 11 of 14, dialed in. Texas takes a 28-10 lead. This reminded me a lot of the Michigan game, where Quinn was just locked in and was, getting the ball out. And, the one nitpick you're going to have is that fourth and 2 pass in the third quarter, slightly behind Matthew Golden. Golden could have made a really nice catch there because he had his hands on the ball. It was behind him. He had to reach back for it, but it hit his hands. Zay, my high school coach, said if it hits your hands, you got to come up with it.
What was your high school coach's name?
Oh God, Frank. He had a horrible last name.
Yeah,
it was like this long German thing. But that's about the only thing I'm getting on Quinn about that. And when he slid instead of throwing,
that weird slide. What was that?
Throw it away. Just throw it away. Don't take a 3 or 4 yard loss on that. But back to the point, and And of course, my dog walks in and opens the door and ruins the acoustics of this room. But I thought he was money. I mean, you're up 28-10 at halftime. The drive right before halftime was the highlight reel.
Mm-hmm.
He runs for 11 on 3rd and 3. He's only got a minute and change to move 75 yards. He does it. That's when he hit Gunnar Helm for the 19-yard touchdown. Ollie pop to both Quinn Ewers and Gunnar Helm, because Gunnar Helm, by the end of the game, had 6 catches for 77 yards and a touchdown. That gives him the single season records for receptions and receiving yards by a tight end at Texas, surpassing Jatavian Sanders.
Damn.
The guy that he blew up about after the 2022 season. He went to Jeff Banks and said, "What do I got to do to get more love? I'm as good of a blocker as he can catch it. What's going on?" And Jeff Banks said, "Love that fire, love that passion. Keep working. Your day is coming." And here it is, Zay.
Yeah.
I'm going to close this door, but give me your thoughts on Gunnar Helm, baby.
I mean, love the guy. The dude's an absolute matchup nightmare. I knew he'd be able to take advantage of this Clemson defense. And, you know, one of my favorite things about Gunnar Helm, he's a pretty petty guy. You know me. You know, I love some petty. When he was asked about that after the game, he said, "Yeah, somebody had me for 9 catches this year." We got to find out who that was. We got to find out who that was, because
I know you'll find it. It wasn't me.
Okay, yeah, somebody. I don't know who it was. Wasn't me either. So we got to find out who had Gunnar Helm at 9 catches this year, because that's absolutely bonkers.
Yeah.
Like, the dude's, again, matchup nightmare. And last year we talked about Chip when, you know, Sanders went out. He could have stayed out because 85 is that good. He just wasn't given the opportunities. But when he was successful. And it was just weird how last season played out with him. But now that he is the man, like I thought before the season, Amari Nyblack would be a huge part of this offense. Gunnar Helm, so good. And shout out to Juan Davis-Dew. Juan Davis had some big-time blocks in this game that led to rushing touchdowns. But Gunnar Helm is so good that Amari Nyblack could barely see the field this year. Yeah. So I get it now, like why Amari Nyblack's not playing. Gunnar Helm is that guy. And again, he's a security blanket for Quinn Ewers. I mean, look at his size, his speed. We know that Clemson likes to play a lot of man. So you're going to put those linebackers on him, then he should be able to do what he wants, like he did. I love the screen pass that he had, the one-handed catch, which was a crazy play by Quinn, like going back to Quinn Ewers and how good he was. Like, they were in the backfield before Quinn really even had the ball in his hands, and he could spin it to get them laces on it. And he had the ball out of his hands to Gunnar Helm, and Gunnar Helm snagged that mug with one hand, and it led to a first down on the screen. Like, the dude's really good, and it still baffles me that he only had 1 catch for 11 yards against Georgia. That's still unacceptable to me. Never again. Again, you force feed guys like that. You give those guys opportunities to make contested catches because they're that good. I mean, ask my man Bowman about them contested catches in the Oklahoma game on the Matthew Golden pass. Like, Gunnar Helm, in any situation, is a big-time player and makes big-time catches. And, yeah, there's been moments where he's had drops this year, but, hell, everybody's had drops. Everybody has mistakes. Jaden Blue coming in with a fumbling problem, which seems like those fumbling issues, still a little worried about it, but he needed a game like this to really get him going and really get his confidence ready. And don't forget, last year, national championship Michigan team, J.J. McCarthy, he game managed the whole season. It was all about Blake Corum and Donovan Edwards. Those guys, they ran the football. So if the Horns are going to get back to running the football like they did on Saturday, I know the Georgia game still haunts you, but if you can establish a run game, especially with all the missing pieces that you had when Jake Majors and Cam Williams goes out, and you just put Hayden Conner to the center, bring Cole Hudson left guard, Trevor Gooseby at the right tackle, which salute to Trevor Gooseby. Like, you were just playing left tackle, bro, against A&M and Georgia. Both teams have edge rushers that are going to the league in this upcoming draft, and now you got to play the right. And, you know, your everyday non-football fan would be like, oh, it's just one position to another. No, you know, Chip, that's a hard-ass thing to do. Like, go from left tackle to right tackle. The technique's different. The fundamentals are different. A lot's different there. Not everybody could do that. So for him to go in, and yeah, he had a couple of plays where you're like, but overall, Trevor Gooseby was solid, and it just shows what Kyle Flood and Steve Sarkisian have done with the development of these guys. So 38-24, I'll take it. Moving on to the Peach Bowl.
Trevor Gooseby was your third highest rated pass blocker behind DJ Campbell and Hayden Conner. Trevor Gooseby is going to be a really good football player. So the fact that he can sub in at left tackle and right tackle tells you they found one in Trevor Gooseby. So kudos. Yeah, and kudos to that offensive line. Texas runs the football for 292 yards. You know, Jaden Blue goes for 146. Quintravian Wisner, who I think is going to be okay. He goes for, you know, over 100 yards rushing. And, you know, they dominated a good Clemson defensive front. Now, they did struggle in short yardage situations. That needs to get fixed. I asked Sark about it today. They were 1 of 4 on 4th down. They also had a 1st and goal from the 5 and ended up with a 22-yard field goal. So they got to get that figured out, because Sark definitely went for the kill shot. Well, first of all, he went for it on 4th and 1 on the first drive, and Jared Gibson got 4 yards. They need to do a tush push or something, because it's, you know, it hurt them. I mean, there's no doubt about it. They had 4th and 1 at the Clemson 17 and didn't make it. They had 4th and 1 at the that was Blue getting stuffed. Then they had 4th and 1.
In the fumble. What was
in the fourth quarter? Yeah, when they put Manning under center, which
that's the hate. How many times are you taking snaps from Hayden Conner
in a backup center?
That's tough.
So he fumbles a snap, and they go backwards for 3 yards. But look, that was a big day for Jaden Blue. The 77-yard touchdown run, the 38-yard touchdown run. Man, he looked lightning fast. He looked super confident. That's what he needed going into this. And again, the final drive of the first half, Quinn Ewers running 11 yards on 3rd and 3.
That was huge, man.
It was huge play. Huge play. And he was quick. He was, you know, he wasn't slow and clumsy. He was back there passing, but that lane opened up and he took it, moved the chains. 2 plays later, touchdown to Gunnar Helm on a play where it was a sight adjustment, you know, by Helm, who's just such a big target. He kind of sat down in the middle of that zone defense, put his big paw up in the air, always tells Quinn, throw it high, I'll go get it. But think about that real quick, back to Gunnar Helm. So he comes in the same class as Jatavian Sanders. Sanders 5-star, super athletic, but man, they had to just beat on him to block. And so here's Helm, who's was always a much better blocker than Sanders, but Sanders was so athletic and, you know, went for 100 yards against Alabama. I mean, the guy has skills. But he leaves after his junior year, 4th-round pick of the Carolina Panthers, and here comes Gunnar Helm, and now Helm breaks the records and is now the single-season record holder for, and he's still going.
Oh, yeah.
Single-season record holder for catches and receiving yards by a tight end in a single season, and he breaks the records of Jatavian Sanders to do it. So super cool story. He was the lowest rated player in his recruiting class in 2021 outside of punter Isaac Pearson, who's no longer in the program. He plays for SMU, who got absolutely annihilated.
I didn't want to bring it up. You brought it up. I was waiting for you to bring it up. I feel like I'm allowed to call them ponies until next year with that performance.
That was terrible.
We'll talk about that later. We'll stay on Texas.
Later. But Gunnar Helm, how about that? Lowest rated player in his 2021 recruiting class outside of Isaac Pearson. And now look at him. He is dealing. And another guy they're going to miss tremendously next year. So, that was big. And Blue going off was big. Contravian Wisner was so good until he goes out of the game, but he should be okay.
I bet he wanted to still be in there. I bet you they were like, yo, we got this. We got 3 more games, possibly 26. Let's go sit out for a little bit. Blue's cooking. Blue's cooking. Let them cook.
And they needed Blue to cook because Cade Klubnik said, I ain't done yet. And we said that. He would rather die on the field. No matter what the point differential was, that dude was going to keep unloading his clip. And he did. Oh. My God, they went after Manny Muhammad, and they got him.
Yo, Dumbo, I don't want to bring Dumbo into the room, elephant in the room here, but number 5's starting to become a liability. And it's weird. It's really odd because coming into this year, we thought that he would be up for the Thorpe Award. We thought that he would be able to take that next step because he had a really good freshman year. And maybe he wasn't asked to do as much. You know, you've still got Terrence Brooks and Jared Thompson, all those guys here. And now that he's the straight up starter, if I'm Pete Kwiatkowski, I'm thinking about playing Gavin Holmes a little bit more. Because other than that bad pass interference call on Gavin Holmes, which it was a pass interference call, but in the Georgia game, SEC championship, Gavin Holmes has been solid. Like the 2 plays before the 4th down stop, you know, where Bill Norton and Barron Sorrell stuffed it up. Gavin Holmes made a really good play on Wesco on that quick slant. He was all over that. So the way that they were picking on Manny Muhammad, that was a tough watch. It really was. And there were some weird communication issues going on in that secondary.
It wasn't like he was 3 steps behind the dude, though. Cade Klubnik was dropping it in the bucket.
Yeah.
And that, at some point, sometimes you just go, hey, man, great execution, great catches. There was one time where Manny Muhammad's like, he was out of bounds. No, he was in bounds.
Oh.
And so, look, Cade Klubnik can deal. I don't think you're going to see another Cade Klubnik till you run into Dylan Gabriel or Will Howard. They've had Will Howard's number, but it's been a minute.
That's a different Will Howard.
Yeah, that's different Will Howard. They didn't see Will Howard. They saw him last year, obviously, and they got him on 4th and goal. But that dude can, point is, they survived Cade Klubnik. We knew Klubnik was going to be a beast, and he was. He was outstanding. I had one person say to me, and this is salty, but they said it before the game. So they said if Texas had Cade Klubnik, Longhorns win the national championship, no problem.
Damn.
And that was a compliment to Klubnik because Quinn Ewers stepped up and said, I got something to say. And that was huge because we've seen glimpses of Quinn. He looked really good after the first possession in the A&M game until the third quarter pick six. And then he looked really good in the first half against Georgia. And then they didn't punch it in. The defense started, having some success. Against Clemson, really good. Even that interception, like you said, that should have been a catch by DeAndre Moore. Went right through his hands, bounced off his pads, right into
DeAndre.
Mickens' hands. Can't have that one.
Come on, DeAndre.
But I thought he looked good, relaxed, in the flow.
Is Arch changing that? Is Arch changing that play that allowed Jaden Blue to get the 77-yard touchdown? I don't know if he is.
Right.
I don't know if Arch is doing things like that. Quinn Ewers looked at Jaden Blue, looked to the line, and did the thumbs up thing. I don't know what the hell that was, but he was like, yo, whatever play we're running, we're going to run Kelvin Bankside. I'm handing it off. People just see the throws. People think that it's just throws when it comes to playing quarterback. And there's so much to it. And for Quinn Ewers to change that play, he changed 2 runs that led to touchdowns. I don't know what the other ones were, but I know that 77-yard run by Jaden Blue, which at a very tense time, it's 31-24. It's getting tight in that stadium, real tight, a little quiet. Everybody's like, oh, damn, here we go again. Clay Kubnick, he out here dealing. And then Quinn Ewers is changing plays that lead to touchdowns, even though the ball wasn't necessarily in his hands. That was all Quinn Ewers. Jaden Blue did the rest. So, that's the difference. That's why Arch, to all these characters out here that think Arch Manning should be the starter and stuff, I don't think Arch is making that plays. Now, I could be wrong, but the experience that Quinn Ewers has had in these 3 years leads to things like that. So, that's even though the stats don't wow you, that's bigger than that. Like those are the stats that don't show up right there. Those are the things that don't show up, on the stat sheet and stuff. I appreciate that. You really got to give kudos and salute Quinn Ewers for managing the game the right way. And like you said, Chip, he was completely comfortable. He was confident. He was in control of that ball game. And sometimes you don't have to make the throws to be in control. You got to be able to read the defense before the ball snap. And he did that to an immaculate perfection, in my opinion, that helped the Longhorns go back to Atlanta for the Peach Bowl.
Yeah. Big shout out to those guys. And then when you flip it over, and kudos to Matt Golden. He catches the 43-yard post, and then he and Ryan Wingo both induce pass interference penalties. So Quinn's deep ball is more effective. He's hit on 4 of 7 in his last 2 games. That's a really good completion percentage. And 2 deep balls induced pass interference penalties. First down. Let's roll. So very, very impressive. And look, Clemson, I said going in, Clemson's defense similar to A&M's. They got guys who can get after you. Their guy, Carter Barrett, is a lot like Torian York, just a tackling machine. I thought Texas dominated. How many times did we hear TJ Parker's name?
Not much.
Not much. In fact, I'm looking it up right now. TJ Parker. TJ Parker, he had 3 tackles and a half tackle for loss. But I thought the offensive line was outstanding. I mean, they dominated.
Yeah. See, what's wrong with you guys, man? Hair of the dog. Arch starts that game against Clemson, Texas, wins by 42. Be serious. Come on, man. Come on. Really? Just enjoy the victory.
Well,
we don't know that.
Let's flip it over to the defense, because how about Big Bill Norton, that big lug? I mean, he just stood his guy up and then just collapsed into that gap and smashes Keith Adams. Everybody else jumps in. Baron Sorrell was huge on that play. The play before,
really good.
Yeah, Baron Sorrell he's making himself a lot of money this year. But the play before the 3rd and goal, David Benda and Michael Taff flying in.
Michael Taff, man, that one. You heard that. They heard that all the way in South Carolina. That was a serious hit right there. Yeah. Yeah, they just bend but don't break. And it was weird seeing them give up 24 points. Like that first drive for Clemson, you're like, oh, man, 12 plays, 75 yards with ease. Yeah. It looked easy. Kay Klubnik, 5 different wide receivers got touches in that game. Phil Maffa looked good. And then Phil Maffa took that one shot where he was like, I don't know if I should be playing. I don't know. These dudes, they hit a little hard. I don't know. I'm tough and all, but yeah, I don't know if this is going to work for me. But yeah, they go down and score, and the Horns put up 21 straight points. That was the game right there. But
yeah, they only faced 1 3rd down on that first drive until the touchdown. So they had 3rd and 2 at the Clemson 48. Klubnik scrambled, got the first down. And then it was 3rd and 7 from the 22. It looked like a little pick play.
Yeah. Muhammad. Who was that? Who got picked? Was that Manny Muhammad? Oh, God.
So they started off on the right side. Manny was in man. They ran Antonio Williams through traffic. Manny got caught in the traffic. Williams wide open, 22-yard touchdown. So yeah, they were going after 5.
You know me, I'm all about my body language, Chip. Watch Manny Muhammad after the 4th down stop. Bill Norton and Baron Sorrell. Manny Muhammad was pretty deflated. He did the whole my bad pad. He was kind of shaking his head. Everybody was getting hype and stuff. But Manny Muhammad was like, damn, they would have scored there. That drive would have been on my head because they were going after me, not just in that drive, the whole game. Like Brenning Stool, Klubnik threw a crazy pass to Brenning Stool right before the 2nd touchdown, where they had the running back score in the end zone. Right before that, it went right over Manny Muhammad's head. Like, telling you, Gavin Holmes, man. Gavin Holmes played a lot of football. I'm not saying the bitch Manny Muhammad, but we need to look at the snap count. That snap count needs to be maybe a little more 50-50 at this point, because they don't really go after John A. Barron. They know better. That's too risky. That's just, you're playing with fire there. And that ball's gasoline. You don't want to do all that because John A. Barron, he be baiting guys. Like, he's that good. Like, that's why he won the Thorpe Award. Like, he's just a film study. You might get him on one play, but that one play might lead to an interception later on because you think you got him on that earlier play, which doesn't go for many yards. They don't go after John A. Barron very often. So they're going to go after 5, and then they're going to try to go after Gavin Holmes too. But Gavin Holmes, again, other than that pass interference call in the SEC championship game, Gavin Holmes has been solid. So, I'm Pete Mikowski and Terry Joseph. I'm looking at that a little bit more.
To your point, so they have the goal line stand, then Texas drives it down to the Clemson 40, the bobbled snap by Arch. First down from the very first play on that final drive from Clemson was the 27-yard pass to Brenning Stool against Malik Muhammad. The next play, he's out of the game and Gavin Holmes is in. And so, they went right back at Muhammad. So that was the plan. It got him back in the game. Klubnik was outstanding in that.
October 19th, Georgia game where Texas is down, 8? 3rd and 8. Deep in route. Manny Muhammad gets turned around. Georgia drives. They do that flea flicker stuff. Baron Sorrell gets caught with the face mask call. Etienne punches it in on the 4th down ball game there. So he's had moments. Overall, he's been solid. Again, I think that's just the team defense thing. But like I've been saying for weeks now, if you want to attack this Texas defense, you go after 5. That's just what it is. That's good coaching. Garrett Riley, that's good coaching. There's not many weak links. You don't want to test Andrew Makuba very often. Mookie Tav was all right. Mookie Tav got ran over on one play, and then the second half, Mookie Tav started coming along. But you go after 5. That's just what it is. And he's still a good player. Just everybody else is a little better. So why risk that? Why risk going after the Thorpe Award winner and some of those guys? Like Jalen Gilbo has gotten better and better, especially on his blitzes, man. Jalen Gilbo at that star spot blitzing and stuff. I love him right there. He had a big play against Georgia before the fake freaking punt, and then he had a big play in this game where K. Klubnik, I don't know what he was doing, where he lost his footing and just kind of like threw it and fumbled. That was a weird play. Wish the Horns would have jumped on it there. But, yeah, Jaden Gilbo, you can't really attack him like some of these coaches think they can. So they're going to keep going after 5. They're going to keep doing it. Let's see if he gets back to them fundamentals and he could get right against Arizona State. Because Arizona State, they got what? Their best wide receiver out?
Yeah.
I don't think that dude's going to be available. What's my man's name? Tyson?
Jordan Tyson.
My man was in a sling in that Big 12 championship. Broken collarbone. So
yeah, that hurts because
that hurts a lot.
He's a 1,000-yard receiver with 10 touchdown catches. Yeah, Jordan Tyson. He goes. Where the hell is he? God, Arizona State does their 2 deep so weird. But yeah, Troy O'Meary, come on down. Oh yeah, he's 6'1", 195. And now Troy O'Meary, the former Longhorn, moves into that spot. O'Meary's 6'4", 220, so a totally different profile.
Yeah.
Xavier Guillory, their other receiver, 6'2", 200, and then Melquan Stovall is another burner, 5'11", 185. So,
yeah.
Jordan
they kick
Tyson
out Troy O'Meary like they did Zach Swanson. They just kicked me out. I'm like, my girlfriend was here and stuff. Like, yeah, all right, you got your wish. Zach.
Yeah,
you got your wish, buddy.
He got his wish. Coach 420 says that Manny Muhammad will wash that performance. He's calling for a pick 6.
Has he had an interception this year? I don't think he has.
I think so.
That's tough, man.
Yeah.
That's tough. And again, I do not want to crap on him too much because they're the best defense in the nation, best defense left in the college football playoffs. So I'm being a little harsh on Manny Muhammad, but
6 pass breakups, no interceptions.
Okay, got called like it is. He came in with a lot of hype this year.
Yeah, and when you got the Thorpe Award winner on one side, you know they're coming after you.
Oh yeah.
So, and he's a leader. He'll get it right. They'll get him right. And Cade Klubnik, he can deal. Now, it's interesting because obviously last year Texas ran into a absolutely scorching Michael Penix with Rome Odunze, Jalen Polk, Jalen McMillan, and they lost. And it was unbelievable, the exhibition that Michael Penix put on in that game. Everyone's looking and saying, okay, you can't run on Texas. You're going to have to beat them through the air. And really the only place you can do it is short intermediate stuff and against Manny Muhammad. So do I think Sam Leavitt can work that. No.
Yeah. But he's
Howard
threat.
and Gabriel. Howard and Gabriel are the ones who can do it. I don't think Howard's offensive line is good enough. Oregon, their offensive line is good enough. But their defensive line, I'm telling you, Oregon's defensive line gets pushed around.
Yeah.
So I think you could win a shootout against Oregon. And Will Howard, I think you can get pressure on him and turn him inside out.
Damn, Tennessee, for real? All them fans that y'all have there stealing tickets and stuff, and y'all get blown the hell out like that? Like, Will Howard looked way too comfortable, way too happy. Like, he was smiling and laughing and stuff. It's like, damn, man. Like, this is the college football playoff, right? You don't feel no pressure? It's just this easy? Like, Jeremiah Smith, it's just this easy, huh? And Becca, all them guys, it's just that easy. Like, for real? That was very disappointing to see in Tennessee. I thought they'd bring it more than that. And now you got all these people questioning the 12-team playoff and the committee and stuff, which I get, but also Tennessee, they were solid all year long, had some really good wins. Did not think they would put up a dud like that.
Yeah.
Can't blame Nico for all that. Like, Sampson gets hurt early. Like, that's SEC Offensive Player of the Year. Like,
yeah, once that happened, you're like, oh, it's over.
It's over.
Because Sampson's the guy. I mean, if they were going to have any chance, Sampson was going to have to go off. And that did not happen. But I mean, I look at this, Sampson ended up with 2 carries. And look, Peyton Lewis still ran 10 times for 77 yards. Nico was just out of sorts. 14 to 31. That was tough. But without Dylan Sampson, man, that just wasn't going to happen. And the one thing that, they did a pretty good job of limiting Ohio State's running game. Not great. 33 carries, 156 yards. Travian Henderson had 10 carries for 80 yards and 2 touchdowns. That's not good enough. Judkins only ran it 10 times for 34 yards. But yeah, Tennessee, they were not. Look, Ohio State was pissed off and locked in. Ohio State's got a really good defense. Really good defense. So let's see, man. Let's see what this Ohio State-Oregon game in the Rose Bowl with the traditional, Big Ten, Pac-12 flavor, even though they're all in the Big Ten now. Let's see what that looks like a second time around. Again, Ohio State has to go west for that game.
Yeah.
But
have fun.
Have fun.
Those hope they clobber each other.
Have fun. Yeah, Cam Scadaboo, we're getting some comments in here.
I love
Scadaboo's, he's a freak. He's a freak. He catches the football. He's had 200-yard receiving games this year.
Yeah.
Like, that dude is a freak. He's Christian McCaffrey,
Peyton Hillis. We gonna keep naming white running backs.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Mike Allstott.
Mike Allstott. Toby Gerhart. He's all those dudes.
Oh my gosh, man.
I'm just saying.
Yo, he's a little more blue collar too.
Oh yeah.
He act like he's from 8 Mile or something.
Yeah.
That dude, he got some toughness, man. I ain't gonna lie. Sam Levitt's good. I like Sam Levitt. That dude,
he's tough.
He ain't no K Klubnik, but he has a lot of K Klubnik in him. He'll run that football. Yeah. He'll run that football. But go back. I watched the Iowa State game, Big 12 championship game this morning. They gave that away. They fumbling the whole game. My man Rocco Beck throwing picks and stuff. They put themselves in horrible situations that made Kenny Dillingham's crew, hey, we'll take advantage. Y'all going to give us the ball back. We'll take advantage. And a key to that game too, Chip, or a key to the game coming up at the Peach Bowl, their cornerback, Shamari Simons, he ain't going to play the first half. He's their best hitter at that secondary position. He got hit with a targeting call. He came in on a corner blitz, blew up Rocco Beck. They got his ass out of there. That dude leads their team in forced fumbles. He will not be available for the first half of the Peach Bowl. Now, I don't know how that works. Maybe they've had time since then to go back and look at it. But if I'm Steve Sarkisian, y'all screwed over Derek Williams last year. He wasn't able to play in that Sugar Bowl game because of the same situation. Big 12 championship, had the targeting call, didn't allow him to play. So let's keep that same energy. I bet not see my man Shamari Simmons in that first half. If I'm Steve Sarkisian, I'm talking to him about it too. Because like, oh, y'all gonna screw us last year and not do this guy like that? Nah, the rules. Targeting call. He didn't have to knock out Rocco Beck like that. They were already up by 20. He didn't need to do all that. But nah, you a hard hitter. You tough, right? Okay. Well, all that toughness going to be on the sideline for the first half. Any advantage, take it. So look at that. Simmons.
Yeah. That's a good call. That's a good call. Shamari Simmons.
Yeah. He be hitting too. Yeah, yes. He be hitting too. I ain't even gonna lie. Like 3 forced fumbles. The next person only has 1. So
yeah. That, of the games that we saw, Notre Dame. What do you think of Notre Dame? Because Notre Dame's got Georgia. And we were talking last week, is Notre Dame's running game and Riley Leonard good enough to navigate that just awesome Georgia defensive front? Riley Leonard was pretty good. I don't know if he's Georgia good, but what do you think?
I mean, you got the backup, Gunnar Stockton playing. I'm sure they think they have a huge chance in this game. I definitely think they have a chance in this game. Like that score, it wasn't as close as it should have been. They got the onside kick and stuff and ended up scoring again, but it was 27 to
17.
27 to 17 at one point. Like it was ugly. Or 27 to 3, excuse me, at one point before they went on that run at the end. Like Notre Dame, they're coming in with a lot of confidence, man. And you got to stop Love, which we know that Georgia defense, they have more than the guys to stop Jeremiah Love. But yeah,
he had
98-yard run
rushing on 8 carries.
That's what I'm saying. It was just on that 98-yard run. That was it.
Yeah.
Besides that, he didn't do much. So yeah, Notre Dame, they got to be feeling good going to New Orleans to play against Georgia. We'll see where Gunnar Stockton is. They got tape on them, unlike Texas did on that first drive. Texas had no clue about Gunnar Stockton, had no idea what he was going to bring to the table. And they caught Pete Kwiatkowski's crew. They caught him slipping. Marcus Freeman and them boys, they ain't going to be caught slipping. And it's only a little sample size, but you know he can run. You know that's a part of his game. You know that if Georgia wants to win, Gunnar Stockton's going to have to utilize his legs. So Notre Dame, they're going to sit back and be like, yo, you're going to have to throw on us. And your wide receivers are already shaky? Yeah, you're going to have to throw on us. I think that's going to be an old school dogfight game that the first team to 20 wins.
Yeah. Yeah, that I'm really, really interested in that game because Riley Leonard is the X factor in that game. Riley Leonard got you. He had 11 carries for 30 yards. Sometimes it doesn't even matter how many yards. It's when you can run it. If it's extending the chains, he had a touchdown run. Riley Leonard is the key. And he was accurate in the cold in South Bend, 23 of 32, efficient. So very, very intrigued by that matchup.
Yeah, we know that Georgia vulnerable when it comes to a dual threat quarterback. They have been all year, which is a big reason why I'm still confused why Arch Manning didn't play much in that SEC championship game. But that's in the rearview mirror. Now you're preparing for Riley Leonard. If he could add that part to his game and also throw the ball a little bit, then Notre Dame, they should feel really good about going into this game. It's just that G across your chest, man. Kirby Smart having his guys ready in these big games. Now they got rest and stuff, even though they're going to be without Carson Beck. That's always scary, no matter who's taking the snaps. Like, hell, they run it with Stetson Bennett. Stetson was nice. I still think Stetson deserves his own statue right outside that stadium in Athens. You know what I'm saying? Back-to-back championships. He deserves something, you know, but it's Kirby.
Okay.
Can never count him out.
We're getting some comments about the third quarter for Texas. Texas outscored again in the third quarter, this time 7-3. Texas in that quarter played great run defense, held Clemson to -7 yards rushing in the third quarter, but that's when Klubnik started to get hot. He was 6 of 9 passing with the touchdown, and then he came right back in the fourth quarter with the second straight touchdown drive, and was trying to make it 3 straight touchdown drives when Big Bill Norton said, no, not today. But yeah, Texas only 4 of 8 passing in the third quarter, 13 carries for 40 yards, only 3.1 yards per carry.
The deep Ryan Wingo shot on their first drive in that third quarter should have been a pass interference call. They go 3 and out there. That's a pass interference call. I don't know if the refs were tired of throwing it. And
yeah, he had his arm totally.
Yeah, come on, Zebras. Even though the Zebras were really good, were those Big Ten officials? I saw somewhere where they were Big Ten officials. See, we'll take that. See, that's what I asked for last week. Big Ten, we'll take that. I think we're going to get Big Ten officials again this game against Arizona State. We'll take that. Big Ten officials, they ain't got no dog in the fight. Just keep it fair for everybody. SEC officials, and y'all a little sketchy. Big 12 officials, we know about them. Now this is a Big 12 team coming in, so you definitely can't have them in. That's just bogus there. But the Big Ten refs, I thought they did a solid job.
Yeah, they have a reputation for calling pass interference. SEC refs have a reputation for calling holding. They let them play. Basically, the Big Ten. You know,
that's how it should be.
Yeah,
like
unless it's egregious. So
yeah. And then that next round, if Texas advances, I need ACC refs. Don't go looking at the Big 12. Please don't do that. Like, that's just no. Just coming from the Big 12, that's as shaky as Muhammad Ali. We ain't having that happen. R.I.P. the GOAT. R.I.P. the GOAT. But we can't have that happen. Get ACC refs. They go on to make it. Play against the Georgia or Notre Dame in the championship game, or maybe Boise State, Penn State will do something miraculous too. We're going back to the ACC again. You know what I'm saying?
Valerie says, I want Georgia versus Texas for the national championship part 3 because I know we can beat them. Should have beat them the last game. Yeah. And can you imagine playing Georgia again in Atlanta? And their fans are a problem. I didn't realize Georgia fans were that like in your face and stirring it up.
Oh yeah,
even
a lot of barking.
Even after the win, they were talking, trying to get into it with people.
Yeah, we back. We back to the ATL, man. We back. We gotta go Magic City this time. Hopefully, I get the invite for Eric Henry talking about he had food poisoning and stuff. Couldn't make it to the pregame show on Saturday. I don't know what happened there, but hopefully we could get together and I can get some of those famous Lou Will lemon pepper wings. We had some lemon pepper wings last time we were there. Shout out to a restaurant called Taco Mac. That place slammed. Didn't think that a place that was called Taco something would have some of the best wings I've ever had. But hey, it's Atlanta. So I'm excited to go back, man. This should be a good time.
All right, CB. Yeah. Cam Williams, the MRI came back negative. So they feel comfortable. It was the word, comfortable about Cam Williams being able to play against Arizona State. Isaiah Bond is progressing. I think he'll be good to go for the Peach Bowl. Although we'll know what Sark thinks of Arizona State. If it's even questionable, does he rest him again for the semifinal against either Oregon or Ohio State? And Jake Majors is good to go.
Yo, man, a 14-point line in a quarterfinal game is bonkers. That's high, but I do see it. But yeah, maybe you do rest Isaiah Bond again just because. I want Isaiah Bond to get in the rhythm, though. Throwing him into the fire for possibly Ohio State and Oregon, that's a lot. So if he's able to play just to get him some reps so he can get his sea legs under him again, I think that's beneficial for everybody. But if he's not good enough to go, let's throw the freshman out again. Still like to see more Silas Bolden.
Yeah,
but
we're not seeing any creativity with Silas Bolden. Can I get some jet sweep or something? I mean, you've been saving that all year. That stuff is stuff they ran with Worthy. They haven't run it. They run the end around with Wingo.
Yeah.
But Silas Bolden, man.
Which that should have been a tackle for loss too, right? Wingo.
Yeah.
Talk about some serious improvising there. That dude. I thought Ryan Wingo was solid. Sark got after him on one play where he wasn't in the right spot. Sark had to call a timeout and he chewed him out pretty good. But yeah, when you're a freshman, you're going to have those mistakes every now and then. Hell, DeAndre Moore, he had to drop pass that led to the interception. So no one's perfect out here. But if Isaiah Bond isn't ready to play in this game, that's why you got the all-time leader and when it comes to the tight end and receiving yards and catches on your squad. Force feed him. If Isaiah Bond's not ready, let's let Gunnar Helm get even more reps than he usually does.
Well, and when you have an offensive line with as much size and experience as Texas has, why don't you have the tush push? Why don't you work on that? Why don't
With
you have
Arch?
that? Huh?
With Arch, right?
I don't care who. Yeah, Arch.
Hell no, we ain't doing that with Quinn.
Right, Arch.
He's out for months.
He's super long with those long limbs. He can get in that pile and just get that play down. No one stopped it from the Eagles. I mean,
I don't know that pretty mother shut your mouth, Jalen Hurts. That dude be squatting 800. That's
but he's got guys behind him.
You're right.
You got dudes. That's an impose your will play. And you're a connected team with good culture, and you're struggling on 4th and 1. Come on.
Yeah. So early on that first drive for Texas in the first quarter, right after Clemson goes down on their 12-play, 75-yard drive to make it 7-0 Tigers, the 4th down where you give it to Jared Gibson as a fullback. I didn't like seeing that again later in the second half.
Right.
And then it led to the 4th down stop where they tried to pitch it out to Jaden Blue. I didn't like that. I wish Sark was a little more creative there. I think it was just one of those, oh, we're just bigger and stronger than you, so we're just going to enforce our will, and there's nothing you can do about it, no matter what you see coming. And Clemson's got guys too, like Dabo Sweeney. He's been around the block. So for you to show the same thing later on, they were ready for it, and that's why they stopped it. So I don't know if it was one of those moments where Steve Sarkisian got a little carried away and arrogant and said, maybe I'm just going to try to keep it meat and potatoes here and do the same thing because we're just a better, stronger team. But, yeah, I didn't like just those short conversions and not getting them. Like, that has to change. And also, Chip, like, was that because you don't trust Bert Auburn? Like,
yeah, I thought about that,
I don't know if I trust Osaicho Burt anymore. So we're going to go for this thing.
If you look at, the only one that you could have really said that about was the 4th and 1 from the Clemson 17. That's like a 43, 44-yard field goal attempt. So that's a little bit on the
Is that what I'm referring? Is that the pitch? I can't think of. Is that the pitch to Jaden Blue? Is that that one? Yeah.
The other ones you had, you had the 4th and 2 missed pass. That was from the Clemson 36, so that was too far out. And then the Manning fumble happened on 4th and 1 from the Clemson 40. So you weren't going for a 57-yarder there or 53-yarder. Maybe you could have for the 53-yarder. But yeah, the one that was iffy was 4th and 1 from the Clemson 17. That's a 44-yard field goal. That's right on the line for.
Especially like you want points after you get the turnover. That was after the Colin Simmons interception with the Baron Terrell bat. So if we're in that situation, for me, if I have a reliable kicker, I'm sending them out here and we're going up 24-7. But he ain't reliable. So,
well, Sark believes in the guy. So give him a chance. I mean, you're going to need him. You're going to need him. Trust me. You're going to need him. You're going to need him in the semis. You're going to need him in the championship.
He tells you guys that. He probably tells Bert that, but deep down, does he believe in him?
Well, he took a field goal off the board earlier this year for a 4th and 3 that he had Arch throw to Bond on the short side of the field. Mm-hmm. Terrible play call.
Yeah.
I mean, Sark gets weird on 4th down. Like it's like an ego thing.
Yeah.
It's one thing if you've got a great play. But if you don't have a great play, like if you're going to have Arch Manning in the game, you're going to put him under center. I mean, we'll never know what that play was going to be because the ball went, I don't know how it got out and he never had the ball. Arch never got the snap. But if you're going to put him under center, man, then do something fun and different, like play action and waggle and have, multiple tight ends in there and have Juan Davis run a drag route or something. It'll probably be wide open for the touchdown. We just haven't seen the creativity. And I think part of it is Sark's like, we're running the ball at will. We're going to get this 1 yard, right? Well,
yeah, I mean, you got to have confidence in your team. And you're right. I think it is an ego thing at times, which, sometimes you gotta just feel good about your squad that they're just gonna move the ball and move the chains, but it didn't happen there. They probably should have respected Clemson a little more. Now, I will praise Sark. A beautiful play call was when Gunnar Helm stood up and looked towards the sideline, and they ran the play while he was standing up, but he was just looking towards the sideline. They ran the play to the left side. Helm was on the right.
19-yard run.
That was solid.
That was sweet.
I like that. I like that. That was smooth as hell. That was smooth. That was Sark being in his bag. Like, I'll, call him out on the bad stuff. We got to show him love on the good. That play, that was one of them ones right there. Because I was like, oh, man, was that That false start? What's going on? Because Clemson was thinking that. That the edge rusher that was lined up on Gunnar Helm, he pointed, look at the referee like, yo, ain't that something? And while he's still pointing, TJ Parker on the other side, he kind of stands up a little bit because he's like, what the hell is this? And all of a sudden, the ball snapped and they go right past the gap on TJ Parker. So, yeah, I like that. That was smooth.
Clemson had a play where they snapped the ball and none of the offensive linemen move. And Leonga Lafau, he was not fooled on that play.
Kinda. Pick that off.
Oh.
What are you doing? You were fooled enough. Pick it off. Like, that's one of those, we might have to snap his ponytail in the back or whatever that is. You got that little, God, what's it called? I can't think of it.
Rat tail.
That's one of those, man. We got to snap your rat tail off of that. What's going on? It might be too tight. That's pick 6. That is pick. And he knew it too. When he batted down, he was like, oh my gosh. Because again, he just reacted. You're not playing those situations too often. I think it was one of those, I can't believe I'm here. It's happening so fast that batting it down seemed like the right thing to do. Bro, take that to the crib. Take that. That's ball game right there. Because it was what, 21-7 at the time? He takes that to the crib. You go up. Oh, man. Leonga Lafau. I know the guy's giving them crap all week for that one. I know Johnny Nance was like, brother, what are you doing? Good play, but it could have been a great play. You could have had one. Linebackers don't get them many opportunities. Ant Hill hasn't had a pick 6 since Trey Moore screwed him over on the bad block early in the season. Them opportunities don't come around very often. You got to capitalize, bruh. That was tough. Yeah. I stood up on that one because I thought that was a house call. They only got a field goal from it, but, man, I know Leonga Lafau. He's going to be kicking himself in the butt for that one for the rest of his Texas career.
Yeah. Yeah. That was second quarter.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that would have been big time. Woo!
Yeah, but well done. Like, again, Jaden Blue, man. I said it last week. Get him back in the mix. Get him back. He's so dynamic. He's so fast. And he was protecting that ball. Like, when he was in traffic, you saw him go tight. Like, that's what you've been talking about, Chip. You've been asking for that. When it gets crowded, when it gets congested in there, and all those guys are trying to knock the ball out, force a turnover, you got to protect that thing like your life depended on it. And he did that, man. Like, I knew Tashard Choice going to have him right, but it's just about having the coaching staff have confidence in you. And it took a while, a little bit longer for my liking. Like, I wish I would have saw him more in the Georgia game, but if he needed another week to get right and protect that ball even more so, carry it around campus a little more, sleep with the ball, like have the ball right next to you in your pillow. You know, wake up in a deep sweat, like, protected it, something. I don't know, but that's the Jaden Blue that we thought we were going to see before the season started.
Oh,
and
for sure.
It's just about the right time. Like, okay, all that stuff's in the past. If you're ready now to be that guy, you could still be a high pick. If you have 4 straight games of over $125 on the ground and you're having those house calls and those explosive plays like we saw against Clemson to lead to a national championship, oh yeah, you still could go to the league. All those goals are still there for you, dog. So I'm very happy for Jaden Blue, man. Like, he should be proud. The coaching staff should be proud. And now, if you're Kenny Dillingham, you're like, damn, I thought this guy, I didn't think we'd have to worry about number 23. Now we got to worry about him and Contravion Wisner. And I like the reps that Jared Gibson got on that last drive. Before the Arch Manning fumble on the 4th down, Jared Gibson, he was running the ball pretty well too. Like, he wasn't playing around. So it's good to see those guys that were having fumbling problems kind of get over that and play some good ball.
All right, let's get a couple mentions in here. Hey, I'm right now. I'm on passes.com/Texas One Fund, and they've got the Wheelin' and Dealin' podcast. And speaking of Quintravian Wisner, their first episode was with Quintravian Wisner and Ryan Niblett. Their second episode was with Brianna Preston, Jordan Lee, and Justice Carlton, the freshman on the top 10 Texas women's basketball team. But I say all the time, go to passes.com/Texas One Fund, because that's where you see all the interaction going on with the 40 UT student athletes who are on passes.com. And they've got a 40 acres membership for $25 a month. And of course, you're helping Texas One Fund here. You're giving to the Texas NIL if you're a Longhorns fan. But that membership tier, $25 a month, gets you access to all of the, wall posts from the Texas student athletes, all the podcasts, live streams. You can DM questions for free. It's worth it. It's great. And get over there just to see what else is going on. Like right now, Quinn Ewers has interaction going on. Rory Harmon, Emma Halter of the Texas volleyball team. So just get in there to Texas, passes.com/Texas One Fund. And look, if you've been thinking about, remodeling a bathroom, maybe the kitchen, or creating some more outdoor space, we got the guys for you at McCall Custom Homes. They've been serving the Austin area for 40 years, and family owned and operated, father-son team, great references, 50 years of combined experience. They're the people you want to work with because they care about you. They care about making sure that you're happy. They're going to bring vision to it. You want to check out their work, check them out on Facebook and Instagram at McCall Custom Homes. And then give Mike McCall a call at 512-633-9580. Let me say it a little slower this time. 512-633-9580. Or you can email Mike at McCallCustomHomes.com. Mike at McCallCustomHomes.com. It's McCall Custom Homes, building value into your home. And speaking of which, maybe you need that new big screen TV. Yeah. Well, then you know where to go, because he's our guy.
Hey, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street, hold the door for people behind us, tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before, give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics, but more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
Yeah. And Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. I know some of you love seafood. This is your spot. Two great locations right there at Zilker. Rolling Wood and Mopac is the exact location. And then up in Round Rock off Old Settlers. But the beginnings menu for happy hour, you're getting $5 off the beginnings menu. The beginnings menu has the crab cake. And this is the seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore, restaurant legend, who did the original menu for Z Tejas and worked with, Larry Foles, Nick Foles' dad, and Guy Villavasso in their restaurants, and then opened Jack Allen's Kitchen. And Salt Traders Coastal Cooking is his seafood restaurant. These are his favorite seafood dishes that he's ever had anywhere that he's recreated. Just on the beginnings menu, the steamed mussels, grilled oysters. You've got the crab cake, the New Orleans barbecue shrimp, the smoked fish dip. The food is so good at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, I can't even tell you. So treat yourself this holiday season. Make a point to get some great seafood. Take advantage of the best raw oyster selection anywhere in Austin. Great raw oyster specials during happy hour, especially 3:30 to 6:30 and 3:30 to close on Mondays. Guess what? It's Monday. So go get you some. All right, Zay. Your Dallas Cowboys. We got to go over our picks.
My Dallas Cowboys.
Didn't you pick the Cowboys?
I don't think so.
Oh, my bad.
I felt like I did pretty good this week.
Yeah, we both absolutely screwed the pooch on SMU. So that was terrible. Damn. But you got Notre Dame. That was a winner. I also had Notre Dame as a winner. You had Ohio State. Yeah. I had Tennessee. So you went, and your score prediction for Texas was pretty money. You said 34-16. It was 38-24. So you went 3-1 on the college scene. I did not. I lost SMU. I lost Tennessee. I got Notre Dame, and my Texas score was non-cover. So I went 1-3. Jesus.
Somebody hit me up on Twitter at halftime of the SMU game, was like, yo, you check on your boy? And I didn't know what they were talking about. Then I was like, oh, yeah, 28-0, halftime, State College. Lord have mercy.
I mean, God bless Kevin Jennings. I don't know. I mean, I thought he would be
Kevin?
2 pick sixes. Like that. Like that. I mean, they were down 21-0 and people hadn't even sat down yet. This was the same thing that happened with Clemson. But the cold, the everything. Everything was too big. You know, the defense held. I mean, what? Penn State went for it on 4th and 1 from their own 29, and SMU held them. You're thinking, okay, they're going to get back in it. They're only down 14-0 at that point. He throws another interception. So it was like just boom, boom, boom. Awful. All right, NFL. You had the Texans. The Chiefs said not today. You had the Eagles.
Man.
That was a not today. The Commanders said, nah. You had the Giants. How'd that work out?
I don't think it worked out good.
Not good?
I don't think so.
Oh, 1-3. I had the Bengals. They covered. I had the Colts over Tennessee. They covered.
Yo, can somebody stop Jonathan Taylor? Trevondre Sweat. Can we stop Jonathan Taylor? I went against him in my championship game for fantasy. I got blown the hell out. Blown out. Championship game. And I put up 160 points. It's put up 185. Shout out to Tyler. Congratulations. I'm going to be a good sport there. But, man, Trevondre Sweat. Like, ain't that why y'all got Trevondre Sweat? To stop the run? To help the defense clog something up? And Jonathan Taylor goes for 2 bills? Come on, man. Come on. I know it ain't on T Sweat. T Sweat's been doing this thing. He should be first team all rookie. He should be in the top 5 runnings for defensive rookie of the year. But that's embarrassing. It's tough.
Man, Jordan Scruggs and I had an unbelievable battle in our fantasy playoff matchup. He had Chuba Hubbard, Jamar Chase, and Jameson Williams. I had Jonathan Taylor and Jaden Daniels and Derrick Henry, and I lost.
See, man.
That was brutal.
See, this, golly.
Brutal. Okay, so the Cowboys, I think, showed me a little something. They beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and see that coming. I'm just saying, Baker Mayfield lost control of the Buccaneers' playoff destiny. Cowboys, put it together in the, they scored 10 unanswered points going into halftime, coming out of halftime, 6 to go up 26-14. And then the Cowboys defense limited Tampa Bay to 10 points second half.
They're playing hard.
Yeah.
They're playing hard still. Like, man, that's what you got to do. You're still getting paid, even though you might not have the playoff aspirations like you thought you were going to have before the season started with a healthy Dak Prescott. They're still playing hard, still being professionals. I know Cowboys fans want that big-time first-round pick, but those guys, they got a lot of pride, and they showed that last night. So good for them. Baker trying to come back home and go crazy. Didn't happen. And you know me, with Bijan Robinson in Atlanta, I'm a Falcons fan. So the NFL, they need to see Bijan Robinson in the postseason. And Michael Penix, he wasn't amazing yesterday, but he controlled the game. He didn't make any bad throws. Now it's against the Giants, so take that for what it's worth. But Michael Penix, the southpaw, he looked good yesterday. And Bijan Robinson, being the great teammate he is, he's quoted talking about, I feel horrible for not getting Michael Penix his first touchdown because I guess Bijan had a check down where he could have taken it in the end zone and it didn't happen. But that team, they're rooting for Michael Penix. And even though the front office blew it by paying Kirko Cousins all of that money, unnecessary money that he definitely doesn't deserve, we know his playoff record ain't nothing. And he just came off a torn Achilles, so we shouldn't be shocked that Kirk Cousins is struggling his ass off in this 2024 year. But they have
Is Drew Lock done in the NFL?
I don't know about done in the NFL, but
he was terrible
as a starter. Yeah, he's done.
2 interceptions and a fumble. Whew. Yeah, he was terrible. So Falcons beat the Giants 34-7. How about the Lions, huh? Going on the road. Sweep the Bears. Now the Lions have the Vikings and who else they got? They got the Vikings and they got the 49ers. So they play at San Francisco on December 30th. They go back to the scene of the crime. But with the Eagles losing and the Vikings winning, Lions are 13-2. The Vikings are 13-2. It's crazy, man. That division is crazy. And then
he had the Vikings to lose yesterday. They ain't do that.
Nope.
They went up to the Pacific Northwest and got them a huge win.
Huge.
I can't believe Sam Darnold's playing this good. I mean, he does have incredible wide receivers, a really good tight end, and Hawkinson. I think Aaron Jones is a really good running back too. Like, he has a lot of weapons around him, but he's making throws.
Yeah.
Down the field, right decisions. He's not turning the ball over. Sam Darnold, he looks like that guy that had all the hype coming out of Southern Cal. He's starting to look like that guy. And we all know, Chip, you've been doing this for a long time. You could have all the talent in the world, but if you're thrown into horrible situations, hell, Troy Aikman went, 1 for 11, 0 for 11 his rookie year?
Ofer.
The
only win the Cowboys got Troy's rookie year, Steve Walsh was the quarterback.
Exactly. So
yeah,
you stick with it and you find that right offensive coordinator and you have the right weapons around you, stay positive, capitalize on the opportunity, then you could be like Sam Darnold. You could be like Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield, guys that struggled in their first stops and now in their second and thirds are doing a little something.
How about Jaden Daniels, man? I mean, it looked like the Eagles had won the game and the Commanders come right back, go down and score on the last play of the game practically. I mean, if Jaden Daniels isn't the rookie of the year this year, I don't know what's going on. Because
Bo Nix was gunning for him, and then he started struggling as of late.
Yeah, that was amazing. That was an amazing game.
Oh yeah,
woo! Because the Eagles go up 33-28 with 1:58 left, and then Jaden Daniels leads the Commanders right down the field, 9 plays, 57 yards, touchdown to Jamison Crowder with 6 seconds left to beat the Eagles. Now the Eagles are 12-3, and the Lions were very appreciative of that. But look, it's all going to come down in that NFC North. It's all going to come down. They got the scheduling right. Lions Vikings on January 5th, last game of the regular season to determine home field advantage possibly in the NFC playoffs. So
yeah,
unbelievable.
That's a flex. That's a Sunday night football flex. Has to be. I don't know what originally the time of that game, but now, yeah, you got to flex that thing in the prime time because I think that could be the NFC Championship.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah. So now you're looking at this thing. I mean, look, the Texans they've already clinched the AFC South. So even though they lose,
Bell, talk about a horrible year. I feel so bad for that dude. Like, you tore your fibula early on last year. You get shot at some party, little youngster wilding out with a pistol. You get shot, survive, come back, get right from all that, only to tear your ACL come late December. Like, that's just, and you saw CJ Stroud, man. Like, that dude was balling on the sideline. Like, I felt so bad for those guys. Like, it was on a touchdown too. Like, catch a touchdown, but I tear my ACL in the process. Just, man.
No one would show the replay.
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah. So the Texans, they lose to the Chiefs. They lose Tank Dell. But
you already lost Stephon Diggs. Like, this team had a lot of hope, and now they're in, but at what cost? Meanwhile, the Baltimore Ravens, Lamar Jackson, boy, oh man. They play in a couple of days, which is a crazy turnaround, but whatever. Let's have football on a Wednesday, I guess. Like, do we care about these players at all? Their well-being? Like, it used to be basketball on Christmas. Now, Roger Goodell, greedy ass. Which I'm going to be watching, especially because Beyonce performing too. Well, hope my wife ain't listening because she's a Beyonce hater, but I'm going to be tuned in. Netflix, we better not have no Tyson situation there where it was buffering Tyson Paul's buffering the whole time. Yeah, we had to watch it on bootleg on Antonio Brown's Twitter. That's where I watched it.
That's
We
hilarious.
did not have all that. So, because Beyonce gonna put on a show.
Dude, Derrick Henry.
Hometown.
Derrick Henry said, "Hold my beer." Because Jaylen Warren, he was okay, but Derrick Henry had as many carries as the Steelers had as a team. Ravens ran 38 times for 200 yards.
Somebody on the text line said, "You're not trying to see no cheeks." Say, that's what I am trying to see. I'm trying to see Beyonce show out, show it all.
You're looking for a wardrobe malfunction.
Yeah, let's get a little JT and Janet situation.
That happened at NRG.
Yeah, gonna have you naked by the end of this song. All type of areola and stuff. That was crazy. Young Zay, that changed my life. Changed a lot of young fellas' lives that day. That was a good night. I don't even remember who played in that Super Bowl, but I remember that.
Patriots and Panthers.
Yeah, that's why.
That was Jake Delhomme. Jake Delhomme against Tom Brady.
That's not
Packers
a mismatch or anything.
Packers Saints tonight. In Green Bay. You got to think the Packers win that one.
Yeah. They're that sleeper team. They're scary. Jordan Love's playing good football. They're a scary ball club.
Yeah.
They got Josh Jacobs. Josh Jacobs been really good for them. And you knew he would be. Like, he didn't get the publicity that he probably should have in Vegas. But now that he's playing with a team that is going to be in the playoffs and could make some noise, like, you part of that NFC North. I wouldn't want to play Green Bay in the playoffs.
Not in Green Bay.
Definitely not in Green Bay.
That's why that home field is so important. I mean, obviously the front runners have been Detroit, Philly, and the Vikings. You just don't want Philly to have it because you don't want to have to go into that crazy environment. But
yeah,
I'm just happy to see. I mean, the Lions have to outscore people now. They're giving up points left and right on defense because they don't have Aleem McNeil. They don't have Hutchinson. They don't have Anzalone. They don't have the other corner, Davis. It's ridiculous how many starters they have on IR, but they're still locked in offensively, man. They were going up and down the field. Of course, so was Caleb Williams for a while, but
you see that play that Ben Johnson threw out there where Jared Goff pretended to fall and fumble?
Yeah, they all yell fumble, and they all look like they're falling down trying to get the fumble. And then Goff pops up and whoop, touchdown.
That was one of the ones.
That was.
You better embrace Ben Johnson this year because next year he out of there.
Yeah, they're talking about him maybe going to the Bears, which can't have that happen.
Yeah, you can. What you mean?
In the division?
Yes. That quarterback, those weapons, and Rome Odunze, you're one of the best, Chip Brown. Been doing it for a long time. That you saying him being the best wide receiver, which is an easy miss. He's been horrible this year.
Horrible.
He's been horrible. I don't understand it. I was like, was Michael Penix that good? Was this Kalen DeBoer situation? I don't know what it was. Was it the Pac-12? I don't know, what's going on? Because I don't get it. Like, all those other freshmen are rookies. I mean,
And Keenan Allen is still dealing. That dude, 9 catches, 141 yards, and a touchdown.
Yeah.
Anyone who says Keenan Allen is over the hill, forget it.
Yeah, Xavier Worthy got 8 touchdowns now. I feel like if Roman Dunze was on Kansas City, you'd probably be having more success. I mean, you're playing with all-time great Patrick Mahomes, Hall of Fame coach Andy Reid. But yeah, to see Roman Dunze struggle like this while you see all these other rookie wide receivers go crazy like X-Man and Brian Johnson's cold and Jacksonville, like they're nothing. He played against them in the championship. He dropped 25 on my ass. Like all those LSU guys, Malik Neighbors is good. You got to get a quarterback over there. Manhattan. And Marvin Harrison Jr. solid. Roman Dunze's been that one dud.
Thanks for reminding me.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
No
problem.
How about Worthy, though, man? I mean, I'm kicking myself because I had a chance to draft him. That dude, he is, like you said, man, he's got 5 receiving touchdowns, 3 rushing touchdowns. And he's been good. I haven't looked at his drops, but he's been money.
He could have picked a different jersey to wear going into the stadium. Like, I get it. You're supporting your quarterback wearing the throwback Texas Tech Patrick Mahomes jersey, but you could have worn like a Hallettsville jersey. That would have been fly too. Like, wear that. That counts. You're supporting your quarterback. Whatever. What school did Patrick Mahomes go to in high school? White House. That's it. White House. Thank you. White House jersey. Wear that. Yeah. You know, he was walking in, had the big ass Tech logo. I know Texas fans, including myself, were like, okay, we love you, X, but. And he was smart. After the game, he turned it around. He went old school 2003 style where cats used to wear the back of the jersey on the front. He did that for his presser. And he was also watching the Texas Clemson game while he was doing his presser. So he was like, yo, my apologies, Texas fans. You know it's Texas all the way, but I got to support my quarterback. That's why I had to turn the jersey around. So he's young. You know what I'm saying? He's young. He'll learn, but
yeah, AD Mitchell had an amazing catch yesterday. I hope he gets traction because they weren't feeding him much at the beginning of the year.
And they're setting him up for failure. Like the week before against Denver, they had him throwing that wide receiver pass, which gets picked off. It was a backwards pass, so it counted as a fumble instead. But yo, I'm sure he had all types of threats and stuff from Colts fans because he did not handle the after-game interview very well. Like he was upbeat, but too upbeat. It didn't, like he cared, but it looked at times like, oh well. And the Colts fans, they gave him hell for that. It wasn't a good look. Not going to lie. It wasn't a good look. But also, hey, call a better play. That was a Bush League play. Y'all set him up for failure there. Y'all ain't giving him enough touches. The dude's got talent. And also, Chip, we know the rumors that were said about him going into the draft process. Those fake-ass rumors about him not being a good teammate and, because he's diabetic and stuff, just all this bull crap that was completely fictional. But after that game, I don't think he handled that interview well. I'm with you. I hope he gets some traction too because we know he's got talent. We know he could be a terrific wide receiver in the National Football League, but him and Anthony Richardson's going through his ups and downs. Like once he becomes more steady, then you'll really see Adonai Mitchell thrive. I think he'll have a better year 2 than he has in year 1.
Yeah, that's the other thing. AD Mitchell doesn't have a touchdown catch this year, but his quarterbacks, Richardson has 8 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. And Flacco had 9 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. They've been all over the place with that. All right. Let's get to the chip shot. Before we do that, though, real quick, get over to Cover 3. Get over to Cover 3. All night happy hour at Cover 3. You want to watch Monday Night Football tonight? Packers Saints. Great time to do it. All night happy hour at Cover 3. You're getting $5 off the appetizer menu, which is just incredible. They got the I love the crispy shrimp and the with the crazy good sauce that they have. Come on, man. They got the $7 social hour menu, but get in there, get the great food, get the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. I told y'all last week I went to some fancy pants restaurant in Dallas and they were offering prime rib for crazy money. It was not as good as the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich at Cover 3. So get in there, enjoy the game, but enjoy the vibe and the great food. Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock, and of course, Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. And hey, it's not too late. It's not too late, kids. You know where to go. If you're a Longhorns fan, it's the easiest shopping you got. Just go to longhornfanbox.com.
Hey, Longhorn fans, it's me, Anthony Hill.
It's Madison Booker.
It's DeAndre Moore Jr.
And I'm here to announce that I'm partnering with you, our most valuable fans.
I'm signing collectibles for the Longhorn Fan Box just for you.
Each box comes filled with signed posters, prints, trading cards, and more from your favorite Texas student athletes. And if you purchase the Longhorn All-American box, you can receive this signed poster from me.
So join the thousands of Longhorn fans who are supporting student athletes and capturing the magic through every season through the only player endorsed and university approved Longhorn Fan Box.
Your fan box come direct from my hands to your doorstep. Click below to support us and get a free gift valued at $99.
We are in this together. United
we fans.
Yeah. All right. I'll keep it short and sweet. We'll get to the right call, but Quinn Ewers. I thought Quinn Ewers was outstanding in the decisive first half of this game against Clemson. He looked like the Quinn Ewers we saw at Michigan. He's getting more comfortable, and I'm telling you, he's hit 4 of his last 7 deep balls. The 43-yarder to Matt Golden on the post was nice. The 21-yarder over the middle to Jaden Blue was nice. And he just has feel. And I thought there just wasn't many mistakes. Going 11 of 14, the 1 interception was a total drop by DeAndre Moore. And that, he gets the blame for that. So I just thought, that should have been a catch. So it should have been 12 of 14. See what I'm saying? In the first half. And that is what you want. Up 28-10 in the first half. They had good drives. Sark went for it on 4th down 4 times and converted the first one on the first drive of the game. The other 3 4th down calls they didn't work. And I asked Sark about it today, and he said, bad plan, bad execution. And he said, without getting into, which play was which, obviously bad execution on the 4th down with the fumbled snap with Arch Manning because he never got the ball, and it turned into a fumble recovery for a 3-yard loss. The only nitpick I would give to Quinn was the pass to Golden on 4th and 2, but it was behind him, so it was a tough catch. But Golden, as good as he is, could have made that catch, and you'd like to see it right on stride, right in front of him, right in the numbers, because that's an easy throw and catch. So, but other than that, it was really nice to see Ewers comfortable in the pocket, making good decisions. He had the 3rd and 3 scramble for 11 yards that extended the drive to the Gunnar Helm touchdown pass right before halftime. I just thought Quinn Ewers is starting to look like big game Quinn Ewers, and good for him, because all the talk leading into that game was about more Arch Manning, more Arch Manning, more Arch Manning, all this. And it looked like Quinn leaned on his faith, blacked out all the noise, came out, and was dealing. And he's going to need to continue to elevate. Sign of a well-coached team, week-to-week improvement. The team that can do that in these playoffs is going to win the whole thing. So, Ollie Pop to my man Quinn Ewers. Way to block out the noise, get it done. And now it's time to elevate and just silence everybody.
Hell yeah, I'm with you. And like we said earlier, like for him to change the play on the Jaden Blue 77-yard touchdown, like it shows his experience and him just being comfortable in this offense and what he sees on the other side from the defense pre-snap. You know, managing the game, that's a part of it. Like, yeah, we want him to make all the throws and, you know, use every single different sidearm throw, arm angles to just make those tight window throws and put up points there. But sometimes you got to manipulate the game in different ways to where it's not just going to be on you. And for him to do that, which led to that big time touchdown, that's why he's starting. His experience. So all the Arch Manning people out there and stuff like that, again, Arch might be capable to do that, but we know Quinn has proven it. We've seen it. Arch still has a lot to prove. He'll have opportunities to do that in the upcoming years. Hell, maybe he'll have an opportunity to do that here in the college football playoff, depending on the reps that he gets and the circumstances. But Quinn Ewers, I'm with you, Chip. He showed us a lot in this game. And yeah, Sark, AJ Milwee, all the rest of the coaching staff, they should be proud of what number 3 brought to the table against the Clemson Tigers. So,
all right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. You know we got to get petty. But before that, though, shout out to Covert Bee Cave. Wifey and I will be at Covert Bee Cave today, dropping her car off to get the oil change and some different work done. And it was more than easy to set up an appointment because that's what they do at Covert Bee Cave. They are there to help the customer. Even if you've bought a car from there, they still want to keep in contact with you to make sure that car is running right, to make sure that you don't have any problems. And my wife, she's going to go through it. Like, she going to look at every single part of the car to make sure everything's on point. And they don't think it's too much or anything like that. They're more than accepting, more than welcoming, and that's what you want when you go to a dealership. So new or pre-owned vehicle doesn't matter. I know a lot of people are out there driving these holidays. You want a vehicle that you feel comfortable in, and Covert Bee Cave has them: Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. All 7 terrific brands to choose from. Go to covertbeecave.com to see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. And Leaf Landscape Supply, full service wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier here in the ATX. Check out 2 of their terrific locations. If you're up north, go to the one on Palm Springs. If you're down south, go to the one off 290 and Monterey Oats. Whether you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill a landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants and rare plants, they're your one-stop shop for everything you need. So check out their website at leaflandscapesupply.com. And remember, when you go in there, make a purchase, let them know you heard from Texas Sports Unfiltered and Zay Collier. Get 10% off. 10% off. Can't beat that at Leaf Landscape Supply. And yeah, CB, I definitely saw Shannon Sharp go in on Kurt Herbstreit, because Kurt Herbstreit was talking about First Take and stuff about, are they going to talk about this on First Take, or, you know, all the blowouts and stuff in the college football playoff. And it got a little testy. Petty, I respect it. That's what makes their show go. But Ship, you were gone last week when Cole and I talked about the Travis Hunter situation. Are you up to par on the Travis Hunter situation? Do you know what's going on? Because I'm going to break it down because there's more to it. And his fiance.
No. And shout out again to Sam and to Greg for tuning in today.
Yeah, appreciate you, Sam and Greg. Appreciate everybody.
All right, break it down for me.
Okay, so Travis Hunter, Heisman winner, should be a top 5 pick. Offense, defense, whatever you wanted, Travis Hunter could do. His fiance is a real problem. A real problem.
His fiance needs to not be his fiance anymore?
I think so. I really do. You know, I love. So for me to say this,
he picks women
like
like
have some serious red flags.
Like Dirk Nowitzki.
Yeah, he needs a woman like Dirk that, you know, give you that to-go home play with the foil wrapped around it. I don't think she's one of those ones. So last week and a few weeks ago, we've come to find out that Liana, Lene is her name, she's kind of been around the block. And we saw her after a Colorado game where Travis went up in the stands and they were captured on film, her being disgruntled, her being upset because she came out with a video saying that they wouldn't let him on the field, even though she felt like you should know who I am. Like, I'm Travis Hunter's fiance. Security guards, y'all are in the wrong. Let me on the field. So when she was on the field, she was still feeling that emotion. She was still upset, and it showed. And Travis was trying to kiss her, put her arm around her, and she was like, I ain't trying to hear that right now. I'm turned up. So that wasn't a good look. But we let it ride. We let it slide. Then she comes out and says, during the process of them getting together, she was never really checking for him. He slid into her DMs. She outed the dude and said that he was with a woman before, and he slid into the DM. So she said that he was a cheater. And then once they broke up, his ex-girlfriend, then she responded to the DMs. All after saying that he wasn't my type, but then he became my type all of a sudden when he stopped cheating on his girlfriend. So that was a red flag. She also said that she dated a SoundCloud rapper, and this is the stuff that's coming out now. She dated a SoundCloud rapper before she met Travis. So people being as petty as they are, they went up, looked up the SoundCloud rapper. The dude has a video that she's in. Travis has been quoted saying that they've been together for 5 years. This video wasn't uploaded until 3 years ago. So some of these facts ain't right here. Something's off. Because why is she in the SoundCloud rapper's video 3 years ago when Travis is over here saying that they've been together for 5 years? Something's wrong there. And now there's a photo going out where she's like in a skimpy like schoolgirl outfit. Looks like it's, I don't know, Halloween or something. But she's cuffed up on this guy. And this guy has a full hand of the goods in this photo. Travis Hunter has deactivated his Instagram account. Travis Hunter has now big time people are talking about it. Des Bryant had something to say by saying like, dude, you need to get out while you can. Little Bow Wow said you need to get out while you can. A lot of these guys that have dealt with some of these gold digging women out in these streets, they're just trying to give Travis advice. Cam Newton, the list goes on. I'm nobody. I have no type of, connection to this situation.
Come on, man, guys do. Effing Collier.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the love, but if you're trying to go dig with me, then you're at the bottom of the barrel. Because I'm definitely not the one.
What is it that he can't see the red flags?
Love. That love, man. That good must be good. Because she has his mind all discombobulated, and he's now Like Shedeur Sanders is trying to come to his defense. Travis is out here saying like, yo, y'all need to quit worrying about me and worry about y'all and stuff like that. And it's like, dude, we just don't want to see you get taken advantage of. Like, it's like Travis Hunter doesn't know his worth yet. Yeah. It's like he doesn't know his worth yet because he's in love. And again, Travis Hunter, he ain't the prettiest brother. He's no Michael B. Jordan. He's no Jalen Hurts. Like the dude. He's new to this. Well, I'm not that, but also he ain't the prettiest brother. You know, get yours. Every woman has their type, but Travis Hunter ain't the prettiest dude. So maybe it's one of those. He thinks that the woman that he's with, this is a catch for him. Like, oh, she looks good. She's a beautiful woman. But the red flags, man, there's way too many at this point. Way too many.
Way too many.
And it's sad.
He needs to go to my marriage boot camp.
He does. You need to let him know. Go to the marriage boot camp. Drop him off on some island, no phones, no contact to anything, and see if they survive. Because this girl, I don't know if her intentions are right. I don't know. And the way, and she was crying in the video where everybody was getting after her and stuff. But after the video, more stuff has come out. More, like, things just keep coming out about her that are just very toxic. And I feel bad for him because you could tell he's in love. After the Heisman, when he won it, Deion had to tell the girl to stand up and stuff. That wasn't a good look. And she says that she just wanted the moment to be with him and his mom before she, included herself in it. And it's just like, Travis, come on, man. We shouldn't be talking about this. We should be praising him for winning the Heisman and potentially being a big-time draft pick in the National Football League and having a great career there. But we're talking about her more than we're talking about him and his playing style. And that's not good. Before you get to the league, you're having these problems. So I hope it gets taken care of. I feel like in a way he's trying to prove everybody wrong and show that he's a good guy and show that she's a good girl. But, man, Kanye told us back in 2005, I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke. Like she was with a SoundCloud rapper, all these dudes, man. She was there's a video going around where she's twerking on guys and grinding on dudes. It's just nasty work. It's just nasty work. It couldn't be me. I couldn't do it. But, she talked about one time, Chip, how when she goes to parties, Travis drops her off at the parties and goes home and picks her back up later on. Like, what? Where do they do that at? I don't understand that. Is that just the new generation? Because, I'm in my mid-30s. I'm about to be 34 in February. That's against the code. Like, you stay at home. Like, yeah, you could go out and have your fun, but go out with your girls. Like, there has to be a designated driver. It ain't going to be me. I'm choosing to stay at home. I got a future. I don't want to get caught up. Like, we talked about Tank Dell today. Tank Dell was out trying to have a good time. The dude gets shot. So I'm not saying that always happens, but you got to be careful. You got to move slow as a celebrity.
Yeah, she must be doing things to him that he's never had done before. We know it's undefeated.
It's undefeated. It's been undefeated.
Like, but don't fall for the okie doke. Travis, don't do it.
It's bad. It's gotten really bad. She's in the he's a new Adidas. He's just signed with Adidas, and they just dropped a little promo and commercial. She's in the commercial. I've never seen this before. She's in the commercial.
That's not good.
Jumping on his back and stuff, and like you need to take a page from Aisha Curry and Savannah James.
Wait, she's got an OnlyFans?
Nah, she ain't got no OnlyFans. Y'all wildin'. She ain't got no. I ain't seen that. She ain't got no OnlyFans. I'm pretty sure she doesn't have that, but I'm sure she got some photos like OnlyFans that might start circulating. So Travis, get out while you can, bro. You're not a bad dude for cutting it off.
No.
You can't turn to a housewife. You can't do it. It might have been done a couple of times, but that Pretty Woman movie, that's a fictional movie. And that's Julia Roberts. Richard Gere said, yo, this is Julia Roberts now. Right? Like the game changes for certain women. For this girl, Travis, the game stays the same. The game stays the same. So I hope he makes it, because I don't think he's in a good place. Now I'm hearing rumors about how he's getting depressed and homegirl's depressed now and stuff. Like, what are the NFL scouts gonna think? Because now she's messing up his stock. They're still gonna take a chance on him, but you're still gonna worry, like, okay, where is she gonna be in all this? All the questions that he's gonna get during the process, a lot of them are gonna be about his girl and how he's handling this situation. Because they see it too. The scouts see what we're seeing.
Don't become the next Earl Thomas. Earl Thomas, one of the best football players of all time. And his end of career was a mess because of his girl trying to defraud him. The Earl Thomas story is terrible. Like, Earl Thomas, the football player, amazing. Earl Thomas trying to have a relationship, disaster.
See?
Don't.
That's why Kevin Durant's one of my favorite players. Kevin Durant got no woman, no kids, just the basketball and nappy hair. That's it. That's it. And some ashy feet. Greatest player of all time. Don't got to deal with none of that stuff.
All right, let's bring in the fellas. SEC Unfiltered. Dave Shoemate and Lucas Hill.
Sorry, fellas. I had a dentist appointment. There was a bad rack on, so I was about 5 minutes late. I apologize.
You good, man?
Everything
what
okay?
do we think, guys? How are we feeling about the Horns matchup against Arizona State? I think, I mean, again, we did the preview today, and I felt like I was being harsh towards Kansas at Arizona State, but I'd be shocked if the Horns don't get the dub in the ATL.
Yeah, I think they've got the answers for Arizona State's, run offense. And look, Cam Scadaboo, unbelievable. He's going to make plays, but their young quarterback, their number one receivers out.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a tough matchup. They don't have the depth, and they don't have the offensive line. Texas has the depth, the defensive line to get after the quarterback, to stop the run. Texas.
Before we let y'all go, I've already wasted 5 minutes of y'all's time staying over to help me, so I appreciate that. Again, who would y'all rather play in the next round if Texas were advanced, Oregon or Ohio State?
Oregon.
I think you can push Oregon's defense. I think you can push them around. I saw their defensive line going backward against Penn State. Ohio State's defensive line is legit.
Yeah, Ohio State's scary if they're playing their best, and you just don't know if you're going to get it. But you're right, the ceiling's there.
I think, they've beaten Will Howard before, obviously not with this cast and
the surrounding cast, yeah.
Right. Dylan Gabriel has beaten them, so, but yeah, I think you want Oregon.
Yeah, you make a good point. There's some familiarity with both those quarterbacks from just both probably being in the Big 12.
Yep. All right, Lucas, Dave, see you.
All right, man. Y'all have a good evening.
Hey, appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you, brother. Lucas, what's going on, brother?
What's up, Coach Dave? How are you today?
Doing well, brother. I appreciate everybody joining us here on the SEC Unfiltered channel. Sorry, guys, I had a dentist appointment, and there was some traffic backed up. Normally there wasn't, so I was running a little 5 minutes late. Tom Coughlin would have fined my ass to the roof today. I'm telling you.
Find if it was 1 minute early.
You're right. I'd have been fined big time. I maybe even be sitting out a Giants game this week. But Lucas, what's going on with you, brother? Where do you live again?
Baton Rouge.
Oh, you're in Baton Rouge. Dude, for whatever reason, I guess it's because of Chris. I thought you were in the state of South Carolina. You weren't even in the time zone I thought you were in. So you're in the boot, man. You're in the red stick. Are you from
Recruit
Baton
the
Rouge?
boot, as what I've been emphasizing to a lot of people here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Recruit the freaking boot.
Are you from Baton Rouge?
About 20 minutes outside of it, around Central High School in Baton Rouge.
Is that what high school you went to?
Yeah.
That's where one of my good buddies that works in Arkansas went, David Bowen.
I've heard his wife follows me on Instagram. Her nephew, I'm good friends with him.
Oh, really, Liz? So you're buddies with Liz? Or you're buddies with her nephew?
Yeah, buddies with her nephew.
Cool. Cool. Yeah, I mean, Lucas is obviously with us here at the SEC Unfiltered channel, but I didn't know he was living in Baton Rouge. Yeah, small world. But once you said it, Central, I was like, Central, dude. That's where Bowen went. With the Wildcats?
Yep. Have you ever recruited around there with Sid Edwards was there or no?
A little bit. Yeah, we recruited some guys from that area. I mean, the Baton Rouge area I'm kind of really accustomed to. We recruited obviously Lab and like the Dutchtown area. Just with like Landon Collins, Eric Reed, Eddie Lacy.
Did y'all ever recruit a guy named Davion Armstead?
I know who you're talking about. Where did he go again?
He went with me. He was at Central too. He was class of 21.
I think I remember Bowen bringing him.
He ended up signing with TCU out of high school, but
that was it. TCU, yeah, you're right.
He ended up transferring right afterwards to go to Sam Houston, and now he's at North Texas. He just went into the portal again.
Nice.
But yeah, man, we've had our share of guys. Sam Kennerson, who's in the portal too. He actually played quarterback whenever he was at Central, and then made the switch to receiver. But the guy was always a hell of an athlete, dude. He could play just about any position on the field except interior and defensive line. So, but nah, man, I mean, y'all, I'm pretty sure you've recruited a good bit of dudes, or at least scouted a good bit of dudes that have come out of Central.
What'd you think of this past weekend, brother? What were your biggest hot takes from making be off the field, the way the format of the college football playoff was in the first round, specific maybe how Ohio State looked, Tennessee looked, just anything on the table?
Yeah, I've definitely got a couple of them. To start off with, I think it's blatantly obvious is that the college football playoff definitely needs to restructure the way that it puts teams in. Like, I understand that if we would have had a normal year where the SEC would have had many two-loss teams, and instead of the chaos that we have with two-loss teams getting into the college football playoff, actually 3 getting into the college football playoff. If we just have like a couple undefeated SEC teams and then we have a couple 1 losses or 2 losses, this would have been a normal year, and possibly Indiana would have got lifted out. I will say this, though. Kurt Cignetti's squad is going to be better next year. You get a guy that's potentially going to come in and oh, damn, I had the kid's name. He's from Cal, the Francisco guy.
Yeah.
Guy's probably going to expect to come in there. But, no, I think we definitely need to work with who you put in the playoff, really do an actual deep dive of who you should actually put in. And, look, you're going to get teams that are going to be 1-loss teams that are going to get left out in the next couple of years over teams that are going to be 2-loss from major conferences like the Big Ten or the SEC, or hell, maybe even a Big 12 team that has a significantly better strength of schedule. But at the end of the day, you got to make some changes, because this year is going to get even crazier because of what you have with the automatic buys that are going to get in, with the AQs. You get the first-round buys from basically 2 group of 5 teams that haven't played anybody in Boise State and Arizona State. No disrespect to the Sun Devils. They've had a hell of a season, but the Big 12 at this point, with what the schedule that they've had, is ridiculous. It's absolutely ludicrous. Number 2, Ohio State is pissed off. I think they and Texas are the 2 hottest teams going into the college football playoff. Ohio State's going to go in to Pasadena this upcoming weekend. They're going to come out guns a-blazing. The first touchdown that Will Howard threw to Jeremiah Smith, I was like, where in the hell did this Will Howard come from? It's like Chip Kelly finally realized, oh my God, I've got 2 first-round receivers on the outside in Emeka Egbuka and Jeremiah Smith that I can throw to. I'm going to let my quarterback play how he should have been playing all season. I'm not going to play short and play conservative throughout the game and try to win a football game. I'm going to let that thing rip down the field. I'm going to go let my dudes go play ball. And that's exactly what you saw with that hot start that Ohio State had. For Texas, you let off the gas pedal a good bit in the third and at the beginning of the fourth quarter, and I'm like, holy shoot, why do we have a one-possession game? And then, boom, Trey Wisner goes 77 yards and basically puts the game on ice. Or no, that's Jaden Blue that put the game on ice. I'll say this, Texas's run game is going to be a problem going up against a fairly mid-tier Arizona State defense. I feel bad for them. They've had a great run so far. Hell of a season for Coach Kenny Dillingham and company. Obviously, he'll be a Big 12 Coach of the Year, but it's going to be hard, especially with trying to run right up the middle in the teeth of that Texas defense with Cam Scatterbo and company after what Clemson tried to do, and they got cute near the goal line and tried to run right at Texas, and we saw how that went. So it's going to be a fun weekend, Dave. I'm really excited for a couple matchups with Georgia and Notre Dame, despite Georgia losing Carson Beck. I think when you have a guy like Gunnar Stockton that is going to progressively get better, I think he's had a couple weeks to rest. He's had a couple weeks to get the offense installed. They're going to keep it simple for him. They're not going to overload him. They're going to keep it plain and simple. They're going to let Nate Frazier and Trevor Etienne basically kind of run the offense a little bit before they let Gunnar Stockton go out and get his – they're basically getting his feet wet before they throw him in the deep end. So it's definitely going to be a fun matchup there. And then the rematch we get with Ohio State and Oregon. Dave, me and you talked about which offense would strike first. Ohio State's was it. And I think they're in a hell of a position to go out and shut down this Oregon offense. Because, I mean, look at what they did against Tennessee's offensive line, which I believe is better than what Oregon's shown. And I know that's going to be a lot for people to say, but, man, Jack Sawyer, JT Tuiamamolo, what a hell of a game those dudes had. We're all over the field. I saw one particular sack that Jack Sawyer, all he does, boom, gets off the ball quick, little quick dip and rip, and he's already in the backfield. I mean, how impressive of a D-line were you expecting this weekend for Ohio State, which didn't even show up against Michigan a couple weeks ago and absolutely dominate against Nico Iamaleava and company?
Yeah, I thought the whole Michigan game for Ohio State is just an anomaly to their entire season. It's just a one-off. It doesn't make sense. If they played that 9 more times, Ohio State would win, and I'd say by double digits. I'm that confident. I think Chip Kelly, Ryan Dave even said as much. They came out and they were pretty arrogant in their play calling. I think they thought they could out-muscle Michigan because they're like, hey, look, we're not going to lose these guys 4 times in a row. It's at home. They're 6-6, 7-5. They're not very good this year. No way they beat. Let's go beat them at their own game. Let's go get in a phone booth and try to just out-muscle them. Well, they're best players on the interior of the defensive line. And once you get into a game and you get into a second half, it's a one-score game. Will Howard didn't play well. We saw that. Played the total opposite on Saturday night against Tennessee. I mean, only had 2 incompletions. Couldn't have played any better. But I think we gotta give credit to Chip Kelly here and the defense coordinator, Jim Knowles. Both had phenomenal game plans. Chip Kelly, starting off with him, the way Tim Banks, the Tennessee defensive coordinator, sets up his defense, a lot of the stuff's going to be open in the flat. And it's one of those things, can you be patient enough? Yeah. Dink and dunk your way all the way down. And again, they hit some vertical plays. I mean, when Will Howard had to make throws downfield, he made them. Probably the best game of his college career, even going back to his K-State days. They had a good game plan. They stayed patient. Again, I mean, I don't think I thought Will Howard would go for 300 yards. I also didn't think Tennessee wouldn't record a sack, especially when you factor in Ohio State was playing with a backup center. The right tackle was banged up with a sore ankle that he was playing with through the whole time. You really heard nothing from James Pierce and them. And then I think defensively, give Jim Knowles credit. I mean, they said, hey, I don't think Tennessee, you can run if we put 6 men in the box. And Tennessee couldn't. And then obviously Dylan Sampson being out hurt. And I said it all year. At some point, depth was going to come in because I love Dylan Sampson. He's from your neck of the woods. He's a Dutchtown kid. We were just talking about Dutchtown. He's from your neck of the woods.
Played against him too.
Phenomenal kid. Not the biggest kid in the world. You can't continue to give him 25, 30 carries a game like they were doing. At some point, he was going to get banged up, and as the year went on, he started getting little nitpicky injuries. Unfortunately, in the biggest game of the year where you had to have him, and again, I don't think he made up a 42-17 difference, but obviously I think the offense was him this year. That was the only consistent spot on that Tennessee offense. Nico wasn't consistent. The receivers were. The offensive line were. Dylan Sampson was the only consistent threat. But in today's college football, again, Ashton Jeanty does it, but Ashton Jeanty doesn't play a Power 4 schedule every week at Boise State. No. They needed more depth. Unfortunately for Tennessee fans and for Josh Heupel and that Tennessee offense, Joey Hazel and then the offensive coordinator of Tennessee, it came at the worst time. You couldn't afford to lose him in the biggest game of the year against the team that I thought was the most dangerous team in the entire playoff. It was almost like everyone just threw Ohio State to the side after the Michigan game. And that's not them. That was just a weird one-off, like, drunk night of Ohio State. It's like, man, this guy hadn't drinking in about a year. And, like, you throw him to the New Year's Eve party, he acts like a clown for a night. But it's hard. That's not really him. I know it's a weird analogy, and I just came off the top of my head. But it's almost like you got to throw that one out the door. And I'm struggling a little bit here, Lucas, to not fall, because I picked Ohio State to beat Tennessee, and I was pretty confident in it. I didn't think people were like, oh, great matchup. I didn't really see that. I didn't trust Tennessee on the road. And I think Josh Heupel having road issues is an actual thing. It's official. You can plant the flag. They struggle on the road. There are no-shows for games and halves in the last 3 years prove it. Really, since Alex Golesh left to go to South Florida, Tennessee has struggled offensively. It's not just a Joe Milton problem. They blamed that a lot last year on Joe Milton. It's not just a Joe Milton thing. And I think Ohio State, man, when they're playing at their best, they would have beat anybody on Saturday night. They'd have beat anybody. Anybody who was on the field that night, they were winning that game if Will Howard plays like that because they have the best group of wide receivers in the country. And Chris put out a clip of me today talking on our Sunday Fun Day yesterday. And I think some of it may be taken a little bit out of context. It's a 60-second clip. I can understand. Listen to the whole thing. I was saying from a Texas perspective, I think Texas secondary is good. Fringe really good. It may not be as good as we think, though. And hear me out here. Listen how many backup quarterbacks Texas has played this year. Michael Hawkins at Oklahoma. Michael Van Buren at Mississippi State got his first start against Texas. They played our guy, the third-string quarterback from Florida. Again, two things can be true at once. Texas can be a really good secondary. It may not be as good as myself or Texas fans initially thought the way Clemson kind of diced it up. And give Cade Klubnik, all those guys credit. They had a hell of a day. They did. And again, somebody made a good point in the comments, and I mentioned this. It was the game play. Like, they were down big. They had to start slinging around. So that was more opportunities to pick up explosive plays. 100%. I know you could argue that. That's 100% part of it as well. I just think when Texas has to go play against Oregon and Dylan Gabriel, Will Howard and Jeremiah Smith, and Emeka Ibuka, stuff like that, I could see them getting a little diced up a little bit more, maybe if the pass rush isn't getting home than we maybe thought, because I think it's fair that they haven't been tested or played the best quarterbacks. I mean, I think Cole Thompson said it today. I think it's very fair to say Sam Leavitt, the Arizona State quarterback, is a top 4 to 5 quarterback that Texas has seen this year when you go look in depth at Texas's schedule and the backup quarterbacks they've had the opportunity to play against this year.
Dude, that's saying something when you talk about Sam Leavitt being a top 5 quarterback that Texas has played this year.
I mean, they played Michigan, not a great quarterback. Mississippi State's backup in his first start. Florida's third-string quarterback. Michael Hawkins getting the start in Red River.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, you could say, I mean, he was their starter, but to start the year, Marcel Reed was the backup if you really wanted to get into the weeds of it. Now, that's stretching the stat a little bit because at that point in the season, he was the full-time starter. I'm just throwing it out there. Right? Yeah. I think it's fair to say two things can be true at once. A hindering point for Texas last year and why they did not win the national championship last year and Washington took advantage of it was because of their secondary. Yes. Texas tremendously improved the secondary this offseason, and they've gotten better on that back end this year. There's no denying that. But I think it's also fair to sit here and say how much improved. It's good. Is it elite? Not ready to say that.
No, me neither. I mean, when you talk about a Clemson team that I'm surprised they really weren't balanced on Saturday. I mean, Cade Klubnik, 26 of 43, 336, and they only run the football 24 times, the majority of which was Klubnik because he was getting pressured so much.
And again, someone brought it up. They got down quick, so they had to start throwing back in the game. I get that. That's totally fair, and that's absolutely 100% correct.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to give Texas credit for what they did defensively, just being able to shut down that run game. And a lot of people knew that was a good strength that Clemson has always had. Phil Maffa, who's had over 1,000 yards this year. The guy runs for over 5 yards a carry, 2 carries for 9 yards. Now, I don't know if you saw Dave. I didn't really see it. Was he hurt?
Who?
Maffa.
Yeah, he was banged up coming into the game.
Okay. I figured so. That's why he had only 2 carries. So you have to rely on a young sophomore that hasn't really gotten a whole lot of carries. And I mean, when you're basically being thrown into the wolves, going up against arguably one of the best defensive lines in all of college football. When you're talking about Ethan Burke, who had another great game, Alfred Collins, who's slowly developing himself into a draft pick interior defensive lineman. When you talk about just the amount of talent that's on this defensive line, and even the young guys like Colin Simmons and Vernon Broughton, dude, they have a long future in Austin. I mean, those dudes were making plays consistently, getting in the backfield when they needed to, consistently breaking up and forcing shutdowns on that offensive line. I mean, that's what you needed for Texas to happen. They really didn't have to do a whole lot.
The only thing I questioned with Texas a little bit, Lucas, was the 4th down calls by Sark when you could have went up 3 scores and you're getting a little cute and you're going for it. It kind of allowed Clemson to pick up some big moment for whatever reason. I shouldn't say for whatever reason. After working at big, just like quick changes real fast, turnovers, 4th down stops, and that just ignites the whole sideline and stuff. And like you giving, again, I get it. Be aggressive, Sark, but let's use some common sense, dude. I love Steve Sarkisian. I think he's one of the best out there. Love the way he controls the roster, has a big say on the salary cap side of things, which I think the head coach needs to be real involved with the GM. He does a really good job of that. But I think the 4th down decisions on Saturday is a fair thing to question. It's like, dude, you should take the field goal to go up 3 scores, brother.
Yeah.
Don't get too big. Don't be, hey, you're sitting on 18 at the blackjack table. Let's don't get too cute now and hope we get a 2 or 3 here to beat the dealer.
You want to talk about getting cute? I mean, Clemson tries to run right up the middle, going up on when they're inside the 5-yard line, going into the teeth of that Texas defense. 3rd down, you try to run it up the middle with K. Klubnik. Doesn't go anywhere. Then you run Keith Adams, a young dude. You never should have even considered running into the teeth of that defense. That defensive line is too good. There's no way that they're going to allow you to get back in this football game and try to pin you back right where you had them. You just can't because of what you were able to do on the offensive side of the ball. You had no success on the ground. Why even call a run play there? Why not try a naked bootleg? Get that because they like to run 11 personnel, Dave. You know that's what Texas likes to do, especially on the goal line. Slip a tight end out the backfield. Slip a back out of the backfield. Give you 2 options. Go to the air. I mean, I know Sark made some questionable play calls, but man, Clemson made some bad play calls themselves, especially inside the red zone, and they could have had a brilliant opportunity to make this a tighter ball game than what it really was and get them back within at least 1 score. And especially with all the momentum they had in the second half. I mean, you have an explosive 3rd quarter and beginning of the 4th. You get to within 1 possession and boom, all of it's basically taken away because of the Jaden Blue touchdown and the 4th down stop by Texas.
No, I agree with you. Got to be fired up about Texas. I do think they had a lot of people talked about Georgia's path kind of when the playoffs came out. I like Texas's. I think it's just match up, make fights. And I feel like Texas's first 2 matches, Clemson probably had a little more success offensively than I thought they would have. They played one of their better games. Again, the game of the game flow allowed Clemson to try to stretch the field vertically, and they hit some plays. But I also think this upcoming game, Arizona State. I mean, you tell me, Lucas, thoughts on that? Yeah, can you see Arizona State pulling it out in Atlanta? Are you pretty confident on a scale of 1 through 10? How confident are you? With 1 being you're not confident at all, 10 you'd bet your house on it is how confident you are that Texas beats Arizona State.
If Cam Scatterboo wasn't in the backfield, I give it a 1. But since that's the case, and I know what Arizona State's ability to do on the offensive side of the ball, despite being not a very balanced attack, is probably a 3.5, 4. Just simply because of what you could do with him. You got to run outside. You got to be able to hit the sidelines. Now, am I trusting this Arizona State offensive line to dominate the game against Texas? You have to in order to even pull off an upset. Do I think it's going to happen? Absolutely not. After what we saw last week, despite losing Phil Maffa, I mean, come on. When you hold a team to under 3 yards a carry, still impressive. Doesn't matter what running back room you have. With Arizona State, you're going to have to shut down Cam Scatterboo at the point of attack. As soon as one hat gets on him, you got to put all 11 on him. Because this dude does not go down after initial contact. When you do that, you're going to definitely get yourself into a position to force Arizona State to go to the air. And what that does is that gives that secondary an opportunity to make plays against a fairly weak our Arizona State receiving corps. So I don't really give them much of a chance.
They're without their best receiver, too. I mean, who they did not have in the title game and still won. So it'd be fair to them there. But still, yeah, I just think this is a very good matchup for Texas. I do. I mean, Vegas would agree. I mean, the line's 14 and a half, different places. I would be a little shocked if Texas would be the big shocker of the week if they were to lose. Would you not agree with that?
I think they'd be the big shocker if they didn't cover. I think I'm fully expecting them to win.
Certainly, if they were to straight up lose. What about in Ohio State, Oregon? How are we feeling about that, Lean? It's tough to beat a good team twice, 1-point game. This is where the rule change came into effect for Dan Lanning with his 12 to 13 men on the field. They changed that rule immediately.
That's going to be a tight one for me, to be honest with you. It's going to be a fun matchup. I think this is a much more pissed off Ohio State team. Knowing that it's in a neutral site, I think Ohio State takes this one too. I love Oregon. I really do. But dude, I mean it's hard to, like you mentioned already. It's hard to beat a team twice in the same season. It's hard. And look, Ohio State had many opportunities to win in Autzen Stadium back in October. But you just made so many mistakes. Will Howard is a hell of a better quarterback since then. He's a smarter quarterback since then. I think Ohio State wins this one. I know that Oregon still has Tez Johnson, who's coming off of a big game with 11 receptions for $181 against Penn State's secondary. But I feel like Ohio State's going to be able to shut him down. I feel like they're going to be able to get after Dylan Gabriel. I feel like it's going to be starting with that defensive line. If they put pressure on Dylan Gabriel, it's going to be a long day for Oregon. I think that this offense of where Ohio State's rolling, I think they're too good. I think that this is going to be a pretty significant – I think this might be the biggest win of Ryan Day's career, if I'm being honest with you, especially with where they're at now, knowing the circumstances that he's had to go under and all the stuff that First Take will say about him. But look, I give nothing but respect for what Ryan Day has done over the last several weeks, all the scrutiny he's faced, and he comes out this week and punches this Tennessee team in the mouth. They're going to do the same thing against Oregon.
Yeah, I'm trying to do what I feel like everyone else did after the Michigan. I don't want to get caught of being a prisoner of the moment. And like just say, oh man, I'm feeling Ohio State now. But because again, I don't know if we get that Will Howard. And again, I don't think he has to play that well as he did against Tennessee to beat Oregon. Because we saw Penn State had some success against this Oregon defense. I mean, I don't know, man. It's going to be a fun one. The sunset, Rose Bowl couldn't be a better setting. I'm not ready to give my official prediction yet. Again, trying to get out of being that prisoner of the moment. And I think a lot of people will struggle with that because it was such an impressive performance by Ohio State on Saturday night. What about Georgia Notre Dame, Lucas?
This was another tight one. I think Notre Dame's offense really evolved. I think really they were at a complete advantage once they got that turnover against Indiana, and then Jeremiah Love went 98 and out the gate on the first play of their second drive. I think they do the same. I think they try to do the same thing, but it's going to be a low-scoring game. I just don't see this one being fireworks. I don't see this one getting into even the 30s. I think that if the over-under is 50, you better bet the under because you're going to get that. This one, like you mentioned already, I think last week when we talked, Dave, this might be a game where it could be a 1st to 20.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what kind of strategy Kirby takes into this one because you got to think, as we all know, Gunnar Stockton's getting a start. His first start in his college career. Hell, they're about to bring in the Fernando Mendoza kid. They're about to bring in another quarterback on campus as he's about to make the biggest start of his career. That's just the way how messed up the college football recruiting calendar is right now. It is what it is. But that's a conversation for another day. This one to me is going to come down to just Kirby put a short leash on the offensive play calling Mike Bobo and Gunnar Stockton where it's like, hey, we have more talent than them. Again, Georgia not as deep as they have been. I mean, it's even stated by Kirby. This is the least amount of depth they've had probably since his first year in 2016. But do they keep a short leash and say, hey, as long as we don't commit critical penalties, give them short fields, even allow their defense to score and their offense isn't even – they're scoring points, their offense is on the sideline. That can't happen. Does he take that approach? And Kirby gets like that a little bit in big games. He'll get a little conservative. And I think that would be a fair conversation to have. Like, it's your first quarterback's big start in the Sugar Bowl, in a quarterfinal game in the college football playoff where you're trying to move on to continue to try to win a national championship? Or do you try to go the aggressive approach? Be like, hey, we're going to try to hit them in the mouth quick, get up 10, 14-0, make them play from behind, make Riley Leonard have to throw to come back. That's where Georgia will be able to sink their teeth in. Again, maybe a little bit of a high risk, high reward. Because if Georgia got up 14-0 real fast and made Notre Dame have to start playing from behind, throwing the football, obviously that would benefit Georgia in that one. I think Haynes King could play a big part of this one. And I know people are like, well, he's not playing in the game. I'm aware of that. He'll be playing against Diego Pavia and the boys in Birmingham. Vandergriff, Georgia Tech, which I'm actually fired up for that game. But Riley Leonard, Haynes King, very similar. Not completely, but they have similar tendencies. We saw what Haynes King did against that Georgia offense. I'm sure Mike Denbrock, who's been at LSU the past 2 years with Jaden Daniels, the new OC at Notre Dame, will go take a look at Buster Faulkner's offense and what they did at Georgia Tech against this Georgia team, running in between the tackles. And people throw in Jalen Milroe, Riley Leonard is kind of, they both run to some extent, but it's different. Like Jalen Milroe to me is not great in the zone read scheme stuff. He's not. He doesn't have a feel for it. Haynes King has a feel for it. If you don't believe me, go back and watch Haynes King against Georgia. There's a feel for, hey, setting up blocks, reading, do I go to the A-B gap? Jalen Milroe is not great at that, so you don't see Alabama doing that a lot. But Georgia's traditionally struggled with some mobile quarterbacks. I think you see potentially, if Notre Dame, it would be dumb on their part. It'd be dumb on Mike Denbrock's part not to go back and watch some of that and see how they can take advantage of it. I think Notre Dame's wide receivers a little bit slept on a little bit, but I think the whole key to this game will be how does Georgia, Kirby Smart attack Notre Dame? Do they come out swinging and try to get up big, make Notre Dame play from behind, or do they put a very short leash and just like, hey, let's get to the fourth quarter. I think we'll ultimately outlast them. Let's don't go take chances because we know on paper we are the better team. Let's see if they can go hang 12 rounds with us. And I think there's cases to be made for both choices.
Yeah, you mentioned about the receiving core. Guys like Bo Collins. Jordan Faison had a hell of a game against Indiana. 7 receptions, 89 yards, average 12 yards of reception. So you're definitely going to want us to attack that. I'll say this. I think Georgia's secondary has been fairly overwhelming at times this year. They've struggled to tackle in open space. Malachi Starks, especially when you get into vertical throws, you saw it in the SEC championship game a couple times. Struggled, was late on a lot of throws, was late breaking down to the football. He missed on a lot of big tackles that he should have made in the open space. And I think that that's something that Notre Dame's going to attack. and I think that they will have a good bit of success. The problem is Georgia adjusts pretty quickly, especially what you saw against Texas. I'm surprised that Texas didn't throw in Arch Manning a good bit more. They only threw him on 2 plays. I guarantee you, they would have had a lot more film other than what Buster Faulkner's offense did to them, and they would have looked at what Sark could have done to them, especially when you looked at the option game that Texas could have had with Arch Manning in the backfield going up against this Georgia's defense. But yeah, I think it's going to be definitely a battle between that option game that Notre Dame is well known for, and can Georgia's secondary just be able to tackle?
Yeah, I think another thing to keep like we saw this a little bit with Texas A&M with Marcel Reed. We saw him come in the second half against Texas, take advantage of that, and I think fans are probably a little disappointed to know a lot of defensive coordinators, don't really prepare for the backup quarterback unless he's involved in packages regularly. Like Arch Manning,
right.
Yes, defensive coordinators are going to be preparing for him because he does come in on certain packages. But just off like, hey, their starting quarterback may get hurt, let's prepare for their backup. No, that doesn't really happen. So again, it's a total adjustment, and you can fault Blake Baker, the LSU defensive coordinator, for not stopping Marcel Reed when he had opportunities. That's a fair conversation you can have. But I think with now Al Golden, the defensive coordinator at Notre Dame, they know Gunnar Stockton is the starter in this game. They're going to throw stuff at him that he hasn't had. As we saw with South Carolina, had a full week to prepare for Marcel Reed the very next week after the LSU game. They shut him down. So when you have a full, week and a half here, if you're Notre Dame, to prepare for Gunnar Stockton as the starter, throw some things in. As we all know, if you've watched Notre Dame at all this year, studied them at all, they like to be aggressive on first and second down. I'm interested to see how Gunnar Stockton takes that because he's not the passer Carson Beck is. Not saying Carson Beck's been great this whole year, but he does not have the ceiling as a passer that Carson Beck has. Now, is he much more mobile? You can use him in the design run game? Yeah, absolutely. So I'll be interested to see how Mike Bobo tweaks that a little bit. But I will also be able to see – I'm also interested to see how Gunnar Stockton handles the game plan that Al Golden and Notre Dame have thrown against him because it's a pretty solid Notre Dame secondary on the back end. Now, granted, they lost one of their interior defensive linemen today, which will be hurt, which will be key, which is why we talked about it. A lot of people were like, man, I'd rather have the easier path. Dude, if you don't have to play an extra game in football, it's a big deal because, as we all know, it's a physical sport and you get hurt. The defensive tackle for Notre Dame, I forget his name off the top of my head, but I literally saw before we got on, he's out for this game. Big contributor, had a good game against Indiana. That's what that extra game does. I don't really care what your path does. In a basketball, baseball format, not as physical of a sport. Maybe you use a pitcher you didn't want to use in baseball and it messes up your rotation. But again, in football, you playing that extra game, it's a big deal. And I think that's going to impact Notre Dame because it is an undersized defensive line Notre Dame's rolling into. And this is the healthiest Georgia will have been since August when they started fall camp. A lot of people don't know this. I was talking to Rusty Mansell, Georgia insider, and it was the most physical fall camp Georgia has had. And Kirby did that on purpose because he knew he had to callous up his group because it's a longer season and we got to make it through. But on the front end, he was willing to, hey, we may be without some guys to start the year a little bit. And now they've had about a month off, close to it, since the SEC championship game. They're going to be as healthy as they have been. As it gets closer, we've done the preview. Everybody go to the SEC Unfiltered channel. It just got released today. Go check it out. Myself, Cole Thompson, Chris Phillips did the preview for the Sugar Bowl, Notre Dame, Georgia. We discussed those kind of things. But, no, a lot to unpack here when you factor in Gunnar Stockton starting for Georgia in this game, Lucas.
Yeah. I think with Georgia's defense going back to them, you're gonna put pressure on Riley Leonard. You saw the cracks start to form in the second half for Notre Dame. Carpenter got into the backfield a good bit. The Indiana interior guy's a monster, by the way. And I think that if you're able to come up with different stunts, if Glenn Schumann's going to be able to come up with TE stunts, and we used to call this a Texas stunt, Dave. I'm sure you've heard of it. Whenever you have an interior go through the B gap, you have a defensive end take a hard step, linebacker comes through it off the edge, and the defensive end comes right up the middle, in between the guard and tackle, or in between the guard and center, and has basically almost a free release right up the middle. You saw a good bit of that from that Indiana defense. I think you're going to see a lot more of that this upcoming week going up against this Notre Dame offensive line that we'll see if they're able to keep up with this Georgia defensive line. And well, like I mentioned already, you're going to start. Gunnar Stockton's feet are just going to be in the shallow water for a little bit up until you get to a point where you can get him comfortable as the game progresses. And I think as that goes on, he's going to get a lot better. And I think he might be on for what could be a pretty decent game for him. Not one that you're going to really just see like eye-popping numbers, but stuff that you can look at on film and say, okay, we were consistent on offense. We were able to consistently hold on to the football and get drives out of this, go on 3, 4, 5-minute drives with him and be able to take time off the clock and keep this Notre Dame offense off the field.
No, I totally agree with you. And then Penn State, Boise. Thoughts on that one?
Dude, Penn State's defense came to play against that Rhett Lashley's offense. 2 pick sixes on the first 2 possessions. I love Ashton Jeanty. Love the story he's had. Heck of a guy. But Nick Singleton, get ready to have yourself a day against this Boise State defense. I think Penn State's defense is a hell of a lot better than what we've seen so far. I love Boise State. I love the story that they've had. But unfortunately, I think that with what Penn State brings to the table, it's going to be too much for Boise State to overcome. I think Penn State wins this one by double digits and they cover the spread.
Yeah, I think Penn State wins this game too. Again, some teams that are one-dimensional, it's tough to go win a playoff game against another good team across the board as well. And that's why I kind of like this one. Again, I don't really trust. I mean, I would assume Penn State kind of does what Texas's game plan. I mean, take away Jeanty, take away Cam Scatteraboo, make the quarterback beat you, and I have more confidence in Sam Levitt. I don't think he gets this done. I got Texas big, but I have more confidence in Sam Levitt getting it done than I do Maddox Madsen against Penn State if they're putting the ball in his hands, like to go win the football game, putting the weight of the game on him. And that's what I would do if I was Penn State there. I take it away. Again, Bill Belichick, Nick Saban always did it best. Make a team play with their left hand. Hey, I'm taking away your best player. Someone else beats me. Tip of the cap to you.
Yeah. Dude, that rushing attack of Nick Singleton and Katron Allen is going to be a lot of fun going up against that rushing attack. I mean, but the thing about it is, will Jeanty at least climb a couple more ladders to get close to Sanders' record? We'll see. I know it probably will, but I don't even – does bowl game rushing stats count towards his record?
Yeah, I think it does. I think it will. If someone wants to correct me in the comments, that'd be news to me. But I thought it would. All right, Lucas. I mean, we got about 14 more minutes on this one. I want to hear. Are you changing your? Who'd you have win the national championship going into the playoffs?
I thought that, dude, this one was really tough for me. I do think that either Oregon or Texas or Georgia would have had the best chance to win the national championship. Now, after this one, you got to throw Ohio State in there as well. So you got 4 legitimate contenders. But overall, check back with me next week when we get to semifinal action. But I think the hottest team right now to potentially steal it is probably Ohio State. And you saw that get put on full display last week. And just their performance against Tennessee's defense doesn't matter what defense they go up against. To put up a performance like that after the absolute just chaos that they had against Michigan and all the crap they were hearing outside in the media, dude, that was an impressive performance from that Ohio State offense, and I think they're probably going to be one of the hottest teams going into the rest of this postseason. And I think they do clinch their ticket to the national championship as well. I think they knock out Houston. I think they knock out Ohio State, or they knock out Oregon. That Texas game, though, will probably be up in the air for me. That could be a coin flip, but I would think that that Ohio State may have the upper hand in that one as well.
I want to change my national championship prediction to Ohio State.
Who did you have?
I had Oregon.
I
feel like the winner of this game may win it, and also on the other side, I mean, sorry, they're in the same bracket. I mean,
yeah.
All right, here's a good question for you, Lucas. What side of the bracket does the national champion come on? Essentially, you're asking yourself, I mean, do you think it's Arizona State, Texas, Ohio State, Oregon versus who? Penn State, Boise, Georgia, Notre Dame. I'm going to go that side with Texas. I think –
yeah.
I'll say this. I think it's going to be either Texas, Oregon, or Ohio State.
Yeah. That was what was on my mind as well. Yeah.
I think it's going to come out of that side of the bracket. I think Texas is one of the more well-rounded teams. It just scares me. It doesn't scare me this week. I think, again, they had the best two matchups you could get right out of the gate, Clemson and Arizona State. Clemson played better than I think most people expected, to give them credit. But the thing that scares me is if they play Jim Knowles, maybe Dan Lanning, and they take away that outside run game that Texas is so good at. Again, they kept going back to it against Clemson. When it's not broke, there's nothing to fix, guys. Just keep going. And again, that's a credit to Sark. I talked a little bit. I was critical about his fourth down decisions, but you got to give him his flowers too. When something's working, just continue doing it. Sometimes these offensive coordinators, from being in the sport, they get too cute and want to scheme up plays where it's like, hey, man, it's the Jimmies and Joes. It's not the X's and O's. Clemson is like 82nd rush defense all year. They haven't been able to really stop an outside run game much this year when teams have committed to it. As you saw Blue, as you saw Weiser, they had success. My concern for Texas is when they play like a Jim Knowles, Ohio State's defense coordinator, and they take that away. Like we've seen Georgia do against Texas twice this year. When they take that away and the weight of the game has to go be put on Quinn Ewers. Because to me, Texas fans may disagree, but from watching Quinn, even going back to his South Lake Carroll days, I don't think Quinn is a great anticipatory thrower. What I mean by that, he doesn't throw people open. He doesn't hit them in stride to go maybe like, hey, what people don't forget, like, hey, he converted that 3rd and 6, but he threw it a little behind his receiver, and he had to adjust and catch it. Where if he threw it in front of him and got him upfield, you never know, dude. He makes one guy miss, that may turn into a touchdown.
He tries to force it a lot.
It puts a lot of pressure on Sark and A.J. Milwee to have to scheme up open plays, which is hard to do, man. Like, and that's asking 10 other people to do their job on a consistent basis. I like Quinn Ewers. I think he can win the big game. We've seen him play well in Tuscaloosa. We've seen him play well in Ann Arbor this year. Say what you want about Michigan. But I think when you have to go put a lot of pressure on Sark to go scheme up everything just wide open for Quinn Ewers, it's asking a lot as we get deeper into these semifinals, into the national championship, when we start playing really good defenses. Again, this week, will it matter against Arkansas State? No, because I think they can keep the outside zone run game going. I think once you get to Oregon, which, again, they've showed flaws in the run game, but I'm really thinking Ohio State and Jim Knowles in here. When they take that away and they're going to be like, no, Quinn Ewers, you are going to go beat us. Prove it. And Sark, I don't think you can dial up that much stuff against us consistently and create that many guys. But maybe I'm wrong. And I'm not totally there to saying 100% that's what will happen. But that's what scares me for Texas down the line. But, again, if they can continue running this football the way they have been on the outside, if they do that, I mean, they can beat anybody. I think Texas is one of the more well-rounded teams. I know Georgia's beat them twice, but I still think Texas, wild as it sounds, maybe a little bit more rounded than Texas, than Georgia.
Dare I say this, Dave? We could potentially be looking at a Texas versus Georgia 3 matchup in the national title.
You could.
Mike G in the comments, Georgia's 52-1 against teams not named Bama. They will beat Notre Dame. They may also beat Penn State as well. Yeah, I mean, that's a very likely chance. I don't think that both offenses are very sort of one-dimensional, not really solid through the air. Drew Allard, I love Drew Allard, but this is the Penn State offense that has always relied on the run game. And and look, the history proves it. I mean, when you've got guys like Saquon Barkley that has come through here, you've also had a couple of other good running backs that has come through Penn State. I mean, it's hard to say that Drew Allard is going to beat Georgia through the air, which I doubt. They might try to hit the vertical route a couple times, but you never know, man. I mean, but man, I bet that Georgia-Texas game, the 3rd matchup, this may be the best one that we could be expecting if that is the case. And I mean, the winner, I mean, it doesn't matter who would win that game. It would ultimately prove that the media can talk about SEC bias, but the record books showed that It's not bias. It's just straight facts.
No, I would agree with you. Who do you think comes out of that other side, in your opinion? I'm looking at the bracket now. You going Georgia? You going Penn State? You going Notre Dame?
The one that comes out of that bracket,
I think Georgia does. I don't want to hate on the Group of 5 team. I don't think it's going to be.
No. And look, there's nothing against a G5 team, but do you have the pieces around you that can really mold? And what is your strength of schedule like? If we're talking about Boise State from, I'd say, freaking when Kellner Moore was there, and when you had the era where Brian Harsin was the OC, and then you had all the craziness that was going behind with Statue of Liberty and stuff, you could potentially say, okay, they may win a game or so and then maybe potentially get to a semifinal, but they'd never be able to play for a national championship if they were in the 12-team era. But now when you look at them now, they're so one-dimensional. I like Maddox Manson, but he's not that great of a quarterback to go play against a P4 opponent. I think he's going to get his soul taken away from him this weekend whenever they go play Penn State. As much as I love the story of Boise State, love what they've been around, love the history of them, love Ashton Jeanty, love what he stands for. But at the end of the day, I think Penn State's just way too good of a program to come out of that. But I do think Georgia comes out of that one unscathed despite losing your starting quarterback. I mean,
Lucas, if it's not Georgia, who is it?
If it's not Georgia, it's probably Notre Dame.
All right. I think it's fair.
I mean, all likelihood. I mean, if Penn State and Notre Dame were to play in the semis, that could be another game that could be a 1st to 20 because of how low scoring this game is going to be. But again, we'll just see whose rushing attack is going to be better. Is it the option game of Notre Dame's, or is it going to be the dual threat attack of Penn State and what they have in the backfield?
I'm trying to think what's another. All right, here's a good one. I had it written down. I got to ask this on a show earlier. Who in the entire playoffs, biggest X factor player, just individual player that's going to impact and have the biggest say on how the rest of this playoff shakes out in the quarterfinals on?
I would ultimately have to player or players or a position group.
Well, let's just say anyway. Let's go. Let's go to coaches. Let's even include anybody, whoever you want it to be. Biggest X factor for the remainder of the playoffs. What is it?
I would have to really just say the biggest X factor in this playoff has to be Mike Bobo's offense. How are you preparing Gunnar Stockton? How are you preparing him going up against a Notre Dame defense that ultimately shut down one of the most explosive offenses in the Big Ten in Indiana? How are you preparing him in order to go from, okay, we're not going to make any bad throws. We're going to be safe with the football. We're not going to turn the football over. We're going to go check down to our check down dudes. We're going to keep everything in front of us. We're not going to go down the field on the very first drive. We're not going to go take any big chances. But how is he going to get him prepared for this upcoming game, knowing that he's only played in garbage time? This is his second real chance, his first real start as a Georgia quarterback going to play for a potential national championship. How do you keep the outside noise from getting inside the locker room? How do you keep it from getting inside him? And how can Mike Bobo focus on not just him, but this entire offense as a whole and help them go down the field and execute properly in order to come away with a victory this upcoming weekend? And how can you get back to the national championship?
Yeah, I would go mine. I'm going to go Jim Knowles, the defensive coordinator that's at Ohio State now. He came over from Oklahoma State. I think how he defends Oregon, Dylan Gabriel, and a second opportunity will be key. How, again, if they're lucky enough to beat Oregon, they got a tough test against one of the best play callers in the sport, as all our listeners, a lot of the Texas listeners know, Steve Sarkisian. So I think he's going to be the big X factor. I mean, he comes out and puts 2 back-to-back performances, really good performances, and that's what it's going to take. I mean, they're going to need every ounce of those reps they get. I think he can. I think that roster, as we all saw, it's been publicly known. They spent around $18 to $20 million in that roster. They have some elite defenders on the back end with Caleb Downs. That how he game plans these next two games, and even third, if they were lucky enough to get to the national championship game, is going to determine. I think it's key. I think right now the national champion is going to come out of that. I keep saying it the left side of the bracket. I don't know why in my head I say left side of the bracket, but I'm talking NCAA tournament, March Madness terms here. I think it's going to come out of that side. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's Georgia. Maybe it's Notre Dame. Maybe it's even Penn State. But I think the national champion is going to come out of that side of Oregon, Ohio State, Texas is who I think is going to win the national championship. If you maybe pick those three teams versus the remainder of the field, I'd take one of them.
Yeah, I mean, that bracket really is dominant. It's unfortunate that all of those teams are in that one bracket with Oregon, Ohio State, and Texas, and even Arizona State. You would have liked to have some more separation because each and every single one of those matchups is a national championship matchup. Now that if you really think about it, those teams, you're going to get a national champion out of that. That bracket is dominant. As much as Penn State, Notre Dame, and Georgia have all the luck, get their respect, they have my respect. But unfortunately, this bracket is so out of whack. I think they really should have done some restructuring. I wish we could restructure the playoff format so we wouldn't have Oregon, Ohio State, and Texas in the same bracket, instead playing for a national championship. But at the end of the day, I mean, what you get is what you get. But ultimately, we're going to get some much better football this weekend than we did last week.
No, I 100% agree with you guys. But we're right at that hour, Lucas. We're almost right at it. It was a good show, brother. When we continue to just kind of – I like the sporadic episodes where we sit here and fire off one-on-ones, man. It was a good talking. Dude, go have some gumbo for me, man. I found out today you're from Louisiana. I'm a little jealous, man. Go get you – it's soup season to me. I don't know if people in the chat listen to that or not, but I'm a big soup, chili, vegetable soup, chicken noodle, taco soup, gumbo. Throw it in there. Crab bisque, she crab soup. Throw all that in there, Lucas. You go have a cup of gumbo for me. Throw a little crystal in there for me too.
Absolutely, Dave. Hey, I got gumbo in the fridge right now. I might go heat up, but hey, man, y'all have a very Merry Christmas again, Dave, and to the rest of everybody that's listening in on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Dude, we get closer to the new year and we're just getting started with what we have going on. It's really awesome just to see where we've gone from former football player, a former coach for almost a decade in the SEC. Kind of weird still going from there to the media, but it's an adjustment that I've made, and couldn't be more blessed to be a part of this organization and to see where it's taken off from here.
Well, it was an honor doing this episode with you, brother. And for people that aren't already subscribed, hit that notification bell, guys. It's the race to 20,000 by January 19th. If you ask why January 19th, that's the night of the national championship game. So 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. Let's try to get there, folks. Again, I'm Dave Shoemaker. I'll be back tomorrow with Chris Phillips on the last episode of the SEC Unfiltered. Texas Sports Unfiltered, your SEC Unfiltered family coming at you before Christmas, guys. But I appreciate you joining us. You have a phenomenal evening. For Dave Shoemate, for Lucas Hill, have a great night.